Jedi Padawan Iskat Icarus wanted nothing more than to please her master. That, unfortunately, was a rare occurrence. Come look closer, Iskat. What do you feel? Jedi Master Sembovi moved aside so that Iskat had a better view of the ancient text she'd just unwrapped from an old, soft earpie hide. On the other side of the counter, the Togruta shopkeeper fidgeted with long strands of beads around his neck. He couldn't stop nervously glancing at Semba's lightsaber where it hung on her belt. Iskat's long, red fingers reached for well, it wasn't exactly a book. More like many old, brittle skins barely held together by gut string, but before she could touch it, Semba clicked her tongue. Iskat's hands flew behind her back. Semba had never been an active and involved teacher, rarely utilizing lectures or lessons like the Jedi instructors back at the temple. Instead of offering clear instruction, she expected Iskat to watch and learn. She often waited silently, hopeful that Iskat would figure out the next step herself. It was what she was doing now, her dark eyes focused and patient. The human woman was in her early 40s, with golden skin and bluish-black hair that she kept immaculately braided, and she was waiting for Iskat to, what? Say something? Do something? Iskat had no idea. Since Semba had chosen Iskat as a Padawan after the Jedi tournament, they constantly traveled together like this, landing on backwater planets and busy trading moons to visit shopkeepers and collectors and archaeologists galore, negotiating the purchase of curiosities to be added to the Jedi archives. Iskat had seen texts like this one, elaborate scrolls, ancient lightsabers crusted with barnacles or sand, even a rancor tooth covered in intricate carvings from a long-forgotten language. Semba was a sharp and stone-faced negotiator, and Iskat understood that her duty was to observe her master and gain the skills to recognize and acquire lost artifacts of Jedi history so that they might help further educate the next generation of scholars of the Force. But, as usual, Iskat could not decipher her master's silence. Without touching it, what can you tell us, my Padawan? Semba prodded, finally. Iskat put her long, braided brown hair over her shoulder, focused on the object before her, and took a deep breath, opening her senses. The text appears to be ancient, Master. I'm not familiar with the language. The pages are some kind of animal skin, almost translucent. The ink is dark red. She leaned close, careful not to touch the skins, and inhaled. The tang of iron. Blood. Mixed with some sort of mineral powder. That is what you can see. Reach out through the Force. What do you feel? Iskat closed her eyes. Darkness. Yearning, she said wonderingly. It wants to be read, touched. It wants to be known. She opened her eyes, bright blue against her crimson skin, and looked questioningly toward her master. They'd retrieved dozens of artifacts over the years, and Iskat had never felt anything like this. Semba nodded once, the closest thing to praise she ever offered her apprentice. This is no Jedi artifact, Semba said. It is a Sith text. Do you not want it, then? The shopkeeper said, reaching to take it back. I didn't say that. With a gloved hand, Semba flipped the tanned hide back over the text, hiding it from view. We will take it at the promised price. Rest assured it will be stored safely, so that it won't fall into the wrong hands. Iskat was supposed to observe carefully as Semba haggled with the shopkeeper, but her attention was drawn to the text, now just a squarish lump under the hide. She'd never seen a Sith artifact before. No wonder Semba hadn't let her touch it. She could still feel it, though, like a small child with arms reaching out, begging to be held. Your assistant? What is she? The shopkeeper asked as they turned to leave. Semba considered him. She is a Jedi. But what species? Never seen one like her. Red skin, but not as Ultron or Devera man. I'm a Jedi, Iskat said firmly. Okay, he wheedled. Just curious. Despite the firmness of her response, Iskat was curious, too. No one in the temple knew anything about her species, and according to Semba, her records didn't indicate a birth planet. She had 2 hearts, long fingers, and unusually keen senses, but in all their travels and studies, she had never found any further information about her biology or history. This was not the first time someone had asked the awkward question she could not answer. On the way back to their ship, Semba carried the text by its hide wrapping, dangling it from 2 fingers as if trying to mimic contact. They walked up the ramp of their T6 shuttle, which Iskat had decided to call the Lyre after reading somewhere that ships needed names. Semba just called it T6-315. As Iskat fired up the engines, her master immediately stowed the bundle in the safe they used when transporting their valuable finds back to the temple. "Can you read it?" Iskat asked. Semba was horrified by the thought. "I wouldn't dare try." "Do your best to forget this thing, close yourself away from it. The dark side is cloying, like oyster bugs burrowing under your skin and slowly sickening you. The Jedi Council will decide what to do with it, but our duty is to keep it away from anyone who might seek to use it for harm. In your travels, if you find anything similar, you must obtain it with the same skill as any Jedi artifact and contain it as soon as possible. Don't touch it, don't read it. Acknowledge your curiosity, but let it pass. I wanted you to feel it in the Force so that you would be able to recognize something similar later, but any such contact should be brief. Some knowledge is not worth the cost." Iskat tucked that away for later and went about securing the rest of the cargo as Semba took the pilot's seat. Even locked in the safe, she could feel the text reaching out with the blind probing of a plant mindlessly sending vines out to seek sunlight. Semba was entirely dedicated to hunting down artifacts and cataloguing Jedi knowledge, and this was the first time she'd stood on the side of ignorance in all their time together. They had acquired many treasures on this trip, and Iskat could tell her master was eager to begin the laborious job of analyzing and categorizing their finds, a task she relished and always undertook privately, leaving her Padawan to fend for herself. As Iskat understood it, some masters and their Padawans had lively relationships filled with laughter and kind words, but Semba was an aloof and often neglectful master, alternating between an otherworldly serenity and an obsession with her work that made her forget anything else existed. Although Iskat would have liked a warmer connection, she understood that Semba had been given important duties beyond teaching her Padawan. It was up to Iskat to learn what she could by observing her master's unique skills and taking advantage of any instruction offered. She was determined to become the best Jedi she could be, despite her master's her failings. Iskat wasn't even sure why Semba had chosen her. She felt no special connection between them and often worried that Semba didn't seem to like her very much. "Why are you just standing there, Iskat? Buckle in and prepare for your meditations," Semba said, as if just noticing that Iskat was there at all. "Yes, Master." Iskat tried to calm her mind as the ship took off smoothly. Once they were in hyperspace, she sought her cushion and got comfortable, closing her eyes and centering herself. Her hand wrapped around an amulet Semba had given her, a small cabochon of blue stone that was supposed to help her focus. It was like wading into a stream of moving water, and time fell away as Iskat floated along. Meditation had been so difficult for her, at first, but Semba and the other Jedi Masters had agreed that her main goal as a Padawan should be learning to calm and control herself. After the incident with the column? No. She wouldn't dwell on that. She was supposed to do the opposite. There is no emotion, there is peace, she told herself. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. When she'd begun meditating as a youngling, she'd felt anxious and bored and fidgety, desperate to do literally anything other than nothing. Her energy was so chaotic that for once Semba's patience had worn thin, and she'd accused Iskat of being actively disobedient. But Master Kulfin Opus, once Semba's own master, had taken a personal interest in her progress and had spent many a morning in the temple sitting by Iskat's side, allowing her to immerse herself in the calm that he had reached over many decades and, bit by bit, teaching her to access that same tranquility. Masters Semba and Kulfin had indeed been right. The deeper Iskat's connection with the Force became through meditation, the better control she maintained over her emotions. She hadn't lost her temper at all, recently, and she was proud of how far she'd come. Semba never commented on her progress, but Kulfin had, and that was enough. The days fell into a companionable silence as they travelled through hyperspace toward Barleth, a core world where one of their favourite traders had promised a unique find. Semba spent most of her time with the artifacts behind the closed door of her chamber, but she kept Iskat busy with a schedule that changed daily and included Lysaber training with a remote, calisthenics, readings on flora and fauna, and, of course, more meditation. Iskat had always loved Lysaber training the most and wished for more one-on-one time sparring with her master instead of constantly being assigned to battle the unsophisticated remote she'd surpassed long ago, but she knew better than to ask. From time to time, Iskat's concentration was broken by the Sith text in the safe, almost like it was bored and clamoring for attention, but she ignored it. She thought about mentioning it to Semba, but she didn't want to give her master any reason to doubt her or chide her. Things were best, really, when she remained silent and did as Semba suggested without questions or arguments. And besides, perhaps this was yet another test. Her master had urged her to resist the call of the Sith artifact, and failure to do so would only reveal another weakness. When they finally dropped out of hyperspace, the ship's comm signaled a message. Sembavi, we know that your current mission is not complete, but we need you to return to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant immediately, Jedi Master Mace Windu said, his deep, commanding voice sharp with an unusual sense of urgency. All non-essential missions are temporarily suspended as we deal with a developing situation. We need you here. The comm went silent, and Semba sighed and began plotting a new course back to the temple. Do you know what's happening? Iskat asked her master. I have all the same information you do, Semba answered calmly, as if this message didn't signal anything new or exciting. I was really looking forward to visiting with Gamodar. He said he had a truly special find. They were not far from Coruscant, and so Iskat had even less time than usual to prepare herself to leave the busy silence and strict order of her days travelling with Semba and immerse herself in the culture of the Jedi Temple. Like all Padawans, she'd been raised there since she was very young, and she had many fond memories of Lysaber training with Master Yoda or outings to other planets with energetic young Jedi Knights. But then, when she was 13, the column incident had happened, and since then she and Semba were almost always on a mission, and now she always felt strange when they returned to the temple. No one was unkind, because Jedi were Jedi, but Iskat always felt like some of the other Padawans were nervous around her, especially Shalin and O'Neill, who'd suffered small, easily healed injuries from the column incident. Iskat dreaded seeing them, even though they were all 5 years older now and travelling the galaxy with their own masters and, hopefully, becoming more mature. As Coruscant loomed large in the viewport and Semba piloted the ship toward the temple, Iskat couldn't help noticing that there was a lot more traffic than usual around the home of the Jedi Order. They had to wait for an open landing pad, and when the ramp lowered, Semba hurried away, pushing the safe along on its hoverlift. Iskat followed her master, but Semba glanced back as if surprised to find her there. Oh! Iskat! I must report to the council. You should get in some Lysaber training, if you can. Iskat continued to follow, now curious. Lysaber training was Semba's least favourite subject to teach, and although she made sure Iskat spent plenty of time with the training remote, Semba had never encouraged her students' intrinsic interest in duelling. When Iskat asked her, early on, about her aversion to what seemed an integral part of the Jedi life, Semba reminded her that proficiency did not equal interest and left it at that. Why Lysaber training? Iskat asked. Why now? Are they sending us on a new mission? Semba continued on at her measured pace and didn't turn around as she spoke. Look around, Padawan. Everyone has been called back. Don't you feel the urgency? The thrum of anticipation? Something big is happening. Now go and practice. Just remember to center yourself and maintain control. Trust in the Force. Yes, Master. Iskat clutched her blue stone amulet as she turned toward the Lysaber training room favored by the Padawans of her age group, leaving Semba to deliver their many finds to the Jedi High Council. As the safe moved away, Iskat could sense the ancient text within, its call growing fainter and fainter. She hoped the Council kept such things in a very safe place, or maybe even destroyed them. It felt dangerous that such a thing should be here, in the temple, surrounded by Jedi and curious children. Iskat herself was curious, but she knew that the dark side was seductive and must be actively repelled. Semba had always made that very clear. It wasn't the Jedi way to give in to such things, much less seek them out. They hadn't been to the temple in a long time, but very little had changed. Semba was right. The halls were busier than usual, brown-robed Jedi hurrying along instead of walking side by side in stately calm. Servants and droids scurried among them carrying cargo. As Iskat neared her destination, she heard the familiar sound of training sabers buzzing and clashing and the shuffle of boots on stone. She paused before the door. She was older now, a good bit taller, her brown hair ground almost to her waist and perfectly braided. Her robes were a little too short but well kept, her boots worn with use. She hadn't seen many of her childhood companions in years, as they'd all been spread out over the galaxy with their own masters. Well, except one who'd chosen to leave, because of Iskat's folly, which didn't bear thinking about. Iskat straightened the collar of her cloak, clutched her amulet, and urged her hearts to quiet. Unwelcome emotions rose up, excitement, worry, even fear. Things Jedi weren't supposed to feel, or at least things they were supposed to move past. What if her dueling skills were subpar? What if she lost control? What if something terrible happened again? She closed her eyes and sought her center. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. Serenity did not come naturally to her, just as her senses were keener than those of the other Padawans, so, too, were her emotions more intense and explosive. She often wondered if it was this difficult for every Jedi to maintain their trademark calm, or if perhaps Semba had neglected to teach her something important that everyone else just naturally understood. She'd always felt very different from her master, who was so unflappable that sometimes it seemed as if she were made of stone, whereas Iskat felt like a storm of emotion, changeable as the sea. No matter. She was a Jedi. Her job was to find peace, even if she had to wrestle it to the ground and hold it there. Her master had urged her to train, so she would train. When Iskat walked into the training room, she felt like she was making some grand entrance, but no one even looked up. The others were too busy sparring or watching duels and calling out helpful suggestions. They ranged in age from 13 to perhaps 20, all Padawans who hadn't yet become Jedi Knights. Iskat knew everyone by name and wasn't surprised to see several members of her own youngling clan. These beings had grown up alongside her and faced the Jedi tournament with her, and it was strange to see how many of them had grown into near adults in the time that they'd all been away. Her gaze immediately searched for her favorite among the other Padawans, a black-skinned Chilek named Tualon, who had two long head tails framing his face. Like Iskat, he'd been away on missions with his young and energetic master, a Nautolan named Ansho, ever since the tournament. Tualon had grown significantly, his once chubby cheeks now angular but his smile just as friendly and mischievous as ever. Unlike some of the other Padawans, He'd never shown any fear or apprehension around Iskat and had even joined her by her favorite fish-filled pool in the meditation garden on many a morning. Iskat went to stand beside him where he squatted, lanky elbows on his knees as he avidly watched Shalin, the pink-skinned Chilek girl, fight with Thorn, a quiet Duros who had nearly doubled in size since Iskat had last seen him. Shalin doesn't have a chance, Iskat began. Tuolon looked up at her, his orange eyes burning like embers. He grinned, and her heart stuttered. Maybe not when it comes to mass, but she's always been quick. Did you just return? Just now, yes. We were on Ringovinda most recently. Do you know why everyone was called back? The rest of the room hissed as Fvam landed a solid hit, but Tuolon kept his attention on Iskat, and frowned. Master Ansho said it was something unprecedented in our lifetimes, that we need all the Jedi we can gather. There's some sort of separatist threat, I'm sure we'll find out soon. For a long moment, they watched the fight, but then Shalin did a somersault over Thorn and landed what would have been a killing stroke, had they been using real blades instead of training sabers. Thorn groaned and bowed, before returning to the crowd, where his Rodian friend Zeeth clapped him on the shoulder and murmured, "You'll get her next time." As for Shalin, she preened a little more than Jedi were supposed to, tossing her striped pink leku and grinning. Something flared in Iskat's chest, annoyance and maybe a pang of jealousy. She really has improved her form, Tuolon said, impressed. I heard she got to train in Zamashiwo martial arts with some of Jidha's best fighters on her last mission. Before she could stop herself, Iskat stepped forward. Has anyone called the next round? Shalin looked up, and Iskat was oddly gratified to see her green eyes widen in alarm. That brief accident of honesty was swiftly snuffed out as Shalin smiled at her like they were friends. No, but it's the training room. All are welcome to take part. Iskat ached to unhook her lightsaber. Its hilt was short and a good bit wider than most to accommodate her longer fingers, crafted of polished burgundy wood with the polished tooth of a Thraxan shark at the end. Compared with Shalin's elegant and gleaming chrome hilt, it seemed brutish and strange, but Iskat was proud of it. Of course, training with real lightsabers was discouraged for the Padawans. She held out her hand, and Thorn tossed her the training saber he'd been using. She fought better with her own weapon, but she'd long ago learned how to wield the smaller hilts that most Jedi preferred. Shalin lit her training saber and Iskat lit hers. The room went quiet, the other duels had stopped. All the other Padawans ringed the space, silent and watchful. Iskat's heart sped up as she realized that she was suddenly part of a spectacle, but she took control of that burst of emotion, cooling it with the calm she'd worked so hard to master. Her senses went on high alert, the world around her coalescing with intricate detail. She could see every bump on the floor, every handhold on the wall, every weapon that might be used to her advantage if she were disarmed. When someone else was experiencing a strong emotion, especially anticipation, she could sense it in the Force, not that she'd ever revealed this information to others, even her master, who already kept her at arm's length. No one here was taking care to hide their excitement just now. The others were hoping for a show, their feelings amplified by their youthful high spirits after so much time apart with Soma masters. Shalin was prideful and confident, but she was also a little scared. Iskat could use that. She recalled from their earlier training that Shalin never aggressed, she generally waited patiently for her opponent to make the first move. Iskat had always taken advantage of this knowledge to rush in suddenly and set the other student off guard, but this time, she waited, circling warily and mirroring Shalin's movements. She couldn't help grinning as she watched Shalin falter, so certain that Iskat would use the same old strategy. Master V hadn't sparred with Iskat in months, and Iskat realized she had missed this feeling, had missed sharpening herself against a competitor like a blade against a whetstone. The longer she neglected to attack, the more uncertain Shalin became. Aren't you going to do anything? Charlene asked, frustrated. I am doing something. Aren't you? I haven't decided yet. Unable to contain herself, Charlene burst forward in a classic attack, which Iskat parried easily. Charlene broadcast her moves, and although she had clearly been training and improving, she simply wasn't a natural fighter. All her strikes followed the rigid forms they'd practiced over and over, and her creativity with a blade was limited to what had been drilled into her instincts. Iskat met her every slash and jab calmly, expending as little energy as necessary. It was obvious that Charlene was growing annoyed, her form slipping, as the cheer leg tired. Iskat was playing with her, and Charlene knew it, and it made her sloppy. The next time Charlene attempted to get under her guard, Iskat leapt over the blade, slashing down mid-flip to smack Charlene on the head with her training blade, barely and politely missing her sensitive leku. You're out, Iskat said after landing neatly. It was just a tap, Charlene argued, gritting her teeth against what had to be a painful bruise. Iskat could see it, a brighter pink welt on the top of Charlene's head. If we were using real lightsabers, you'd either be grievously injured or dead. Charlene glared, her cheeks nearly magenta. She wasn't accustomed to losing. I'm not done. According to the rules, you are. O'Neill stepped up beside her closest friend and lit her own training saber. The human girl had orange hair and freckles, and Iskat could feel her trying to corral her own eagerness, her cheeks as pink as Charlene's. Then I'll take the next round. Iskat inclined her head and held up her weapon. Like Charlene said, all are welcome to take part. O'Neill wasn't quite as graceful as Charlene, but her master had trained her well, and her attacks had improved and intensified since Iskat had seen her last. Her arms were longer, giving her excellent reach. O'Neill immediately aggressed, and it took Iskat a moment of furious, surprised parrying to catch up and find her own flow in the fight. Oh, how she'd missed this part of training. When she had a weapon in her hand and an opponent in her sights, she felt truly alive, focused and tapped into the force instantly, in a way that often took hours of meditation to reach. It was almost as if she could see what would happen next, like she knew O'Neill was going for a specific combination they'd studied with Master Yoda, and her saber just naturally met each hit with exactly the right amount of impact. She's good, she heard someone whisper. They kept their voices low, but of course no one in the room knew quite how acute Iskat's senses were. Semba knew, which was one of the many reasons she always brought her Padawan along to haggle, so that she could use her sharp eyesight, keen nose, and sensitive ears to evaluate the artifacts on offer. But the other Padawans had no idea. She was always good with a lightsaber. I just hope she doesn't lose her temper again. Jedi aren't even supposed to have tempers. Is that why Master V always keeps her away on long missions? That would make sense. Were you there when the column? I was right next to it when it happened. Barely dodged it to think they used to be friends. Poor Tyka. Hearing that name shattered Iskat's calm. It was as if she'd been contentedly swimming in the Force, and then suddenly it became a deluge, a brash flood, battering her as the memories surged back. She clutched her amulet, fighting one-handed, seeking the cool, blue connection that promised peace, but that lifeline wasn't strong enough to hold back the old feelings she'd worked so hard to overcome, or at least push down. Apparently, despite all her hard work, they were just as strong as ever. Completely ignorant of the tumult in Iskat's mind and body, O'Neill attempted a two-handed slash, and Iskat caught it on her blade, kicked O'Neill backward with a boot in her gut, and then followed with a downstroke that made the other girl cry out in shock, slashing across the chest of her robes as she lay on the ground, hands up and training saber dropped. Iskat stood over her, training blade at O'Neill's throat, close enough to make her gasp. Strong hands grabbed Iskat's shoulders, pulling her away. Iskat, that's enough, Tulon said. Hearing his voice so near, she froze and dropped the training saber, realizing what she'd done. It wasn't that winning a duel was frowned upon among the Jedi, but her attack had been unnecessarily brutal, which went very much against their code, the code Iskat had lived under and believed in all her life. Shame flooded her, that she'd had so many witnesses to yet another mistake. Ever since Tycho and the column, her sole goal had been to learn to master her emotions and control her connection with the Force. She needed to be a gentle, steady river, not a gushing waterfall, and yet in her first visit back to the training room in years, it had nearly happened all over again. She'd almost lost her temper. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "Thank you, Tuolon." At least she didn't let herself run away. She stepped away from Tuolon and, with as much dignity as she could muster, strode calmly from the room, holding back tears. Jedi were not supposed to dwell on anger. They were not supposed to do things that provoked shame. They were not supposed to cry from embarrassment. Iskat wanted nothing more than to be a good Jedi, and she had dedicated her life to seeking the control and peace that were required. She followed her master's schedules with happy hearts, meditated often, maintained a good attitude, strove to replace her heavy, clinging emotions with good works and intense studies. And now, back home, among her cohort, she had spectacularly failed. She went immediately to her master's chamber and knocked on the door. She heard furtive noises within, and after a long moment, Semba answered, a little breathless. "Come in." Iskat stepped into the small, tidy room. Semba stood before her wardrobe, the doors closed. "Master, something happened in the training room." One felt it again." Iskat hung her head. Semba took a deep breath and sighed a long sigh out her nose. Iskat looked up and saw the Pam in her eyes, the disappointment. "What happened?" The story Iskat told her master was mostly true, but she neglected to mention many of the emotions that she knew she wasn't supposed to feel deeply, that she tried so hard to suppress. She focused on the heat of the battle while leaving out the part where she chose the duel on purpose and then gleefully provoked her opponent. "I was doing fine, until someone mentioned Tycho." She trailed off and again looked up into the older woman's dark eyes. Semba had never been the kindly, loving sort of master, nor the playful, friendly sort of master. She was disconnected, distracted, so cool that she was almost cold, as if she lived on another, far more serene, plane and her Padawan was simply a distraction. Iskat often felt little ripples from her, emotions the older woman tried to hide, annoyance at interruptions, sure, but also regret and a sad sort of yearning. She knew that Semba wasn't about to comfort her or encourage her or joke with her, but she also knew that her master was honest and that she wanted her Padawan to succeed. "Duels often bring out emotions that can otherwise be kept at bay," Semba finally said. "A fight, even if a playful fight, is still a fight. It is a dance between life and death. We are all given unique gifts and challenges, and it just so happens that yours are one and the same. Your connection with the Force is both powerful and hard to control, but it is not insurmountable. Mastering yourself is the work of a lifetime. You have grown so much, but you are still in many ways a child." "Master, I try so hard, as Master Yoda once told me when I was much younger, do or do not, there is no try." Semba gave a small and almost fond smile. "How do I do, then? More meditation? Another amulet? I want so badly to be better, but it's like there is something broken inside me." Master Semba put a hand on her shoulder, the touch a rare kindness. "You are not broken. We are all imperfect beings, striving for enlightenment. You just have to strive a little more than most." Iskat nodded. "I will try. I will. I'll work harder." "I'm sure you will." Another sigh, and Semba's spine straightened. "But now is not the time to meditate. There is unrest in the temple. It's no wonder the training room is charged, you young ones can sense the undercurrent of change." Semba's hand rested briefly on her lysaber. "Iskat, We've been recalled here because we are needed. We're being sent to Geonosis to rescue Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was attacked by the Separatists, Iskat said, remembering Tuolon's words from earlier. Semba nodded. The Separatists have joined with the Trade Federation and Count Dooku. They've amassed a droid army. We'll be leaving shortly. Can you exhibit adequate control on a rescue mission that may involve real danger? Yes, Master. Iskat felt a little lift in her heart. Sure, she'd been on dozens of missions with Semba over the past few years, but they'd all been peaceful, basically just glorified shopping. What they did served a great purpose to the Jedi, but it wasn't particularly interesting to Iskat. This, on the other hand, sounded exciting. Surely it wasn't wrong to be excited at the prospect of doing good in the galaxy. And what a strange mission, calling in all the available Jedi just to rescue one person. Obi-Wan had always been kind to her when he'd taken his turn teaching the younglings, but he'd been kind to everyone. He was exactly the kind of Jedi Master she would have chosen, knowledgeable and skilled, but with a friendly nature and quick with a positive word, when it was deserved. She would be proud to be part of the mission that ensured his safety. Now go, my Padawan. Prepare yourself for the journey to come. We leave at dusk. Iskat bowed her head and did exactly as Semba had bade her. She didn't encounter any of the other Padawans, and she suspected that was because they were still in the training room, talking about her. She could only hope this mission would be brief and successful, and that the might of the Jedi would swiftly rout the Separatist army threatening the Republic. Soon she and Semba would be back on their own ship, where she could recommit herself to finding her peace with the Force, elusive as it seemed. As the shuttle thundered through the atmosphere of the arid planet Geonosis, Iskat struggled to shut out the staggering cacophony of sensory input and focus on finding her center amid the chaos. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a military operation. The Jedi were soldiers now, but they weren't fighting alone. Thousands of clone troopers had appeared, seemingly overnight, to join them in supporting the Republic. There was even a clone flying their ship. After years of relative peace throughout the galaxy, the Jedi had swiftly mobilized to do their part as protectors of democracy, justice, and freedom. Iskat was thrilled, and also overwhelmed. She steadied her breathing and closed her eyes, one hand wrapped around her amulet, and the rest of the Jedi around her faded away to stillness. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. Master Kulfin had urged her to turn to this mantra in the early days after the accident, and Master Semba had repeated it with her many times. The words were stamped on her brain, on her hearts. They transported her to the quiet within, made her feel as if she were the Jedi she was meant to be, calm, cool, collected, peaceful. Reflecting on the Jedi Code almost made her forget Taika, but did she want to forget? No. She couldn't think about that now. That was years ago. It hadn't happened again. Her teachers had seen to that, as had Iskat. She'd studied. She'd practiced. She'd gained the control demanded of her. And now she was on a rescue mission, surrounded by Jedi Masters, Knights, and Padawans. She'd never drawn her lightsaber in real combat before, but it wasn't her courage or proficiency that worried her, that made her two hearts beat so loud she was certain Tuolon could hear them from beside her. She risked a glance at her fellow Padawan, with his glossy black leku and look of determination. "You ready?" he asked with an encouraging smile. "As ready as anyone," she answered. Which wasn't entirely honest. She felt more than ready. But Jedi were supposed to be humble and modest, and she knew that Tuolon was a stickler for that sort of thing and didn't want to appear too cocky. She admired him for his humility, as well as for his outgoing nature and genuine altruism. Tuolon was the sort of Jedi she wished to be, the sort of Jedi she admired. If she was truly honest with herself, Iskat had to admit that while she had no doubts about her dexterity, skill, or bravery, after yesterday's duels with Charlene and O'Neill, she had new doubts about her ability to handle herself when the stakes were high and a weapon was in her hand. She'd expected better of herself. And although no one had mentioned the incident with O'Neill, she could feel the stares of her fellow Padawans as they sat beside their masters, buckled into place while they hurtled toward the desert sands of Geonosis. She could feel their eyes on her, sense their uncertainty. Seated across the ship, Master Kilphin-Opus caught her eye and offered a nod and an encouraging smile. Iskat returned it, grateful to know that one master, at least, had faith in her. She hoped that faith would not prove misplaced. "Have you seen combat before?" she asked Tuolon quietly. "On our remshons, I mean." He turned toward her to whisper. "A little. Master Ansho usually handles that sort of thing himself, but I helped fight off some bandits when we were escorting a senator on a diplomatic mission. Thankfully all our training, it just falls into place. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but we had to protect the senator. How about you?" "We've never even drawn our lysabers," she admitted. "Usually, we either stand over a counter to haggle like normal customers, or some old adventurer invites us into his tent for tea. It's all been very peaceful." She looked around the ship, which juddered and shook as it plummeted toward the planet's surface. The air was thick and still, reeking of fuel and sweat. There were nearly 20 Jedi altogether. She wondered what sorts of adventures the other Padawans had experienced, if it was unusual for a Jedi of her age to be this inexperienced with actual combat. "Do you think," she began. "That's enough chatter," Master Vi murmured from her other side. "It's almost time. Remember your mantra. Concentrate on your breathing exercises, my Padawan. Don't let the chaos in again." Iskat's skin didn't show a blush, but she felt the heat of shame at being reprimanded in front of Tuolon and the others. Considering what they were about to face on the planet below, a rousing speech would have been more appropriate than public censure, or even some whispered reassurance. Tuolon went silent and looked politely away so as not to entice her with further conversation. Iskat's long, red fingers wrapped around the cold metal bench as she closed her eyes and silently recited the Jedi Code again. "There is no emotion, there is peace ___." The words became a comforting rhythm in counterpoint to the ship's engines, a focal point that brought her consciousness into a state of calm where she was beyond shame, beyond worry, beyond fear. Landing in T-3 minutes, the clone pilot announced. Although she knew there were thousands of clones just like him headed to Geonosis, the pilot was the first of the Republic's new troopers that Iskat had encountered. She had no idea what he looked like under his armor. How old he was, what color his eyes were, if he was more prone to smiling or frowning. All she knew was that his voice was sharp, his skills as a pilot were immaculate, and they would soon fight side by side. The Jedi had surprisingly little intel regarding the mission. They only knew that Obi-Wan Kenobi had been ambushed by the massing Separatist army. Every available Jedi in fighting form was on a ship right now, just like Iskat. Unlike her missions with Master Vi, she had no way to know what role she would play, but she was excited to be among her fellow Jedi and pleased that the Masters had deemed her skilled enough to take part in such an important undertaking. She would prove worthy of their trust. She would follow their orders and embody their teachings. She would be part of the team that saved the day. And yet, there was this persistent thought that kept breaking past her barriers, a pesky unwanted whisper wondering what might happen if instead of calming herself and quelling her emotions, Iskat relinquished the control for which she'd fought so hard and allowed the Force to fully flow through her. What strength might she find in that surrender? What power might she find beneath layers of repression? What might she accomplish now that she was facing actual adversaries instead of other children on a training field? She clutched her amulet and banished the thought with the same energy she'd used to silence the cloying voice of the Sith artifact. This was a dangerous way of thinking. The Jedi Code existed for a reason, and history taught that those who stepped off the path often found tragedy. True greatness came from peace, from knowledge, serenity, and harmony. Iskat wanted to be great, and she wanted to do honor to the Jedi. In addition to Semba, other masters would be watching her closely during this mission. Her performance here might influence her future within the Order. The shuttle whined and shook as it slowed, gravity pulling at Iskat's bones. The metal under her boots trembled, and as if she could already feel the hot sun outside, sweat beaded on her lip. They were close to the surface now, and she imagined that if she could see through the viewport, she would look upon a world of sand and spires, bright orange striped with harsh black shadows. It was almost time. They were almost there. It felt as if she were about to cross some important line, like this rescue now seeming very much like it would become a battle, would change things forever, both for the Jedi and for Iskat herself. She could not forget how close she'd come to washing out in the Jedi tournament, how horrible she'd felt waiting for a master to claim her as a Padawan until Semba had, to Iskat's great surprise, stepped up in what felt like the last possible moment. She sometimes worried that between the distracted teachings of her master and the mistakes she made in the past that she required more observation and guidance than other Padawans, that everyone was all too aware that Iskat was lacking as a Jedi and might ultimately wash out for good. There was no way she would let that happen. The shuttle's thrusters went to work as they landed, and Iskat's stomach swooped with excitement. If only she could see out the shuttle's viewports and begin to take stock of the battle to come. They'd been briefed on Geonosis, on how the hive mind worked, but they wouldn't know what they would face here until they were on the ground and received more specific orders. After a bouncing thump, the ship went still. The door slid open, harsh light burning into a space packed with nervous bodies clad in brown robes. Iskat struggled to release her chest harness but managed it before Semba had to unbuckle her. Her feet were numb as they hit the metal floor, but her fingers were already wrapped around her lightsaber. As the Jedi all stood, Master Kulfan Opus blocked the open door. He was an Arskagian, and he usually kept himself overhydrated so that his epidermal sacs would swell, making him seem jolly and giving his eyes kind wrinkles in the corners. Today he had chosen a more slender and agile form, and Iskat was fascinated by the change in his demeanor. Usually a mild-mannered center of calm, he now clasped his lightsaber at his side and gave off a determined air. He held out a holoprojector, and an image of Mace Windu appeared, lightsaber ready in his other hand. Kulfan Opus here, the master said. We're on the ground, to the northwest. Welcome to Geonosis. We need your detachment to help secure the arena where Count Dooku is preparing to execute Obi-Wan, along with Anakin Skywalker and Senator Padme Amidala. There were gasps and whispers around the shuttle. Why was Skywalker here? And how had a senator become involved? Head for the nearest spire and make your way upward to the stands, Master Windu continued. Find any cannons or long-range weapons and take them out. We'll do the rest. Be on your guard and may the Force be with you. The figure disappeared, and Kulfan stowed the projector in a pocket. He looked over the array of Jedi, from a 16-year-old Rodian Padawan to the white-haired but still energetic Arcanian Master Thaka who was rumored to be well past 200, and nodded in approval. You all heard our orders. Padawans, stay with your masters. Defend yourselves as you must, but do not act rashly. Remember, this is a rescue mission. We're looking for long-range weapons. He looked around the shuttle, taking stock. When he paused on Iskat, she imagined that his eyes narrowed, just the smallest bit. And may the Force be with you. Turning, he hurried down the ramp, and the Jedi fell in behind him. Focus on your control, Master Semba whispered as they waited their turn to disembark. The peace you seek is within you. Trust yourself, but you must not give in to your emotions, my Padawan. Iskat's blood pounded in her ears as she ran down the ramp, following Semba's swinging robes. They were in a desert of reddish sand and stark sunlight. Tall spires pierced the sky like melting candles, and somewhere nearby, a crowd buzzed and hummed and screamed. The air felt as if it were charging up with lightning, for all that the sky was clear. "But where are the Geonosians?" she asked Semba as they ran side by side. "Did you think they would just be out in the open waiting for us?" her master asked in return. "Kulfin'll lead us where we need to go." Sure enough, Master Kulfin was directing the Jedi into a hole in the base of one of the towers. Iskat noticed that each Jedi ignited their lightsaber before entering the dark tunnel. Beams of blue and green disappeared into the shadows as Iskat ran across the hot sands, the heat penetrating the soles of her boots as she followed her master. She'd been on desert planets before, and although she couldn't remember her home, she had always known there was no way she could be from such a place. She was already sweating, the back of her neck itching where her long hair was tightly braided back. It didn't matter. She had to concentrate. There is no emotion, there is peace. Master Semba stopped at the tower door, ignited her blue blade, and nodded to Iskat, who obediently thumbed the switch on her green lightsaber and edged inside. They were headed down a Nanau set of spiraling stairs, the darkness lit only by the glow of their weapons. The Geonosians, Iskat knew, were an insectile people, and they probably used senses other than sight to navigate. Her ears told her this staircase was long and went deep underground, judging by the sounds echoing back to her. Master Ansho was behind her, then Julon, and she was grateful to be surrounded by such powerful Jedi in this strange and unfamiliar place. The stairs finally emptied out into a tall hallway with intricate architectural details, almost like a temple. The floor was a metal grate, and the Jedi made not a sound as they spread out, following Master Kulfin. Iskat was between Semba and Ansho still, the masters having naturally spaced themselves between the less experienced Padawans. Thrawn was nearby, along with his friend Zeeth and their masters. Sharlin and O'Neill were also part of their party, but they were fortunately out of Iskat's immediate area. Jedi were not supposed to hold grudges, but Iskat supposed that if she could, so could they, and she was glad to have some distance from the Padawans who most likely still wore the bruises she'd recently inflicted. Iskat Semba hissed, and Iskat hurried to catch up as they entered a vast factory that had gone cold and still. Molten metal still glowed cherry red amid the enormous machinery, but there were no workers, not even droids. The effect was eerie, as if the Geonosians had recently walked away, leaving their work behind. Master Kulfin led the Jedi toward a smaller door that opened into a tunnel. The space was about 3 meters tall and equally wide, with court murals of Geonosian scenes covering every surface. Iskat could sense a faraway crowd on the other end of the long hallway, cheering and stomping and buzzing. Her senses were dizzy with new input, her hearts beating faster as the Jedi neared their goal. One by one, they entered the tunnel, their blades casting colorful light over the sculpted stone. Up ahead, a dark shadow detached from the wall, and Thvam screeched as a pike slammed into his back. The entire hallway lit up with electricity as he shook and screamed, and the acrid scent of oily, burning Euros flesh filled the air. Master Kulfin spun and struck down the Geonosian with his lightsaber, but it was too late. Thrawn wasn't moving, and Iskat went entirely still as she felt him die, a startling, tearing, wrenching pain in the Force unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Zeeth's scream of rage and loss filled the air as he deactivated his lightsaber and knelt by his friend. Iskat had never felt someone die so violently before, and it was like she died a little herself. Thrawn had always been there, a constant in her life, at first a quiet and easygoing playmate and then a respected Padawan, and then he was just gone. It happened so quickly, so easily, and Thrawn was a good Jedi, a good fighter. He didn't deserve to die like that, so far away from the temple, where he'd hoped to work as a diplomat one day. Thorn had died in pain, surprised and scared, and that brutal suddenness echoed in Iskat's bones. A tiny scrape made the hairs in her ears twitch. She went tense and looked to the wall. What they'd taken to be a sculpted mural was actually a clever contingent of Geonosians with weapons waiting to strike. Iskat spun just in time to raise her lysaber. The clever contingent of Geonosians leapt off the wall, and the nearest one flew directly at her, pike aimed for her chest. The Geonosian chittered madly as it flew toward Iskat, its wings beating so fast that they were a blur. Her entire body froze and went tense, her mind running calculations, her heart stammering out of sync with absolute terror. She'd never been attacked before, not like this. Not for real. But her body knew exactly what to do. It didn't need her brain or her heart's. With a swift flash, her arm shot out as if of its own volition. As her blade met the Geonosian's chest, she was intricately aware of the strange sensation of flesh parting, the sharp click of chitin and the softer thickness within. She had barely realized she was being attacked, and now the flying Geonosian fell at her feet, nearly split in two. The being was strange, unlike anything she'd seen before, almost more an insect than a person. But they wore a sort of uniform, and they carried a weapon, and they were indeed a person, and she had killed them, just as one of them had killed Thorn. A Geonosian, a person, someone's child, maybe someone's parent. Alive, and now dead. Because of her. She'd been trained to reach into the pulse of the Force, to feel the unique signature of every plant and person around her, to tap into that harmony. They had prepared her to defend. To protect. But they had also trained her to hit targets and aim for vital organs and parry and slash and stab and kill, and it had happened so quickly, so easily. Her body had responded like it knew exactly what to do, like the instinct had been bred into her. She was a killer now. For a good cause, of course. To help save her fellow Jedi. If she hadn't killed the Geonosian, they would have killed her, and probably given it a hell of a lot less thought. It had to be done, and she had done it, and now there was a strange, hollow emptiness in her chest. She'd felt the Geonosian leave the Force, had felt their body gasp in surprise and pain. Had been intricately aware of the razor blade difference between there and gone, someone and no one, alive and empty. There was no time to think about that now. More and more Geonosians appeared. They peeled off the wall, skittered across the ceiling. The darkness hid endless hiding places, and the Geonosians buzzed angrily, a choir of rage. The Jedi Masters and Knights immediately sprang into action, hurrying their Padawans down the hall and toward what had to be the arena beyond, fighting only as necessary for self-defense. O'Neill cried out as she was struck by a sonic beam from a blaster, and Charlene helped her to stand and supported her as they limped away. "Hurry," Semper told Iskat, and she turned to run down the hall. But Zeeth was still on the ground by his friend Fvam as Master Kulfin tried and failed to get him to move towards safety. In the chaos, they were in danger of being left behind. Or worse, killed. Iskat watched Semper's robes disappear down the hall. Her master was so certain that she would follow orders, but she couldn't leave Zeeth behind. Thorn and Zeeth had always been kind to her, never shown any apprehension, even after the accident. As she watched, an attacking Geonosian went for Zeeth with a pike, and Master Kulfin stood to fight back. As more Geonosians moved toward the isolated Jedi, Iskat knew she couldn't just follow the others. She ran back down the hall toward Zeeth, and when a Geonosian warrior peeled off fuel to attack, she ducked under the jab and sliced the creature in half with her lysaber. Before she could process it, before she could blink away the image of top half sliding off the bottom half, another Wainier appeared. And then a beautiful thing happened. Iskat's thoughts and worries fell away, and she became a song, a poem, a dance. A being of pure focus, intent on a singular goal. 111 Geonosians swarmed, and she sliced, ducked, leapt, parried, punched, hacked, elbowed, kneed, threw and caught, kicked and flipped and cartwheeled and stabbed. She didn't hold back, didn't worry that she was doing something wrong. She forgot Charlene and O'Neill and their constant suspicion, she forgot the stern eyes of her master, she forgot her promise to seek her inner peace. There was only Iskat, her blade, her body, and the enemies who would kill her if she gave them the slightest advantage. Time lost all meaning, her senses in perfect harmony. For the first time in her life, she wasn't struggling to hold herself in check and do what had been asked of her. She simply was, perfectly, herself. And then she spun, blade up, to find that there was no one left to fight. Zeeth still clung to his friend's body, but Master Kulfin was staring at Iskat as if seeing her for the first time. "Enough, Iskat," Master Kulfin said, voice barely rising above a whisper. "They are all dead." The world spun around and refocused, and Iskat gazed around her. Geonosians were strewn everywhere like broken dolls, their weapons scattered and their yellow blood slicking the stones. She looked down to find her knuckles bruised, that same yellow blood on her hands and on the elbows of her robes. Her lysaber had instantly cauterized the wounds it caused, but her flesh still carried the marks of her brutality. "An unusual fighting style," Master Kulfin said. But the way he said it suggested this was not a good thing. Iskat said nothing. There was no answer to that. She merely nodded and flicked off her weapon, noting to herself that one of the many benefits of a lysaber, a benefit she had never considered before, was that one never had to clean blood off the blade together. She and Master Kulfin dragged Zeeth to standing and led him down the hall, sidestepping the corpses of a dozen Geonosians. The Rhodian was in shock, clumsy and heavy with grief. "Rejoice, for he is one with the Force," Master Kulfin said softly. "Now is a time of action, Zeeth. We will grieve together when it is safe to do so. For now, the galaxy needs you. But we can't leave him behind." Zeeth began, stopping in place. Master Kulfin put a gentle hand on the Padawan's shoulder. He would not want others to die when his spirit has already moved on. His hand moved to Zeeth's chest. "In the Force, your friend is with you always. Feel him here, like a light that will never go out." He removed his hand, and Zeeth placed his long fingers over his heart and closed his eyes. "It's like I can feel him," he said wonderingly, then opened his eyes. "He would want me to go on?" Master Kulfin nodded sagely and turned, and Zeeth followed him down the hall. Iskat was glad Kulfin's words had helped and could feel Zeeth's newfound comfort radiating through the Force, but something about the exchange left her feeling off balance. She glanced over her shoulder, back to where the shadowy lump of Thorn's body was lost amid the dead Geonosians. They were all equally dead, and she briefly shivered before turning around and hurrying to rejoin the Jedi. When they reached the rest of the group waiting in a quiet antechamber, they found yet more dead Geonosians, and Iskat sensed the trepidation of the other Padawans, many of whom likely felt that same empty sickness she'd experienced with her first kill. Several of them were wide-eyed and trembling, possibly in shock. The masters around them stayed on high alert as they whispered encouragement to their charges. Zeeth's master, Gobi, put an arm around her Padawan, and Master Kulfin moved to lead the group up our grand set of carved stone steps. Semba detached from the larger group and joined Iskat, who sensed a strange disquiet in her master's manner. "Calm," Semba intoned, giving Iskat a significant look. "Find your center." "I did," Iskat almost said. But instead, she just nodded. This spiral staircase was wider and more formal than the last one, and the cheers of the crowd outside were nearly ear-splitting. Iskat was glad for Master Semba's calisthenics program as she walked up and up and up, her lysaber at the ready. The stairs led to a great, arched doorway with a huge window to the bright daylight beyond, and as Master Kulfin spoke to Mace Windu through his holoprojector and waited for all the Jedi to converge, it was as if Iskat saw the world with new eyes. The colors were brighter, the sounds sharper. The fight had given her confidence she'd never before experienced. She'd exhibited strength and skill before, but never through excellence. Not merely passable, as Master Semba so often said, but genuinely brilliant. And yet, to be good at killing? Was that a laudable thing? Was it a good thing for a Jedi to be? And to take pride in it? The Masters would not approve. They would remind her to revisit the Jedi Code. What she'd done was self-defense. She'd saved Zeeth. That was her duty. Now was not the time for feelings, for excuses. She knew what she had to do. Iskat closed her eyes, clutched her amulet, and began to silently recite her mantra. Is there blood all over her hands? O'Neill whispered to Zeeth, low enough that anyone without Iskat's heightened hearing might miss it, but that Iskat definitely had no choice but to hear. Such was her curse, no one knew anything about her species, so no one knew she heard every word they whispered about her. Did you see what happened? She killed them all, Zeeth murmured. 12. They went for me and Master Kulfin, and she slaughtered them. Shalin sucked in a breath. I struck one, although it didn't die, and it was awful. I can't imagine killing so many. And when she came up the stairs, she was smiling, O'Neill added. Iskat took care to school her face as she looked out the window and down into the immense arena below where the prisoners were chained to columns. She was the only one of us who stayed behind. She did well, Tualon said from beside O'Neill. Iskat felt a surge of gratitude for Tualon, who genuinely strove to follow the code, and not just because the Masters were watching. Iskat felt Shalin's cold stare. She didn't have to stay behind. The Masters told us what to do, and she did something else. Something brutal. First Tyka, and now this. I'm not comfortable being around someone so dangerous. Then stay away from Mace Windu, Master Ansho said, breaking up the circle with his presence. His large black eyes glistened, and his blue head tresses twitched as the powerful Nautolan let each Padawan feel the weight of his gaze. And even Master Yoda. Jedi do what they must. We're on a mission. This isn't training anymore, sometimes out in the greater galaxy it's kill or be killed. I'm sure Iskat regrets what must be done, as do we all. And, she did regret it. At least the first one, she regretted. She was fairly certain the look in the Geonosian's insectile eyes as he died would haunt her forever. After that first one, she simply stopped looking in their eyes. That made it a lot easier. She wondered if Master V was familiar with this feeling, if she had killed any of the Geonosians herself, farther up the tunnel. Her master had taught her many things, but very little about death and violence. Iskat suspected the life Semba had planned for her was meant to be a peaceful one, a life where she would not be provoked. If today's mission was any indication, such peace was no longer an option. Up ahead, Master Kulfin paused in the shadows by the arched door that led to the arena and slipped his holoprojector back into his pocket. The sound of cheers and hisses and clicks erupted so loudly, Iskat immediately understood that the 20 or so Geonosians they'd encountered were but grains of sand on a beach. There were many thousands of them in the stands, and whatever was happening in the arena, it wasn't good. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Senator Amidala are fighting for their lives, Master Kulfin said solemnly. The spectators in the stands may not be armed, but they may still attack, as will the sentries and guards. Our scouts have spotted several cannons on this level. We're also looking for sonic blasters and carbines. We don't want anyone from the audience to take aim at our people on the ground. Padawans, follow your masters. He inclined his head toward the door. Remember your training, Master Semba told Iskat, a dark and measuring look in her eyes. When she ran through the door, Iskat followed. The sun briefly blinded her, and then Iskat looked down on a scene of absolute chaos. The arena was an enormous bowl of burning orange, carved and built from the sand itself, with rows and rows of seats surrounded by the towers she'd seen from the sky. Far below, 3 human figures fought an impossible battle as beasts and guards harried and chased them around the arena. The Geonosians in the crowd screeched and gibbered, their wings buzzing in excitement as the 3 captives in the arena took control of a rampaging reek and seemed as if they might actually escape. That must have been what upset the crowd so much, earlier. The prisoners were fighting back. Iskat, hurry! Semba called. Squinting, Iskat ran after her master, silently moving behind the stands as the Geonosians leapt and howled in their seats. Each time they ran past an aisle, ducking low, Iskat dared a look at what was happening on the ground. The crowd made a new noise, frantic and predatory, as droids rolled into the arena to surround the 2 Jedi and the senator. Iskat could only catch glimpses as she followed Semba toward a cannon operated by 2 Geonosian sentries who were likewise screeching their rage at the scene below. A flash of purple caught Iskat's eye, and she saw Mace Windu himself appear on a dais on the other side of the fighting grounds, his lightsaber an unmistakable beacon. All around the lower levels of the arena, a rainbow of flashing lightsabers lit one after the other, a sea of green and blue that filled Iskat's hearts with hope. In response, a jolt of unease rippled through the thousands of Geonosians in the crowd. Half of them took to the air, a great, brown cloud of buzzing wings, and the other half leapt from their seats and ran for the archways on clicking feet. Master Semba grabbed the back of Iskat's robes and yanked her into the shadows of a round portico as a stampede of frantic spectators ran past, a strange chemical scent like cut grass rising from their bodies. Iskat couldn't see what was happening on the ground, but her hand was on her lightsaber, aching for the next fight. Most of the Geonosians had disappeared into the factory by the time the sound of blaster fire cut TLN off the odd silence. Now, Master Semba said, finally releasing Iskat's robes, and together they ran out into the stands and toward the nearest cannon. Iskat glanced down at the arena as she ran. Dozens, maybe hundreds of Jedi cut swaths through an army of droids as an Aklay and a Reek ran riot through the battle. Geonosian guards patrolled with pikes on all rays and in chariots, trying in vain to corner their escaped prey. Iskat! Pay attention! Master Semba called. The Geonosian soldier firing the sonic cannon must have heard her. He tried to spin the weapon around to aim it at the approaching Jedi, but Iskat threw her lightsaber, taking down the enemy before calling it back to her hand. Master Semba didn't even pause, she seized the cannon's barrel, then jammed her lightsaber into its belly, which melted around her blade and began leaking oil and smoke. Stay hidden, Semba hissed. Wait for the all-clear. She wedged herself behind the cannon, but there was no room there for her Padawan. Iskat ducked behind the empty stands. All the spectators had fled, and the next cannon in view was already being destroyed by Tuolon and Ansho. The real battle was happening on the sand below as Jedi leapt and somersaulted, cutting down droids and Geonosians alike. The number of droids somehow seemed to be increasing as they marched and rolled in from every direction, and they already outnumbered the Jedi. Blaster bolts flew everywhere, and the Jedi were in danger of being overwhelmed, which hadn't seemed possible. Iskat's gaze was drawn to the stone columns in the center of the arena, the ones meant to hold the prisoners during execution. She had to do something. She had to help. She reached out a hand toward one of the columns as droids marched past. Then curled those fingers around her amulet instead. A thrum of rage plucked at Iskat's heart as she thought about the accident she'd caused all those years ago with a very similar piece of architecture. Her assignment had been to use the Force to pull her lightsaber off a shelf, high up on a heavy stone column, so high that she couldn't see it, but something had gone wrong. Instead of bringing her lightsaber gently floating to her hand, as the other Padawans had, she'd pulled down the entire column, on top of her closest friend, a sweet Iktochi initiate named Taika. The column had broken Taika's back in several places, damaging her spinal cord. Iskat would never forget the way her usually quiet friend had screamed as they'd carried her to the infirmary. Charlene and O'Neill had taken their own wounds, suffering broken bones and contusions, their blood staining the stones and their trust in Iskat shattered forever. After that, Taika had been taken elsewhere for more intensive care than the Jedi healers could offer. According to Master V, Taika had made great strides but had ultimately decided not to return to the temple. She has chosen her own future, Master V said gently after Iskat repeatedly asked to visit her friend. As the Force wills it. Iskat never saw the girl again. Losing Taika, knowing she was responsible for her friend's pain weighed heavily on Iskat. When she was in the temple, it was as if she were always waiting to see Taika appear around each corner, smiling her cheerful grin, before remembering the truth and reliving that day over and over in her head, feeling the same shame and fear and guilt. She preferred to be on her missions with Semba, even if they were boring, if it meant the other Padawans wouldn't stare at her as if wishing to see Taika still there instead and Iskat gone from the order. After the accident, her teachers watched her more closely. The other initiates didn't trust her. No one wanted to be her training partner. Once she was chosen to be Master V's Padawan, Iskat was instructed to wake up early each morning to practice relaxation and breathing and meditation. She had to learn to focus, she was told, her powers had to be kept in check. She'd been sloppy and careless, and it had caused permanent damage. The next time she faced the column, she was alone with her master, and she was so gentle that her lightsaber barely fiviched off the shelf to float down like a feather. Iskat had heard the other Padawans whisper about her. After the column, they didn't exactly fear her, but they certainly didn't trust her. She gave them space, hoping that with time and hard work, she could prove to them that she was the same girl they'd grown up with, laughed with, played games with. Life in the temple continued as it always had, just with a lot more meditations with Master Kulfan or Master Uame, the ancient Bim who spent so much time communing with the Force that most people assumed he was napping. Iskat didn't form any more close friendships, didn't try to push her way into conversations. Sometimes she almost felt excluded, but she found comfort in the Force, in her meditations. She accepted that life among the Jedi wasn't meant to be fun and frivolous, it was a life of service and responsibility. Iskat was determined to hold herself carefully in check, making sure she would never make such a mistake again. Once she began traveling with Master V, her loneliness was easier to bear. Still, she never forgot the power within her, the power she struggled so hard to contain. Fighting, here and now, on Geonosis, she had felt it again, for the first time in years. As she looked down at those columns, at all the structures of the arena, she was flooded with a sense of urgency. If Masters would have allowed it, she could have taken out all the droids down there on the sand. She was certain of it, she could feel the Force flowing through her, the pressure building like it wanted to explode. With one swipe of a hand, she could throw dozens of droids to the ground, maybe even cause them to short out. She could topple the columns onto the Geonosian guards. She could do so much good, if she were down there in the midst of the real battle instead of up here, hiding in the empty stands as the murderous Geonosians flew away to safety. She could save the captives. She could save everyone. Instead, she was doing nothing. Following their orders, all the Jedi from her shuttle had destroyed their cannons, and any Geonosian soldiers who'd held plasma rifles were no longer an issue. From the youngest Padawan to the most capable of the Masters, they were hiding in place, waiting patiently for further instruction. Too far from the battle to effect any change, they could only watch as their fellow Jedi were either struck down or herded into the center of the arena by heavily armed droids. From up here, it looked like they were losing. Retreat. Master Clefin called from an arched doorway under the nearest portico. Iskat didn't immediately run. What was happening below was riveting. The Jedi in the arena slowly forced into a glittering group of flashing lightsabers as the battle droids pulled the noose of their defense tighter. She squeezed her amulet so she wouldn't be tempted to, Iskat. Master Vish shouted. She'd left her hiding place behind the cannon and was running toward Master Clefin and the portico. Hurry! Iskat stood and ran to join her. A flash of movement caught her eye. Master, behind you, she shouted as she ignited her lightsaber. But it was too late. A Geonosian soldier had flown up from the lower levels, taking aim with a sonic blaster. His shot caught Semba in the chest, knocked her off her feet, and sent her flying over the portico wall and down into the stands, her brown robes fluttering like the wings of a dying bird. Iskat focused on the source of the blaster bolt and growled as the Geonosian rotated in midair, weapon in hand, hunting for his next target. As if it had a mind of its own, her hand threw her lightsaber, beheading the guard before spinning back neatly to her grasp. She didn't watch the guard fall, didn't feel the pulse of another life lost in the Force. She was too busy leaping over the portico wall to land in the upper level of the stands, where she knelt by her master. Maybe Semba wasn't dead, surely she was tough enough to live through one hit, no matter how direct. Master? Iskat asked, rolling Semba onto her back. Semba's hand reached out toward Iskat's face, but her eyes looked beyond her Padawan, wet and pleading. I'm sorry, Thura. I tried, she whispered before coughing wetly, splattering Iskat with blood. Iskat grabbed her master's hand, held it to her chest. Master, who is Thura? It's me. Iskat. I'm right here. Can't you see me? Semba's head rocked back and forth drunkenly as if she'd heard nothing. Thura, I couldn't stop it. She's so much like you. You made me promise to help her, and I did, but there was only so much I could do, Master Semba. Semba reached for Iskat's robes with her other hand, clutching the plain brown cloth in her blood-slick fist. I kept my promise. She's a good Padawan. You would be proud. She tries so hard, Thura, but maybe I was never enough. Nearby, blaster bolts whipped through the air, but Iskat could only focus on her master. Semba, Master, I don't understand. Who is Thura? What promise? Semba's eyes went wide and she gave a little gasp as she fell back. Iskat felt it in the Force, the moment her master was gone. Master Semba. Please. I need you. Strong hands grabbed her shoulders and pulled her roughly upright. Iskat. Hurry. Master Clefin barked. I have to carry Master Semba, there's no time. Leave her. It's too late. The ship is waiting. But the older man pulled her to standing and shoved her toward the stairs that led up to the portico, where Iskat could see Chulon standing with Ansho. A master and an apprentice together, as it should be. I can carry her, Iskat told Master Clefin, and for the first time, she didn't make herself smaller or pitch her voice soft. We can't risk it, he said. Like Thorn, she wouldn't want to be the cause of yet more death. Many Jedi lost their lives today, and she wouldn't want you to be one of them. We will mourn properly when we're safely back at the temple. Now go. Iskat threw one last look at Master V, now just a still, Bruen lump in the empty stands. She felt a sudden softness for her mentor, now that she was gone. In her last moments, had Semba been talking about her, saying she was good, that she would make someone proud? That was the highest praise Iskat had ever heard from her master. Maybe, deep down, somewhere past the aloof serenity that had always stood between them, her master truly had cared for her. Without Semba, Iskat didn't know what her future would hold. She wasn't ready to take on the dogged task of artifact acquisition on her own, hadn't yet developed the relationships and knack for haggling Semba's missions required. None of the traders took her seriously. Perhaps another Jedi would now step up to take her on as Padawan. And yet, no one had seemed so inclined after the tournament. Padawans needed masters. How else could she possibly find her way? Wrapping her fingers around her amulet, Iskat reached out in the Force, hoping Semba might be with her. As Zeeth said he could feel Thrawn with, she felt nothing. Nothing but emptiness and coldness and despair. She could tell Master Kulfin was about to touch her shoulder again, as he had with Zeeth to communicate sympathy, and she knew she couldn't stand it, so she released her amulet and ran to join the others. Along with Tuolon and Ansho, Iskat and Kulfin ran through the shadows of the arena's sunless interior, dodging droids and Geonosians as they returned to where the ship waited. They emerged from the base of the tower, and Iskat shielded her eyes against the reflection of the midday sun off the hot sand. The clear reddish-orange sky was dark with hundreds of incoming shuttles, each ship landing in a cloud of sand to disgorge dozens of clone troopers. What had been a landing area was now a war zone filled with blaster bolts and shouts. Iskat and Kulfin were the last ones on board, and Iskat noted that there were unoccupied seats, but she was in no shape to name the Jedi who were missing. The shuttle was oddly quiet, but her senses were still on high alert. She smelled tired bodies and sweat and blood, sand and metal and the strange, grass-like reek of Geonosian death. She heard sighs and sniffles and sobs, boots shuffling and murmurs of comfort. It was odd, she realized, how she'd felt so calm during the fight, and yet now her hearts were thundering, her breath coming in pants, her mind running too fast to make sense of anything. She was all too aware of the empty seat beside her. Until Master Kulfin sat there. "Your first battle," he said contemplatively, facing forward, as if it was easier to speak with her when he wasn't looking directly at her. "Yes, Master," she said, because it hadn't actually been a question. "You performed well. Semba's training has made you formidable. I know you will miss her, but we must always remember that death is a part of life, and that she will live on within our hearts. Rejoice, for she is one with the Force." A sick feeling roiled in Iskat's stomach. How did it do anyone any good to pretend death was something to be celebrated? Was it supposed to make the living fear death less? Help them forget the loss of those who were no longer among them? "How?" she asked, voice ragged. "How what?" Master Kulfin asked with genuine curiosity. "How can I rejoice when my master is dead?" Kulfin heaved a gentle sigh. "There is no death, there is only the Force. The Force includes both life and death equally, and everything that lives must die. When a fellow Jedi falls, you have a choice to mourn or to celebrate, and who would choose grieving over joy, to know that your kind master is now one with the Force to which she dedicated her life? There is no use in mourning. The Jedi must serve all, not a select few. This is why we do not form attachments. To mourn goes directly against our tenets." Perhaps Master Kulfin was trying to be helpful, his tone was certainly kindly. But all Iskat heard were the same creeds and quotes she'd been taught all her life, stitched together into a ragged facsimile of wisdom. She didn't believe that Master Kulfin understood death any better than she did, for all that he'd been alive much, much longer. He was just regurgitating the same old teachings. "Do you understand, Padawan Iskat?" "Yes, Master." But what she understood wasn't how to rejoice in death. It was that Master Kulfin wasn't telling her the truth. His smile didn't reach his eyes. He seemed tired and old and hopeless. He'd probably already forgotten which of the Padawans had died. He called both Thrawn and Zeeth lad most of the time, anyway. Semba had once been his Padawan, and from what Iskat could see, he was just as upset, body and soul, as she was, and yet he was pretending that he was at peace. He said these things to comfort her, but he didn't seem to believe them himself. Perhaps it was easier to say a bunch of platitudes than it was to confront the horrifying trauma she'd just faced, and that he'd witnessed. The Jedi had taught her so much, and yet they couldn't help her deal with this pain. It was like they didn't even know how. Today, Iskat had lost a friend. She'd lost her master. She'd taken her first life. She'd taken many lives, had lost herself in a dance of death and just kept on going as if her entire world hadn't been rocked to its core. As the battle raged in the arena, she'd seen firsthand that the greatest fighters in the galaxy, knowledgeable and strong in the Force, had barely been able to beat some droids. And she'd left the bodies of fellow Jedi behind, where they would never undergo the proper Jedi funerals all her training had not prepared her for. Any of this. Her mind and heart and soul felt as if they were fractured. Too much had happened too quickly. As she looked around the ship, she saw life going on as usual. Two masters were tending to O'Neill's leg. Master Ansho was telling Tualon about a new attack he wanted him to practice when they returned to the temple. Sure, some Jedi were clearly upset, but for the most part, it was as if Vaughn and Master Semba and the other missing Jedi had never existed. The shuttle was full of beings who had been through the same life-altering event, but no one else seemed to be experiencing the same desolation. Iskat felt entirely alone. Her head was too full of her own emotions, emotions she had dedicated years of her life to controlling. They were supposed to wash away like waves on a beach, but instead they threatened to drown her. She longed to be free of so much intensity of feeling. But how? How could someone not feel things when there were so many things to feel? There is no emotion, there is peace were easy words to reflect on when emotions weren't battering at her heart like a storm. You are uneasy, Master Kulfin noted. Today has been a lot. He nodded sagely. When we've returned to the Jedi Temple, you should meditate by the pool. Practice what your master has taught you, carry on her teachings, that is how to do her honor. You are her legacy. Remember, there is no chaos, there is harmony. Find your harmony, Iskat Icarus, and you will again know peace. It took everything Iskat had not to scream in his face. Nothing about today had been peaceful. The Jedi had been training her since she was an infant, but they had not trained her for this. Meditation could not make these feelings go away. She felt the force swelling in her chest, but not the calm, peaceful stream she'd learned to tap into. No, today, it was like a dark maelstrom trying to drag her down. Before, Semba had centered her. Now there was no one to anchor her. The amulet was not enough. And what had her master's last words meant? Who was Fura, and why were they owed an apology? What was it that couldn't be stopped? She thought about asking Master Kulfin, but her patience with his proverbs was wearing thin. She looked around the shuttle at the other masters, but most of them were leading their Padawans in meditation or helping to bandage up wounds. Beside her, Master Kulfin let out a rumbling snore. A few seats over, Tualon's eyes were closed as he, too, sought peace in the calming mantras they'd been taught. There was no one here she could ask, no one to whom she could speak with any honesty. Iskat hadn't revealed much of her inner workings to Master V, but she was fairly certain her master had seen through to the truth of her, had known that despite all her hard work, Iskat remained flawed. The shuttle returned to the much larger cruiser orbiting Geonosis, and Iskat went to her assigned bunk, curling up with her back to the room. Semba should have been on the bunk underneath her, a calming presence, but now it was empty. Master Kulfin brought her food and more platitudes, but she couldn't digest either. She tried to meditate, but she was numb, as if the still waters of her center had frozen. Time passed, but then again, time meant nothing. As the shuttle rumbled down into the courtyard of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Iskat surfaced from her strange limbo to find the Jedi discussing what would happen next. With the success of their rescue mission on Geonosis, it seemed the Separatists and the Republic were now truly at war. No one knew what was to come, but surely the Jedi would be expected to be part of the ongoing effort to preserve and defend the Republic. They were peacekeepers, and so they would defend peace, no matter the cost. She looked around the ship and was overcome with the realization that she had no idea what to do with herself. Things really changed in the Jedi Temple, but now her master was gone, and the Jedi were at war. Iskat had lost her foundation, her compass. Was this growing up, she thought, finding your place when there was no one to instruct you? She had taken many lives and lost a mentor, all in the span of one day, but that didn't make her any wiser or more knowledgeable. The clone pilot ordered everyone to buckle in for landing, and Iskat took her seat beside Master Kulfin. Master Kulfin, what do I do now? She asked her dead master's master. He blinked at her and smiled his soft smile. Carry on as you always have. Keep the schedule Semba prescribed until a new Jedi Master is assigned to guide you. Continue your studies. Train with the other Padawans and find serenity in their presence. New orders will come as the situation develops, so be ready to leave at any time. And as always, when in doubt, meditate. The ship landed, and everyone unbuckled and stood. They seemed so calm, Iskat thought, just like Master V had always been. Iskat felt like she was missing something, her body still wanted to run, to fight, to move. Master Kulfin put a heavy hand on her shoulder before departing, but Iskat found no comfort there. His answers continued to plague her with their vagueness. Yes, she would go through the motions as if Semba was still instructing her, but that didn't tell her how to move on. That didn't tell her how to prepare for an uncertain future. It was odd, finding her place in the mass of Jedi stepping off the shuttle. Normally, she followed Semba, doing her best to represent her master well. Now there was no one to tell her where to go, and she was just expected to figure it out herself. With no direction, Iskat's feet led her to her favorite meditation garden, with its soothing pools filled with flickering orange fish and wide green leaves. She was the only one there, and the silence was disquieting. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how many times she recited her mantra, no matter how closely she held her amulet, she could not access the calm she sought. When her stomach's growling overshadowed the gentle drip of water, she visited the cafeteria and ate like she'd been starving, like she was trying to fill a bottomless pit. She wandered the halls of the temple, but she didn't feel like dueling or reading or running. It was as if she were haunting her own home, as if she were the one who had died, a little ghost no one else recognized. As night fell, she returned to her small sleep chamber. It was spare, as all Jedi chambers were. She performed her ablutions, surprised to find red splatters of blood on her face, a gory handprint crusted into her robes. From Semba when she'd coughed. When she'd grabbed Iskat to pull her close, in those final moments. This was her master's blood. Why had no one told her she'd been wandering around like that all this time, covered in gore? Did anyone even really look at her, really see her? Were they all too overcome with the fallout of Geonosis to see what was right in front of them, or was it just her? As she watched the red-tinged water swirl away, she wondered what had become of her master's body, the bodies of all the Jedi they'd left behind, Jedi who would never receive their proper funerary rites. Perhaps the dead didn't care, but Iskat did. Not that it mattered. Not that it changed anything. Lying in her bed, staring up into the darkness, Iskat couldn't quiet her mind. As she tossed and turned, Geonosis played through her head like watching a hollow. Thorn, Semba, the Geonosians, the flash of Jedi lightsabers bright against the sand. Something important had happened in the Petronaki arena, something in her hearts had forever changed, and there was no ritual to mark it, no one to discuss it with. Now that Semba was gone, she would never have that sort of guidance again. And yet, perhaps that might be a blessing. Without the heavy weight of Semba's expectations, who might Iskat Icarus become? The next morning, Iskat received word that as the Padawan of Sembavi, it was her duty to clean out her master's chamber and organize her things. She was unfamiliar with this tradition, and it felt very strange indeed to enter Semba's room without knocking and find it empty and silent. Because they'd spent the majority of their time as master and Padawan travelling, Iskat could count on one hand the number of times she'd stepped through this door, where she'd never felt welcome. There wasn't much within, as Semba was an ascetic sort of Jedi who avoided all attachment and ornamentation. A simple rug to warm the stone floors. A humble bed neatly made. A plain wardrobe in which clean tunics, leggings, and cloaks hung at perfect angles. Iskat folded each item and placed it in the storage chest she'd been given. Once the hangers were empty, she pulled out the bottom drawer and realized she was staring at her dead master's underclothes. Semba had been a very private person, so the thought of handling such private items made Iskat deeply uncomfortable. Not that it mattered. Iskat was nothing if not dutiful, and she began to think of this as a gift to Semba, as a token of her appreciation for all that her master had done for her. Perhaps their bond had not been perfect, but if Semba hadn't chosen her as Padawan, Iskat knew she would have had no place in the Jedi Order, and she was grateful to be there. Thankfully, the task was soon accomplished, and Iskat moved on to the bottom drawer, which held the warm clothing they needed when travelling to colder climates. She sorted through hats and gloves and scarves, remembering how Semba had enjoyed finding locally produced yarns on their travels to incorporate in her crochet work. Part of her wanted to keep something to remember her master by, but this exercise was about letting Semba go. Much to her surprise, there was something in the very back of Semba's drawer, an oblong object wrapped in a crocheted scarf of simple undyed wool. Iskat was instantly curious. What would the austere and modest Jedi Master Semba possess that she might wish to keep hidden and secret? Iskat unwrapped the object, stunned to find a lightsaber she'd never seen before. The moment her fingers wrapped around the hilt, a jolt of recognition made her shudder. This was not simply any saber, but one with a hilt just like hers, extra wide, made for longer fingers than most species possessed. A perfect fit. Holding it felt right. She ignited the blade and was amazed to see that it was yellow. She'd never seen a saber that color before, outside of the Jedi Temple guards. This lightsaber, it was special. It was meant to be hers. It called to her. But why did Master V have a second lightsaber, and one with a hilt so wide that human fingers would have struggled to wield it? Would someone who disliked dueling and delegated all lightsaber training to a remote have a second saber at all? Possessions were not forbidden among the Jedi, but attachment was frowned upon. To keep such an object suggested a definite attachment, and the fact that it had been hidden confirmed that this was no ordinary artifact. There were no other items of interest in the room or on the ship they'd shared. Iskat had seen dozens of treasures pass through Semba's hands. Over the years, objects of great value and beauty, including lightsabers far more intricate and grand than this one. They had walked through bazaars together, visited jewelers and museums, and Semba had never shown any preference for one object over another. Why this lightsaber? The mystery called to her almost as much as the weapon. Iskat tucked it into her robe, feeling the rightness of its weight. As she looked around the empty room, all its contents fitting in one unmarked storage chest, she couldn't help but wonder how many chambers in the temple were empty now, how many Padawans were filling trunks with clothes that would never be worn again. So many lives lost, their passing tided away so quickly. Would new Jedi called home from their missions take these rooms, or would the looming conflict claim more and more from their ranks, leaving such chambers empty? She'd heard the whispers in the halls, knew they'd lost nearly 200 Jedi at Geonosis, 200 they couldn't spare. At least the Republic had taken control of Geonosis after the conflict, Iskat had heard. At least the bodies of the fallen Jedi would be claimed and returned to the temple for their proper rites. It soothed something in Iskat's soul, to know that Master V had not been abandoned to rot on that faraway desert planet, left behind by the order to which she had dedicated her life. As she left her master's old chamber for the last time, Iskat felt a brief swell of guilt overtaking the lightsaber. Maybe she should have left it in the trunk with Semba's things, or perhaps she should have delivered it to Master Clofin. And yet something about it called to her, as it must have called to her master. She would keep it, then, in honour of Semba. That was what she told herself, at least. In the days that followed, Iskat tried to go about her life as if everything was normal, and yet everything had changed. There was no Semba waiting at her door with a list of contacts and artifacts scattered around the galaxy, no ritualistic packing of the T6 as her aloof master lost herself in the hunt for some mouldering text. She ate alone, meditated in the garden, read about communing with and writing the native fauna of various worlds until the words blurred together, ran through halls and gardens that seemed to echo more than they once had. She was constantly aware of how many Jedi were missing, how empty the temple seemed. Tan, Loomis, Galdos, she hadn't seen any of them since the battle. She'd heard that the youngest Padawan who'd fallen had been just 14. It was one thing to know a catastrophe had happened, even to witness it and live through it. It was another thing entirely to start counting how many people were missing from everyday life. There was a funeral soon after Geonosis, and when she heard the bell tolling, Iskat brushed out her hair and put on her formal robes and took her place in the ritual chamber. It was a relief to know that most of the fallen Jedi had been recovered from Geonosis and would receive the honor they deserved. She stood alone, and as she stared down at the 6 cloth-covered biers laid out on the floor, she was struck by the equalizing power of death. Semba was here, somewhere, her body indistinguishable from the other warriors, just another lump under the same embroidered cloth. Closing her eyes, Iskat reached out in the Force, searching for Semba's spirit, but again, as ever, she found nothing save emptiness. Poor Semba. All the woman had ever wanted was to retrieve her precious artifacts and bring them home to the temple, where they might help to enrich knowledge of the Force. She'd worn her lightsaber like any Jedi, but she had rarely used it. If only she hadn't stopped her retreat to tell Iskat to hurry. If only Iskat had already been following orders. Iskat could have carried Semba. She was strong enough, fast enough. But Master Clofin had stopped her. He didn't have faith in her. He would have left Semba, once his own Padawan, to rot under the unforgiving sun. Iskat's hands tightened to fists at her sides, and it took effort to find her center and refocus on the ceremony. Mace Windu spoke, his voice filling the chamber, but his solemn words whispered like the wind, meaningless. The bodies were lowered beneath the floor, and Iskat understood that this was only a token ceremony, that the biers she watched disappear with grave decorum represented only a small fraction of the Jedi who'd fallen. It was a farce, a symbol. They didn't even know the names of those 6 they'd watched sink below the surface. Over 200 Jedi were dead. The funeral brought her no comfort. The supposedly solemn ritual held a level of artifice that only served to make her feel more alone. As she left the chamber, she felt as if she walked in slow motion. She felt numb. Days passed, and she waited, and yet no new master approached her. No one summoned her. She had been forgotten. With no mentor to set her schedule and command her attention, Iskat's thoughts were consumed by the mysteries of Semba's last words and her hidden lightsaber. She began in the Jedi archives, where she attempted to search for the name Fura. She was disappointed to find an oddly incomplete file. There was no age, no species, no clan, no other details. It simply said, left the Jedi Order. While she was there, Iskat typed in her own name, something she'd never tried before. She was again disappointed. Species, unknown. Home planet, unknown. Just like Fura. Iskat knew Semba had always looked up to Chief Librarian Jocasta Nu, so she searched the stacks until she found the prim, grey-haired Jedi Master helping a youngling access a holotape he was too short to reach. Master Jocasta, you knew my master, Semba, didn't you? Iskat began, once the youngling had returned to his table. Jocasta paused, holotape in hand, a brief look of pain flitting across her eyes. Oh, yes. Semba always loved the archives, and her dedication brought many rare and useful volumes to our shelves. Do you share her love of knowledge? Iskat kept her face bland. She had never felt such a calling, but no one else needed to know that. I always hope to serve the Jedi Order in the best way that I'm able. Well, hopefully, you've learned her methods. Semba was a great gift to the Order. Jocasta looked off into the seemingly endless repository of knowledge, wistful, before smiling placidly. But she is one with the Force now and at peace. Did you have a question? There it was again, a Jedi ignoring the real pain in their own heart to proclaim that death wasn't really so bad. Iskat brushed away her own flare of annoyance. She needed answers. Semba said something while she was. Iskat's voice broke. While she was dying. A name? She called out to someone named Fura. I looked her up in the archives, but the file seems incomplete. That had Jocasta's attention. Holotape still in hand, she marched to the databank and said, "Show me." Iskat performed the same search and received the same answer. Jocasta motioned her away from the keyboard and typed in several commands before pulling away, puzzled. Strange, she murmured. Someone has purposefully deleted information that was previously in the file, and I'm unable to retrieve it. Did Semba have that kind of access? Jocasta looked at her sharply. Long ago, she did. She worked here when she was younger, but I can't imagine why she would need to change a file. This person, Fura. With her dying words, Semba apologized to her. She was very emotional. It seemed important. Jocasta looked up at the ceiling as if scrolling back TLN of time. A friend of hers once, I seem to recall. But then gone. The file says she left the Order, and so left she must, but that's all I can tell you. Is there anything else I can help you with? If there was information that Jocasta knew couldn't find, that meant Iskat was at a dead end. You don't remember anything more about Fura? What she looked like, maybe. And there it was, the look Jocasta gave younglings who overstayed their welcome or tracked mud into the archives. If Semba wanted you to know, then I suppose you would know. Your master had her reasons, I'm sure. It seems like perhaps you knew her better than I did, Iskat said. One last thing, do you know if she ever fought with two Lysabers? Jocasta cocked her head. Semba? Oh, no. She could barely tolerate one. She was skilled, of course, always an alert and talented student, but she preferred texts to fighting, as I'm sure you know. You might ask Master Ponkrell about dueling with multiple sabers and see if perhaps he can recommend someone to work with you, if you're interested in learning. So Semba never trained with two Lysabers. Jocasta's eyes shone with an old fondness. Not that I know of. She didn't want to go out on missions, at first. She loved the archives, you know. She would have lived in the stacks and slept under a desk, if she'd had her way. This was news to Iskat. She'd known of her master's interest in texts and scrolls, but only as a function of their missions. Semba had never mentioned the library unless she was sending Iskat there to study. So why didn't she work here, I mean? Jocasta put a hand on Iskat's shoulder, gave it a gentle squeeze. This gesture was beginning to grate on her. When the Force brings a master and Padawan together, Jocasta told her, that bond is more important than a fondness for texts. She was called to train you. I suspect, once you passed your Jedi trials, she would have settled here and eventually taken my place. Iskat thanked Jocasta for her help and said she'd speak with Master Krull about Lysaber training, although she had no intention of doing so. If she showed anyone the Lysaber she'd found in Semba's wardrobe, they might take it away, and then she would never know the truth of it. No, she would have to find her answers another way. About the Lysaber that Semba had clearly not used for her own training, and about the mysterious Fura. Iskat was no closer to knowing who she might be, but at least now she knew that Fura had been a Jedi, once. Before bed that night, Iskat put the Lysaber under her pillow. This was her first real secret. The days turned into weeks, and Iskat settled into her schedule and tried to quiet her mind by keeping her body busy. She continued her meditations, pushed her stamina like never before, and practiced her Lysaber forms at odd hours. After the training duels and then Geonosis, she didn't want to feel trepidation and doubt bloom among the other Jedi when she ignited her training saber. She didn't want to give herself any chance of losing control again. Although it was noticeably less populated, the temple remained a busy place, the hallways filled with Jedi embarking on missions or returning from them. There were funerals every now and then, but thankfully no one else Iskat knew. What had begun as a rescue mission had become an all-out war. News arrived daily detailing how the Jedi and the Republic, along with their new clone troopers, battled the Separatists and their droid army. Iskat had never paid much attention to politics before, as her journeys with Master V had rarely required it. But now her duty was to be ready when called upon, and so she constantly waited to be called upon. Much to her annoyance, that call didn't come. No masters sought her out for further training, and she wasn't included in any Mulslans. She was frustrated, but then again, she wasn't actively seeking more responsibility, was she? Perhaps she needed to show more initiative. When she crossed paths with Master Kulfin one day, she turned to follow him and fell in step beside him. His epidermal sacs were again swollen with water, giving him a weight and gravitas that belied his agility and strength. "Ah, Iskat. Have you continued your meditations?" "Yes, Master." She paused, considering the right words. "I've kept the schedule Master V set, but I was wondering what my next steps might be. Are there any masters who might take me on so that I could better continue my training? I keep hoping I'll be assigned a mission so that I might help in the war." She trailed off and looked up at him hopefully. Kulfin didn't slow, but his brows drew down. "We've a shortage of both masters and time, my dear. Formal training has fallen by the wayside." Iskat noticed a bit of frustration, or perhaps just weariness, creep into Kulfin's voice as he spoke. She cleared her throat. "I know Semba was once your Padawan," he interrupted her so swiftly that it felt like a slight. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Iskat, and under other circumstances, I would certainly be honored to train you. But my current schedule does not allow me the time to take on a Padawan. Perhaps you might consider consulting Jocasta and Noxie in the archives. I know Semba hoped your future would lead you there." Iskat tried to hide her revulsion, but her smile felt like a lie. "An interesting possibility. Do you know any other Jedi Masters who might currently be without a Padawan?" Kulfin sighed. "Let the Force guide you. I'm on my way to the council chamber just now, and I'll be sure to let them know that you're anxious to contribute, but you must remember, all things in their time." He sped up, but she kept up with him. "One more question, if I may. When Master Semba was dying, she said something. A name. Fura. Do you know who that is?" He was silent for a moment as she jogged by his side. "I'm afraid I can't help you. Probably best to let the past stay in the past. Good day, and may the Force be with you." They'd reached the turbolifts that led up to the council chamber, and with flawless timing, Master Kulfin stepped through the open doors right before they slid shut, leaving Iskat alone again. She felt a little flare of, not quite rage. Jedi did not feel rage. Annoyance. Master Kulfin, she knew, had plenty of time. She'd seen him napping in the garden recently, and he often wandered the temple halls enjoying cups of tea with Master Uame. That meant that he had other reasons for not taking Iskat on as a padawan. Did he not think that she was worth training? Had Master Semba complained too often of her difficult charge? Iskat thought herself a dutiful and hard-working student, and it was disappointing to be rejected by the Jedi Master with whom she'd felt the strongest bond, outside of Semba. And what was that about Fura, about letting the past stay in the past? Kulfin knew something he didn't want Iskat to know. If Semba had tampered with the file and Kulfin was avoiding the subject, there was something about Fura that was purposefully being kept hidden, so frustrating. To know an answer was so close and yet so out of reach. So maddening, that Master Kulfin was so slippery with the truth on multiple topics. Well, fine. If Master Kulfin didn't want to work with her, then she didn't want to work with him, and she definitely didn't want to consign herself to the strict silence and enforced stillness of the archives. Iskat wasn't a scholar or a trader or an archivist. She wanted to be out in the war, on real missions, making a real difference. She just needed a real leader, someone to help her find her way. There were plenty of other masters, even if they weren't all available. Perhaps this time she would choose one she actually liked and not simply the one that seemed the most convenient. Iskat was done with feeling adrift. She was done feeling rejected. It was time to go after what she wanted. With a newfound determination, she set out to find Tuolon's master, Ansho, who was briefly home between missions. She found her old friend and his Nautolan mentor playful Icebaum in one of the smaller training rooms, teasing each other with an air of camaraderie that made Iskat's heart ache. When they saw her standing in the doorway, they deactivated their lightsabers. Tuolon gave her a small wave, which she returned. "Good morning, Iskat. Did you need something?" Ansho asked her, his huge black eyes blinking in a friendly manner. She bowed her head. "With my master gone, I'm not quite sure what to do. I could really use some guidance. Have you asked Master Kulfin? I know you've studied with him before." She had to step carefully here. "I did, but his schedule unfortunately doesn't allow time for individual instruction. He suggested I seek out new mentors, and I remembered you've been teaching Tuolon some new lightsaber forms. Would you mind if I watch as you practice?" Ansho shook out his bluish-grey head tresses and chuckled. "I think we've practiced enough for one morning, but you're welcome to join us as we change focus. Does your lightsaber need maintenance? I've been telling Tuolon that after any big battle, it's always good to take your weapon apart and put it back together so you know exactly what's going on inside. That Geonosian sand can be very irritating. It gets everywhere." Iskat smiled and held up her weapon. She'd already done exactly as he prescribed, but if joining them would allow her to feel a little less alone, she would gladly take her lightsaber apart 20 times in a row. Ansho and Tuolon moved toward a workbench, and she took her place beside Tuolon as Master Ansho unrolled a leather toolkit. Before Iskat could select a spanner, however, a solemn bell began to toll, the one that announced an issue of grave importance. This bell had rung right before the mission to the Petronaki arena on Geonosis, and it had also called the Jedi to the funeral chamber for the ceremony to honor those lost there. It had tolled often lately, to signal more funerals, but each time, only once. Now it rang continuously. "Is it, Master?" Tuolon asked. Ansho's head tresses twitched uneasily. "I don't know. Let's go find out." Iskat followed Tuolon, who followed Ansho. The halls were filled with Jedi of all ages, from the tiniest younglings to the most elderly masters. Even Yoda hobbled along with his cane, a line of initiates behind him, still wearing their huge helmets from practicing with training sabers. When they arrived in the courtyard under the shadow of the great tree, Iskat reflexively scanned the crowd for Semba before remembering she wouldn't be there. "So this is Los," she thought. "Always looking for someone who is never there. As the murmuring Jedi filled the courtyard, several members of the Jedi High Council watched from the center, their faces somber and their hands clasped. The rest of the Jedi stood in loose clusters, Jedi Masters with their Padawans, gaggles of initiates and younglings with their instructors, Battlewom Knights who seemed no better informed about why they'd been assembled. Obi-Wan Kenobi was there, along with his Padawan, Anakin Skywalker. They looked well, considering they'd barely escaped execution back on Geonosis. A few weeks ago, Iskat had seen many of these Jedi fighting for their lives in that first battle, lightsabers glittering as battle droids and Geonosians overran them and their friends fell in droves. Now, they were in crisp, clean robes, their weapons hidden away, and their hands clasped peacefully. Mace Windu stepped forward, and his voice filled every crevice of the round space. My fellow Jedi, the Battle of Geonosis marked a great tragedy for the Jedi Order. We sent hundreds of Jedi into the Petranaki arena. Mace's eyes were hard as he looked around the courtyard. We brought back only 29. He paused for a moment, his head bowed, before continuing. Many of you were there. Even more of you lost a master, a Padawan, or a friend. We must remind ourselves they are one with the Force. They died as they lived, valiantly and with true dedication. Mace's hands flexed in toe fists briefly. We almost captured Count Dooku. But that's a problem for another day. A first battle it was for many Padawans, yes. And admirably you all performed. Master Yoda leaned on his walking stick and nodded earnestly. You must learn from that day. The best teacher, our experience often is. Such is the journey of all Jedi. Mace continued. First you are trained by the temple as a whole, nurtured in your clans. Then you are selected to study with a master uniquely called to you by the Force. But the next step. He chuckled darkly. Usually you would undergo your trials and become a Jedi Knight in the proper time. But we are entering a new era. My fellow Jedi, we are at war. The time for pomp and patience has passed. After an emergency meeting of Jedi High Council, we have decided that we need Jedi Knights more than we need another ritual. We have conferred with those who know you best, and we will now read out the names of the Padawans who will henceforth serve as Jedi Knights. Iskat tummed, still half expecting Semba to be there, but instead she found Chualon. No trials, he asked, his orange eyes wide. You've already faced the greatest trial of them all, Ansho said from beside him, one hand on his Padawan's shoulder. Geonosis was a demanding teacher, and you both performed well. Iskat was momentarily stunned to hear a master speak so freely. Semba had not been eager with praise. Iskat's master had friends, the Jedi she'd spent time with, but Iskat honestly knew very little about her as an individual. Now that she'd found the lightsaber hidden among Semba's belongings, and had spoken to Jocasta Nu, she was realizing that Semba had indeed had a life outside of her, whereas Iskat's master had basically been her life. No wonder she felt so lost. Iskat Icarus, Mace Windu called, and Iskat looked to the dais. Me. Master Ansho gave her back a gentle push and smiled his encouragement. Master Windu doesn't make mistakes. Go on up, Jedi Knight. The crowd edged away to give her room to walk to the center of the courtyard. Most of the Padawans and younglings were clustered together, whispering their surprise. Iskat drew back her shoulders, held her chin up, and did her best to appear strong, confident, and unshakable. She was glad she'd put on fresh robes this morning and brushed out her hair. Iskat finally stood before Master Windu and the present members of the council, each of whom gave her a wan smile. She kept her fists in her sleeves so that no one would see them trembling. She'd waited her whole life for the knighting ceremony, and Semba had suggested it was a holy and personal journey that required constant preparation and humility. And yet here she stood before the assembled Jedi, already selected to make that transition to a wider world. Her heart thundered with pride, and it took everything she had to keep her face tranquil instead of letting her joy and excitement shine out. She wanted to jump up and down and screech with happiness, but she held fast to her control. Jedi were supposed to be modest. Iskat was the first new knight, but she was not the only one. As each name was read out, many of the Padawans Iskat had grown up with, including O'Neill, Zeeth, Shalin, and Tualon, joined her to stand in a line through the center of the courtyard. When Anakin Skywalker was called, a little ripple of surprise went through the crowd. Iskat didn't know him terribly well, but she could always feel disquiet radiating from Skywalker whenever she was in his proximity, as if a dark cloud forever floated over his head, threatening rain. Still, she'd seen him fight at Geonosis, and if she was ready for knighthood, then so was he. He'd more than proven his skills as a Jedi in the arena battle. Iskat considered each person as they joined the line, understanding why the Jedi Council might find each of them worthy. As Padawans still in the crowd waited for their names to be called and were skipped over, she saw shoulders slump, eyes go wet with sorrow, the tiniest hints that some Jedi still struggled with their emotions, even if briefly. That was when it struck her, why was she here? Iskat was not considered an outstanding Padawan. She wasn't a natural leader like Tualon, not blessed with an unusually strong affinity for animals like O'Neill, not supposedly the chosen one who would bring balance to the Force, like Anakin. Up until Geonosis, Iskat had been very aware that she had no great strength that made her stand out among her fellow Jedi. She had barely been able to become a Padawan. She knew that humility was an important part of being a Jedi and had long ago accepted that despite her own personal interests, she was more likely to continue Semba's work securing artifacts and researching Jedi knowledge than she was to rise in rank to one day serve on the High Council. Yet here she was, among the greatest Padawans in the temple, standing before much of the assembled Jedi Order. Before Geonosis, the courtyard would have been uncomfortably full, but today there was far too much room, far too many empty spots. Iskat longed to see Semba looking back at her from the crowd, would have died to see pride in her master's eyes. But Semba was gone, and she had never seemed proud of Iskat, and now she never would be. The hum of a lightsaber pulled Iskat's attention back to the moment. Master Windu had ignited his violet blade. Yoda ignited his green one, and then all the masters held their glowing lightsabers aloft. By the right of the council, by the will of the Force, I dub thee Knights of the Order, Mace said solemnly, his voice echoing. He moved to stand before Iskat. Her heart's pounded in time. She'd never been this close to Master Windu before, never looked into his fathomless eyes, as hard as stone. She didn't know if she should kneel, or bow, or close her eyes, or if there was something she was supposed to say that Semba had never taught her because she'd never thought this day would come. But then Mace's lightsaber blade came down with a gentle scritch, and Iskat's Padawan braid fluttered to the ground. Mace inclined his head and stepped to O'Neill, cutting her braid as well. A mad thought entered into Iskat's mind, what if he accidentally chopped off one of Shalin's leku instead of severing the chain of beads she wore in lieu of a Padawan braid? She stopped herself before she could snort a laugh. A leku was a sensitive body part, nothing like a Padawan braid at all, and it was a strange, sick idea. What was happening to her? Iskat had spent so much time controlling her mind and her wandering thoughts that she wasn't sure how such an awful image had slipped in. She had to be more vigilant. She had to remember her mantras. Iskat had complained to Semba about Shalin once. Just once. Semba had told her that there was no bullying among the Jedi, and that Shalin simply took things quite literally and was very focused on the rules, and that Iskat should give her the benefit of the doubt. You would do well to emulate Shalin, Semba told her. She is a well-behaved, talented Padawan with a great future among the Jedi. There is no chaos, there is harmony. Do not cause chaos, Iskat, even if it comes naturally for you. After that, Iskat didn't change her attitude around Shalin, she simply tried to avoid her. And now they were standing in the same line, becoming Jedi Knights. When Tuolon had been knighted and Mace had removed the chain he wore among his leku, the Jedi High Council held their lightsabers aloft. "You are Jedi Knights," Master Windu boomed. "Responsibility. Peace. Discipline. You are the examples the galaxy looks to. Your successes will carry through the Republic and beyond. As will your mistakes. Your choices will matter, helping the Jedi maintain peace in a time of discord." He paused, lips pursed in thought. "The younglings look up to you. Your choices matter to them. And some of you will receive Padawans of your own. Your choices will matter to them as well." Iskat scanned the crowd of younglings. Might one of these children be assigned to her? Would she have the chance to nurture a young mind, to provide some future Jedi with the attention and connection she herself had always craved? That hope died quickly. It was unlikely the Masters would trust her with such a duty, considering her past. "We are at war," Mace continued. "This is unprecedented within our lifetimes. And you are among the first to reach knighthood during this time. Remember that war is like a fire across the galaxy. It spreads and it consumes. We must never waver in the face of that fire. We are keepers of the peace. We are Jedi. The Republic needs us more than ever, which means our faith in the Force, our connection to the Force must never waver." Master Windu looked at Iskat, their eyes locking for just a moment. Iskat felt the strangest quiver in the Force then, as if the great Mace Windu was worried. About more than the war. About something deeper. Something darker. And then, like any ripple, it disappeared. "It's your time to serve the galaxy and the Republic," he said with finality. "May the Force be with you." Everyone in the courtyard bowed as Mace joined Yoda and the other council members. The Padawans, no, Jedi Knights, around Iskat whispered excitedly and congratulated one another as the Masters congregated for their discussion. An electronic chirp interrupted the excited atmosphere, and a hologram of Chancellor Palpatine appeared in the center of the courtyard. The collected Jedi went silent. "Master Yoda, Master Windu. We have urgent news that is sure to impact the war effort. Kato Nimwadaya has been bombed." Iskat watched Yoda turn to the rest of the assembly. "Padawans and younglings, this discussion they do not need. To further study they should go." He then turned back to Mace, exchanging a serious glance. Left out of their machinations, Obi-Wan Kenobi gamely went to gather the younglings. "You there?" he said to Iskat, who stood nearest them. "Can I trust you to get these little ones back to their studies with Master Bick in the creche?" Iskat looked to either side, certain he wasn't talking to her. "Me?" His smile was gentle, his eyes twinkling. "You're a Jedi Knight now. It looks like your first duty will be to calm frightened children, quite the challenge indeed." She nodded, and he added, "I'm sorry to hear about your master, by the way. Semba always spoke of your potential with great enthusiasm." Caught off guard, Iskat nearly spluttered. "My master? Semba V." He nodded. "She would have been very proud of you today." Iskat could only nod and murmur her thanks. She couldn't imagine Semba speaking of her potential with great enthusiasm. Outside of collecting artifacts, Semba hadn't done anything with great enthusiasm. And yet Semba must have said something positive to Obi-Wan, because Iskat could tell he wasn't lying. Obi-Wan gave her a wave and left to rejoin the other masters, leaving her with a collection of younglings looking up at her. "What's your name?" the closest little boy asked her. "Iskat Icarus." "Ithkat, when can I be a Jedi Knight, too?" he asked with a lisp, eyes shining as he looked at the cluster of new Jedi Knights standing nervously among the masters. "When the Force wills it, I suppose," she answered. She still wasn't sure why she'd been chosen, but at least she had a job now. "Come along. Tell me, what were you studying when the bell rang?" Iskat walked the younglings back to the creche, and when Master Kelrenbeck was nowhere to be found there, she gave them some pointers on facing the training remotes. The children seemed to be in awe of her, and it was pleasant to be among beings who didn't have preconceived notions about her abilities. She was surprised at how comfortable she felt teaching them and kindly, gently correcting their earness. Once Master Beck returned to finish their lesson, Iskat wandered back to the training room where she'd found Tuolon and Ansho earlier, but they were gone. On her way to her own chamber, the hairs in her ears twitched, and she slipped into a side hall as Charlene and O'Neill passed by. "Why her, though?" Charlene whispered. "Probably because of Geonosis." She saved Zeeth and Master Cliff, and O'Neill whispered back, "It still doesn't seem right, killing so many people." "It wasn't right when they killed so many Jedi," Iskat said, stepping out to face them. The look of embarrassed surprise on both of their faces was a triumph. "And it wasn't right when they were going to execute a senator and 2 of our Jedi. Or would you prefer to have been among those missing today?" "I could have held my own," Charlene shot back. Iskat's lips twitched. "How many Geonosians did you kill?" Charlene tossed her leku. "I helped neutralize a cannon, which was our actual mission. I didn't need to kill anyone. I prefer to save people." "Then I suppose the High Council finds both accomplishments equally valuable, since we're both Jedi Knights now." Iskat gave her an insolent grin and went the other way down the hall. Perhaps she hadn't been courteous, but she had no master now to disapprove of her behavior. She would never have a Jedi Master again. Iskat was a Jedi Knight, and she was above Charlene's judgment. Maybe there were other privileges that would come with her knighthood, maybe even ways she could research further and the Lysaber. "Iskat Icarus," a voice called, interrupting her train of thought. Iskat turned to find Noxikel, the young assistant librarian with an eager smile, standing there. "Master Jocasta would like to speak with you." Iskat followed Noxie to the archives with a growing sense of dread. "Do you know why I've been summoned?" she asked. "Master Jocasta will explain things herself. She's like that, very hands-on." Noxie smiled encouragingly. She'd always been bright and friendly in contrast to the chief librarian's more austere mien. The archives were quiet after the unusual excitement of the knighting. Jocasta knew was waiting near the door, hands clasped and smiling at Iskat. Something very strange was happening. "You wanted to see me, Master New," Iskat said, once again drawing upon her ability to appear calm even when she was uncertain. "Congratulations on your promotion. I know Semba would have been pleased." Jocasta bowed her head briefly. "Master Cliffin recently mentioned that you were looking for guidance, now that your master has become one with the Force." Iskat struggled to keep the smile on her face. She didn't like where this was going. "Yes, Master. After the battle on Geonosis, I think I would be a valuable asset in the field, and I've been anxious to do my part for the war effort." Jocasta's smile faltered, and she cocked her head. "I was given to understand Semba was training you to take her place. We had high hopes that you would join us here in the archives when time allowed and eventually return to the task of securing artifacts on behalf of the Jedi Order. Semba did say you were almost ready, the last time we spoke." While Iskat was grateful to hear that Semba had faith in her, her heart sank. She felt no calling toward the archives, nor even toward taking up the torch Semba's absence had left behind. Iskat had never felt more alive than she did fighting on Geonosis, and the thought of abandoning that calling, of returning to a life of haggling over a hot cup of Dakin tea to secure dusty old datacrons. It felt like her life would become a tunnel with a dead end. "Master Jocasta, I am grateful that you think me worthy of such a role," she said earnestly. "But I feel that the Force compels me to a different kind of service. After what I saw on Geonosis, I think I would have difficulty. Not killing," she thought but did not say. Not fighting was still too harsh. Doing nothing would sound like an insult. Settling in here when I feel called elsewhere, she finished. Jocasta's brow furrowed, and beside her, Noxie fidgeted nervously. It is unusual for a Jedi to reject an offered role, the elderly librarian said, looking troubled. Semba seemed certain that this would be your path, and I had already spoken to Master Kulfin about the possibility. You are aware that taking this post would still give you the opportunity to serve in the war effort, but that when you were in the temple, your time would be spent here, doing valuable work for which you've been uniquely trained. Iskat couldn't look in Jocasta's eyes. It felt as if she were making a horrible mistake, and yet if she agreed to this post, she knew she would regret it every day of her life. I think perhaps Master Semba confused her hopes for me with my own preferences and strengths. I am grateful for her faith, and for yours, but the Force does not call me here. Master Jocasta New looked at her for some time as if trying to figure out a puzzle and then shook her head. We can only do as the Force wills. Know that if you should change your mind, the archives will always be here for you. With a bow of her head, she disappeared into the bowels of the archives, leaving Iskat standing there with Noxie. Well, you've succeeded in surprising Jocasta New, Noxie said, her smile returning. I don't think anyone saw that coming. I truly regret that I can't accept such a generous appointment, Iskat started, so filled with guilt that she could barely breathe. Noxie waved a hand, cutting her off. As Master New said, we must all trust in the Force and allow it to guide us. That's the only honest and true way to move forward as Jedi. It's good that you have the confidence to follow your path. She looked around the archives, up at its soaring ceilings. For me, I've always known my home was the library. With Jocasta out of the picture and the archives otherwise empty, Iskat realized that she had a new route to solving her mystery. What was done, she would live with her choice. Now she was free to pursue her own interests again. Noxie, you've been working here a long time, haven't you? Noxie nodded eagerly. Not as long as Jocasta, of course, but I feel as if I've always been here. Do you know anything about my species or home planet? That caught the human woman by surprise. She seemed to focus on Iskat as if paying close attention to her for the first time, studying her. No, but xenoanthropology is not my specialty. I'm sure it's somewhere in the archives, everything is, essentially. We just have to find it. But have you ever met anyone who looked like me? Was there perhaps another Jedi in the past of my same species? It's just. .1M the only one. I'd like to know more about myself. Before Noxie could answer, Jocasta New reappeared as if materializing from the shadows. Her earlier openness had fled, leaving her the same somber librarian Iskat had feared for much of her childhood. You are not the only Jedi from a species uncommonly seen on Coruscant. I know it must be difficult, wanting answers, but sometimes the answers would only bring more questions. You are a Jedi, Iskat Icarus. A Jedi Knight now. What more do you need to know about yourself? The answer only frustrated Iskat more. I want to know why I have two hearts. I want to know why my senses seem to work differently than other people's. I want to know the name of my planet so that when people ask me where I'm from, I can tell them and not look ignorant. Tell them you're a Jedi. That's what's important. Nothing else matters. Attachment is forbidden, and that includes attachment to a name, a people, a place. The Force chose you, Iskat. Your future is more important than your past. Make it count. Iskat could tell it was a dismissal. For all that Jedi were supposed to focus on peace and serenity, she was fairly certain her refusal of a life in the archives had insulted Jocasta New. This place did not seem so welcoming just now. She was unlikely to find the answers she sought, especially if the head librarian was unwilling to help. Thank you, Master. I'll do my best to take your advice. Jocasta inclined her head and glided off to her work, with Noxie following in her wake, and Iskat ground her teeth in frustration. As she looked around the towering space, at the many shelves holding what was said to be the total of all galactic knowledge, she knew that the information she sought had to be here somewhere. Even Noxie had said so. Iskat knew there were secret parts of the library, but she didn't know where they were or how to get to them. Hoping to escape Jocasta's sharp glare, she delved deeper into the shelves than she ever had before, into parts of the library so old and out of date that she had no idea why anyone needed them, ruling the force to guide her to the information she sought, but she felt only emptiness and this strange, annoying sense that something was being kept from her. What was the point of such a place if anyone could just erase information from a file? Why bother haggling for texts and datatapes if it was impossible to find what she was looking for among them? Her fingers twitched with the urge to rebelliously pull thousands of texts and holobooks down from their shelves. She longed to hear that thunder, to feel the release of all the tension held deep inside her. Something had changed in the hallway back on Geonosis. When she'd opened herself to battle and let the violence flow through her, it was as if all the barriers she'd worked so hard to build had come down, and now they refused to go back up. Without Master V to guide her and keep her mind occupied, she was having a harder time controlling her emotions and watching her tongue. She tired of niceties and tenets and control. She was sick of ignoring her curiosity. She wanted to know who Fura was, and she wanted to know more about the Lysaber now hidden in the drawer of her own wardrobe, and she was beginning to suspect that both mysteries were deeply entwined with her own past. A name spoken with her master's dying breath, a promise Semba had kept to a presence long gone about helping someone. Considering that Semba had taken her on as a Padawan when they'd had no prior closeness and committed her life to guiding her, that someone had to be Iskat. And a Lysaber specifically crafted to fit a hand the same size as Iskat's, when she was the only one of her kind. The Lysaber had belonged to someone like her. Could Fura be Iskat's mother? Or some other relation? The same species, at least, and once friends with Semba V. If so, it was no wonder no one would answer Iskat's questions, no wonder the librarian wouldn't help her in the archives. If Iskat's guess was right, Masters Kulfin and Jocasta were withholding information about someone very close to her, someone who shared the same blood. Someone who was no longer in the Jedi Temple. They wouldn't freely offer that information. Attachments were forbidden, after all, and most Jedi had no interest in their home planets. Then again, most Jedi named their home planets. They had sufficient information on the history and biology of their species and had even met others who looked as they did. Iskat's training had focused on finding her center and understanding her connection with the Force, but sometimes it was as if she didn't even understand who she was as a person, only who she was supposed to become to better serve the Jedi. Deep down, she felt like until she knew these seemingly foundational aspects of herself, she would always be looking for answers. Perhaps it went against the Jedi way, but Iskat's curiosity was dominating her thinking. She had to find out how she was related to Fura, and she had to learn why Fura was no longer among the Jedi. She had to learn how Master V had come to possess that Lysaber, and why she had decided to keep it hidden, even though that, too, was against the code. Before she lost control of her barely held frustrations, Iskat spotted a door she'd never seen before hidden in a corner and hurried along the shelf. She didn't know if the door would open, or if perhaps it was one of the restricted sections she'd heard about, but she needed an escape, and she needed it now. The door pushed open easily onto a small walled garden. Iskat had never had a real affinity for plants, but there was a pleasant, forgotten, overgrown energy here. Vines looped down from the walls, dripping with bright purple berries, while spreading trees filled the air with the soft scent of Baluma blooms. Raised beds contained carefully labeled rows of flowering plants, and a bench sat invitingly in the plentiful shade beside a burbling fountain. Iskat sat and breathed out, trying to access the center she'd worked so hard to find, and had recently lost. But meditation didn't work as well as it once had. Perhaps Semba's presence and will had contributed to Iskat's apparently artificial calm. She felt every bump on the stone bench and could hear the sound of younglings somewhere nearby, raucous in their play. She stood to inspect the beds of flowers, realizing that several of them had names she vaguely remembered from Semba's assigned readings. There were helpful plants like bota and barchini, but then some of the species had deleterious effects, as well. Iskat was stunned to see Nakai leaf, coma bloom, and mostana innocently flourishing in a Jedi space. A door in the wall she hadn't noticed opened, and a mouse droid wobbled uneasily into the courtyard, followed by a Solonian she'd never seen before wearing dark goggles and the uniform of a temple staff technician. He was over 2 meters tall, with a languid, lanky look to him, and a knit cap pulled down over chestnut brown with soft beige stripes. The long sleeves of his tunic were rolled up to his elbows, and a thick, sleek tail with a white tip waved behind his bare feet. Or were they paws? "Your balance is definitely off, my friend," he said to the mouse droid before looking up in surprise at Iskat. His eyes travelled up and down her tall form, and he jerked his chin at the flower beds. "I wouldn't touch that, if I were you. Mostana root will make you itch for days." She withdrew her hand. "I wasn't going to touch the roots." He chuckled. "Yeah, well, stand around long enough for it to sense your heat signature, and the roots will touch you." Sure enough, the long, grey-green roots were subtly seeking her hand. She stepped back. "I take your point. Wise, but I learned the hard way." He nodded at the little droid. "Am I interrupting you? This courtyard is usually empty. I work better in the open." "Not at all." Iskat returned to the bench, and the technician sat cross-legged in the shadiest corner and took off his goggles and hat, shaking out his fur and blinking. Iskat was trying not to stare, but it was hard. She'd never seen a Solonian before. With a sigh of contentment, he pulled a tool kit from a soft leather bag on his back and unrolled his tools. Iskat watched him turn the mouse droid over, muttering to it softly in a language of clicks and whistles. He looked up at her and smiled with pointy teeth. "Sony. I talk to droids in Mandabar. Wouldn't want to seem rude, but I'm guessing you're not that interested in balance sensors. Droids aren't my forte. But it doesn't bother me. It's an interesting language." She leaned back and stared up at the sky. "Is your home world far away?" "Not far at all. Corellian sector. But I haven't been back since I left." There was a prickly shift to his fur that suggested she shouldn't continue this line of questioning, for all that she desperately wanted to. She couldn't read his emotions as easily as she could most people's, probably something biological or pheromonal, but his ruffled fur spoke volumes. So she changed tactics. "I take it you know your way around the temple," she began. A shrug as he fiddled with the droid. "Do you know anything about hidden parts of the library?" He glanced at her, one whiskered eyebrow up. "In my experience, hidden things are generally hidden for a reason, especially among the Jedi." "Why do you ask?" "In my experience, people looking for hidden things also have their reasons." He winked, showing sharp teeth, and popped the droid's frame open. It was odd. Iskat usually felt uncomfortable around new people. In truth, she felt uncomfortable around most people. Even among a vast panoply of Jedi of all ages and worlds, being the only one of a species no one had ever seen or heard of before was lonely. Her time away with Semba had only served to make her feel more other. But the technician had a calm, gentle energy, and he didn't stare. If anything, his fingers and claws were longer than hers, and he wasn't afraid to use his own language in front of her as he talked to an inanimate object. He wasn't a Padawan who quietly feared her or felt superior to her, or a master intent on teaching and passing judgment. he was just a person doing a job that was none of her business, and it was pleasant to share space with someone who had no expectations of her. There had always been temple staff around, but it was often as if they were invisible to the Jedi and the Jedi were invisible to them, as if they led parallel lives in the same space. Temple staff had their own hallways, their own doors, their own little world. She didn't want to destroy the peace he'd found in this place, but she didn't want to leave, either. Iskat turned to lie down on her back on the bench, letting her eyes go unfocused as she stared TLN off the dappled leaves and up at a sky full of space lanes and glittering lights. The technician murmured to his droid, coaxing it like a reticent child, and Iskat focused on her breathing. It was harder than it had been in years, but something about the courtyard and the breezy shade and the drip of the fountain helped her connect with the Force and find that cool, blue place of peace. Her eyes fluttered closed, and for a while she slipped in and out of sleep, her amulet clutched in one hand. When she woke, the technician and his droid were gone. The only evidence that he had been there at all were a few bits of snipped wire gleaming dully on the stone. Iskat felt an odd sense of tranquility, as if she had gone without sleep for days and had finally found true rest. The next morning, she reported to outfitting with her fellow recently promoted Jedi Knights. There was a solemnity about them now, as if the responsibility of their newfound status weighed heavily. Iskat was grateful that her fellows were too busy worrying about their own new rank to whisper about her. She was given several new sets of robes, some nicer boots, a utility belt, a comlink, and even some credit chips. She enjoyed the clanking reality of the metal in her fingertips and wondered where they planned to send her, that she might need the food capsules, tools, and breathers stored in the belt. Back in her chamber, she changed into her new robes, noting the finer, softer weave of the thick fabric, the crisp folds. Everything about her promotion felt so significant. Heavy, weighty, serious. And yet, oddly rushed. Knighthood usually involved meditating, fasting, specific tests meant to delve fully into the Jedi's hearts, mind, and connection to the Force. Instead, it felt like they were simply large children who'd fumbled through a poorly planned battle, lived thanks to their masters, and had their braids sheared off, throwing them into a new life with little preparation. Unlike many of the other newly promoted Jedi Knights, Iskat still hadn't found anyone to step in as her mentor, and no one had offered. On the one hand, she felt forgotten, but on the other she was enjoying her newfound freedom. If she was truly honest with herself, she felt like she still needed a Jedi Master. So far, she'd made one huge decision, and she still wasn't certain that it was the right one. She was confident in her skills but not necessarily in her ability to select a path and take her first steps toward what felt like her destiny. Perhaps if she'd accepted Jocasta's offer, she would have found comfort in having someone to guide her, but that would have felt like making the easy choice instead of the right one. At least now she was free to pursue her own interests, in regard to training. New boots creaking, she returned to the bench in the little courtyard. The plants glistened with water, someone had been here, caring for them. Iskat wondered who it was, whether it was a Jedi or one of the temple staff. She was curious what would happen, now that she was a Jedi Knight and had turned down a place with Jocasta new, whether she would be assigned a different job here at the temple, or if the High Council understood she was ready to be sent on missions. Could they still command her to work in the archives? Was that their plan for her all along? No. Surely not. The Jedi had told her to trust in the Force, and the Force was leading her down a different path. As she mulled over the battle at Petronaki Arena, Iskat felt as if perhaps she'd finally found her Hugh talent, and it wasn't he haggling with shopkeepers over statues or replacing hollow books on shelves. When the Geonosians had attacked, she hadn't hesitated or run, like the other Padawans. She'd thrown herself into the fight and hadn't taken a single wound. Her body had moved like a finely tuned instrument, working on instinct and in perfect harmony with the Force. That feeling of flow, of rightness, as she'd slashed her way through the enemy, was that how the other Padawans felt when they did what they loved, what they excelled at. Had Iskat had a natural gift all this time and simply never known because she'd never had to use it? The side door opened, breaking her train of thought. It was the Solonian droid technician again, but she didn't mind the interruption. He nodded to her with a toothy grin and sat down in the shade, gesturing at a round-bellied lep droid that had followed him in to stop and hold still. It beeped softly, its ear-like antennas going down as if dreading what was to come. After a few moments of silent tinkering, he glanced up. New robes. I'm a Jedi Knight now. A nod. Congratulations. Big promotion. So they say. He cocked his head. I understand most of your folk are excited about such things. Iskat adjusted her collar, which rubbed at the back of her neck. I should be excited, but so much has changed so quickly that I'm still finding my bearings. My master is dead, and I just feel lost. From what I'm hearing, that battle on Geonosis did some damage. The temple does feel a bit empty. He looked around the courtyard and lowered his voice. I hear we're at war. That's what they say. Now I'm just waiting to learn where they'll send me. Or maybe I'll be assigned a Padawan to train. Or stuck here, in the archives, where they want me to be. That's part of the problem. We don't know anything, and I've been told I need to be patient. But I need a job, a focus. I feel like I'm the only one here who doesn't know what to do. With a sigh, the Solonian stood and cracked his back. Where I come from, it's all about family. Protect the den, protect the queen. Everyone puts the community first. He took off his hat and shook out his fur. I'm the odd one. I believe in individual freedom, in curiosity, in exploring the galaxy. So here I am. Haven't seen a fellow Solonian in decades. I didn't know what to do at first, either. Then I decided to follow my heart. I feel different, too. Iskat looked down, rolled a fallen berry around on the bench with one long finger. No one even knows what my species is. Some of the other Padawans, and now Jedi Knights, are scared of me. It felt a little exciting, a little forbidden to say it out loud. I've spent all my life trying to understand the Force and grow as a Jedi so that I could reach knighthood, and now that I'm here, I feel more different than ever. I don't know what my hearts say. Maybe you've never listened. If you've been trying so hard to be what you're not, maybe you've never asked yourself what your heart wants. I have two hearts, actually. A chuckle. So that's twice the desire, then? And I think? She wasn't sure how much to tell this stranger. She felt a certain freedom with him as a non-Jedi, but she was still a Jedi herself, and she'd been taught not to speak of certain truths. There are so many things I want to know, so many answers that I can't find anywhere. That's why I asked you about other parts of the library, the last time I was here. I know the staff have alternative routes throughout the temple. There's a certain person I'm trying to learn more about. I thought maybe something happened to her that they wanted to hide. She stood, long fingers curling into fists. But no one will tell me the truth. The Solonian's whiskers twitched. I don't know about records in the library, but there are hidden parts of the temple, he said quietly. All I know is that they have something to do with. His eyes met hers, bright black like beetles in the sun. The dark side. The dark side. Those words were rarely spoken in the temple, and when they were uttered, it was quietly and solemnly by Jedi Masters warning their charges of the most dangerous thing they might ever face. Iskat had last heard the term when Semba had urged her to ignore the call of the Sith text they'd retrieved on their final mission. My master mentioned such a place to me once, a place where dark side objects were kept for safekeeping. Do you know where it might be? The Solonian raised a shoulder in a shrug as he refocused on the LEP droid. Not my business to know. I've just heard the cleaning staff talk, is all. A shiver rippled over Iskat's skin, raising the tiny hairs on her arms. She looked up at the tranquility spire soaring over the temple. There's so much they don't tell us, she said softly, thinking about her experience on Geonosis, on what it felt like when the killing took over. We spend so much time studying and meditating and keeping our bodies fit, but when we ask questions, we get quotes and platitudes instead of honesty. That's what the people in charge always do. If you knew too much, you might. He trailed off. Might what? A grunt as he dug around in the droid. Let's just say that in my experience, if somebody doesn't want you to know something, it benefits them more than it benefits you. I just wonder if I might have untapped potential. If I've been told to ignore aspects of myself that I might have nurtured instead. It's never too late to learn and grow. The time will pass either way. Iskat smiled. She'd never thought about it like that before, but it was comforting. On Geonosis, she'd learned something new about herself, and now she could explore it. Especially since Semba was no longer here to call her to task. No. That was a tempting, but forbidden, line of thought. Her duty was to deepen her center of control in the Force. She refocused on the moment. Semba was gone, but Iskat felt a connection with this droid technician. She felt more open with him than anyone she'd ever known, than with any of the Jedi. He listened without judgment, without apprehension, without rushing to remind her of tenets she'd long ago memorized. And he spoke honestly of his own feelings, which was not something she'd experienced among the Jedi, who were not encouraged to explore their inner passions and fears. Can I ask your name? The Solonian looked up with a grin. Hezo. And I'm Iskat. Nice to meet you. Hezo twirled his spanner and hummed. Iskat. I think I've heard them talk about you. Her head hung, just a little. I'm sure they talk about me a lot. I've got quite a reputation. It wasn't bad, what I heard. If only I could remember. My memory isn't what it once was. I'm not as young as I look. He tapped the greyish streaks near his small ears. Well, the new comlink on her belt beeped. Iskat Icarus, report to the Jelani Garden, a crisp voice said. Iskat broke out in a hopeful grin. Is that good? Hezo asked. When I'm told to report to someone, it's usually because I'm in trouble, but you seem pleased. I was just issued my comlink, and this is my first summons. I keep waiting for something to happen, and maybe it finally has. She stood and smoothed out the sleeves on her robe. At least they didn't call me to the archives, she thought. Hezo squinted up at the endless lines of ships slicing across the sky. Probably shouldn't be telling you this, but you're not the only person summoned to Jelani Garden today. Haven't you noticed all the shuttles taking off? There's something brewing. That was promising. Iskat had definitely noticed the shuttles, but considering the traffic on Coruscant, she hadn't found their presence unusual. If you use the other door, you can save some time. It leads into a hallway near outfitting, Hezo told her. I don't think there are any rules about Jedi using the staff halls, and you seem awfully eager. Iskat changed direction, glad for the chance to avoid Jocasta's stern stare in the library. She stopped at the door out of the garden, the one Hezo tended to use. Thank you, she told him. He looked up, surprised. For what? For letting me talk and listening without judging. I don't get to do that very often. Wasn't your master there for you? I know how it is, among the Jedi. Iskat reflexively reached for her amulet. She did her best to help me, but I don't think she liked me very much. She certainly didn't understand. Everyone deserves to be understood, Hezo said. especially if they feel different. Again, not something said very often in the Jedi Temple, so thank you. With a nod of appreciation, she pushed out the door and found herself in a narrow, unadorned hallway. The passage led to a door that emerged near outfitting, and Iskat took the lift to the temple rooftop where the various meditation gardens unfurled underneath the soaring spires. She'd thought such a summons might come from one of the Jedi councils, but now she had no idea who had called her and why. Since things rarely changed in the temple, Iskat's curiosity only grew at this new development. At the entrance of the garden, she slowed and tucked her hair back, arranging her sleeves and making sure her shoulders were down. She wanted to convey the confidence of a Jedi Knight, calm and composed and centered, even if she was excited and a little worried on the inside, and even if she was honest, felt like a Padawan. Jelani Garden was a verdant space boasting blooms from all over the galaxy, and the fragrance of the flowers washed over Iskat as pink blossoms rained down in the breeze. Yoda and the Tholothean master at Egolia sat on 2 stone benches, a crate between them. A Jedi Knight named Josk Nevar stood before them, watching Iskat approach with a carefully bland smile. "Iskat Icarus," Yoda said. "One more we await." Iskat nodded to both masters, with a smaller nod of recognition for Josk. She knew of his reputation but had never studied with him. He was a light-skinned, light-haired human man who was generally well-liked and who had spent the last several years on a diplomatic mission to Chandrila. Iskat was briefly surprised to see him without his energetic young Sulustan Padawan until she remembered that the poor girl had been among those lost at Geonosis. When Tualon hurried into the garden, Iskat's heart fluttered, and her curiosity about the meeting deepened. Yoda gestured the 3 Jedi Knights forward, and Iskat took her place between Josk and Tualon, noting that Tualon seemed to stand a little taller, now that he was a Jedi Knight. And he was tall to begin with. "Begun in earnest the war has," Yoda began, sounding tired, even for someone hundreds of years old. "But even with new duties, the Jedi must protect the Republic." Master Gorlia. Adi Gorlia lifted 3 datapads from the crate and held them out. "We need you on Thule. We've received word from Republic intelligence that the Separatist army is finalizing construction on a new factory to build more battle droids. It is imperative that the factory be shut down immediately, before it can begin production. You will be supported by a company of clone troopers. Your goal will be to get past any defenses protecting the factory and ensure they can't make any weapons." The 3 Jedi Knights each took one of the datapads, and Iskat began scanning through hers. Josk's hand shot up, and Gorlia inclined her head. Iskat found his need to raise a hand ridiculous. "Master, why doesn't the Republic just bomb it from the air? It's heavily armored. And we can't get into the habit of destroying planets," Gorlia said firmly. "We also need the factory intact because we have reason to believe that if we can slice into their system, we'll have intel on other such factories, including their locations and production schedules. We have to be subtle here, which is why you'll be on your own. We can't have any signals traced back to Coruscant." Tualon's hand went up next. "Master, why are we worried about a factory on Thule when the Separatists are strip mining Pradist 11 and decimating the population? The air there is unbreathable now." "According to," Master Gorlia waved a hand. "The Jedi High Council is working closely with the Senate and the Supreme Chancellor to plan the strategies that will do the most to stop the Separatists once and for all. The Jedi are called to serve, and this is how we need you to serve." Iskat's nose wrinkled up in the way Master Semba had tried and apparently failed to excise from her expressions. Although Iskat didn't keep up with the holonet like Tualon did, he made an excellent point. Stopping droids from making droids didn't seem as important as stopping strip mining from destroying a planet's ecosystem, breathable air, and population. "Know the Supreme Chancellor's mind you do not," Yoda reminded him. "But an important part to play, you have. These datapads include maps, schematics, and the various tactical strategies recommended by our leaders. Josk will be in charge, with Iskat and Tuolon serving under him. You've been assigned a company of clone troopers with whom you will be working closely for the foreseeable future, so it's a good idea to get to know them and how they work. Captain CT 1123 got his company in and out of Geonosis with no loss of life. You can count on him and his troops. Time is against us. Leave immediately you must. Yoda sighed heavily, as if he'd given this same speech too many times today. May the Force be with you. Iskat looked to Josk and Tuolon. Josk seemed determined, but Tuolon looked as lost as she felt. This would be his first mission without Master Ansho, and although the Chilek was usually self-assured, Iskat wondered if perhaps part of his confidence came from always having a talented and supportive mentor by his side. Up until Geonosis, they'd both been closely watched Padawans, and today they were being sent to a faraway planet to lead an army. That was when it truly sank in, the scope of the war that now controlled their lives. That was when she fully understood how much damage the Jedi Order had taken at the arena. How many lives had been lost? There were barely any masters left. There were Padawans without masters, younglings without teachers, empty seats on every council. And instead of focusing on the next generation, the High Council was forced to send children out to war. Now the Jedi Knights had to step up and shoulder a weight they weren't prepared to bear. All the freedom Iskat had felt after the knighting ceremony dissolved into foreboding. She'd wanted a job, and now she had one. And she wasn't sure she was capable of performing it. Just because someone said she had a new rank didn't mean she deserved it or would be able to live up to it. Without a battle-hardened master in charge, with the young and unproven Josk Nivar calling the shots, Iskat worried that they were sending her out to die. She briefly thought of taking Joe Castanew up on her offer to stay in the archives, but... well, then she'd be a coward, the kind of person who neglected their duty out of fear. She'd wanted this, she'd wanted a mission. And now she had one, and she would prove herself, no matter what. Her determination solidified, the force flowing through her as she committed herself completely to this new reality. Let's go, then Josk said, gesturing at the garden gate before walking through it first. Josk was trying a little too hard to appear competent and upbeat, but Iskat could feel the apprehension radiating off him, and it didn't inspire her trust. His last Padawan had died, and even if that wasn't his fault, it didn't mean Iskat was ready to put her life in his hands. But she had no choice. Even if Master V had been alive, Iskat was a Jedi Knight now and beyond a Master's protection. She existed to do the bidding of the High Council and serve the galaxy. They had decided that she was to follow the orders of Josk Nivar, and so that was what she had to do. Tuolon politely let her go first, and Iskat followed Josk out of the garden and into the hall to the lift, where he walked with an annoyingly slow sort of swagger. He was showing off to hide his trepidation, Iskat realized. "We need to hurry to the landing pad," he said a little too loudly. "I wouldn't want our team to disappoint the council." She looked at Tuolon. She'd always had trouble reading him, his emotional control had become a battlement. It was one of the things she liked about him, he was mysterious, plus she'd never picked up on any apprehension toward her. She often wondered what would have happened if the other Jedi had been able to read her mind, especially Master V. Would they have questioned whether she should be a Jedi at all? There were so many parts of herself that she'd carefully tamped down, so many forbidden feelings that were not in keeping with the Jedi tenets. She wanted so badly to be a good Jedi and longed to live this life with more natural ease. Sember had assured her that with time, Iskat would master these feelings or they would diminish. Iskat had believed her and doubled down on her studies and meditations. And yet the emotions had not lessened. If anything, they had only grown in scope, especially recently. As she passed the hallway that led back to the courtyard where she'd recently talked to Hizo, Iskat thought about what he'd told her, that there were hidden places in the Jedi Temple. Were those spaces shielded somehow so that the objects within couldn't send out their siren call, as the Sith text had? Why weren't such things outright destroyed? The Sith text remained in her mind, no matter how badly she wanted to forget it. She could still recall the feel of the strange energy around it, its plaintive song, and she wondered just how close it really was. "Are you ready?" Chuelon asked her, voice low, breaking the flow of her thoughts. She always composed herself so carefully when she spoke to him, always tried so hard not to say anything offensive or strange that might urge him to keep his distance. She had to even harder now. He was not the sort of person who would give in to questions about the dark side, of that much she was certain. "Part of being a Jedi is serving even if you're not ready," she said evenly. "Learning by doing and trusting in the Force. The Council needs us, and it's our job to rise to the occasion." Chuelon grinned, teeth gleaming against his black skin. "Our job is to rise to the occasion. I like that. I didn't feel ready when we were in the shuttle to Geonosis, but then, once we were there, it felt like our training clicked into place, don't you think?" Iskat's lips quirked as she thought about fighting the Geonosians, almost dancing with her lightsaber. "It's good to know that our masters taught us well." Chuelon stopped a moment, frowning. "Oh, no, I didn't tell Ansho goodbye." Iskat didn't get to tell Semba goodbye, either. There was always an emptiness in her chest now, as if she'd lost something she hadn't really known she'd possessed. "I'm sure Master Yoda will tell him," Iskat assured him. "Master Ansho knows what it's like to be sent on a mission, I'm sure." "Of course." Chuelon chuckled sadly. "Of course he knows. Still, it feels strange, not saying goodbye." "Get used to it," Josk said from just ahead. "You're not a Padawan anymore, Chuelon. You can't go running to your old master every time you have a runny nose." Iskat felt it then, a little flare of anger from Chuelon. It made her like him all the more. Perhaps she wasn't the only one who had trouble keeping anger in check, now that the stakes were real. Josk led them out toward the landing pad, where Iskat was surprised to see multiple gunships waiting in neat rows. A clone with a geometric design that resembled a spider on his red-finned helmet waited for them, his posture stiff and his air alert and testing. "Captain CT 1123. Josk said, and it wasn't really a question. "General Neva," the clone responded with a nod of respect. "You can call me Captain Spider. Are you ready to depart?" Josk's chin rose a little higher as he clasped his hands in the sleeves of his robe. "Take us to Thule. Let's shut down this little droid factory." The new class attack shuttle barreled TLN off hyperspace toward Thule. Iskat fought a cascade of worry as she sat at a table with Chuelon, surrounded by eerily silent clones in identical armor. But this time, there was no Master V calling her to task, no Master Kulfan watching her with deceptively sleepy eyes as they arced toward the Petronaki arena. It was just Josk, two newly minted Jedi Knights, and a company of troopers armed to the teeth and ready to support their Jedi leaders in a war. Chuelon was zipping through his datapad for the 100th time, so Iskat pulled out her own tablet and went over what little direction they'd been given. Thule wasn't a planet she'd ever heard of before, and there wasn't much information on it available. Thorough system, Estran sector, outer rim. No listing of nearby planets or known hyperspace routes. It had a Type I atmosphere and normal gravity, but the landscape was listed only as arid, the geography as mountainous. There was no history described and nothing about its inhabitants, if it even had any. They had far more information on the factory, which was being built in a canyon and extended deep underground. The plan was to set up a hidden base in the canyon, infiltrate the factory to gain separatist intel on where other factories were to be built, and then render the factory unusable by sabotaging the nearby power grid's control system. Iskat was surprised that they'd been entrusted with such an important task. She'd seen multiple Jedi Masters and Jedi Knights looking serious and heading off in different directions with datapads over the past few weeks, and as Hizo had mentioned, trooper shuttles coming and going had become an hourly occurrence. She hadn't heard anyone talking about their assignments, but then again, her datapad had informed her that this was a top-secret mission, so maybe everyone had received that same admonition. With many of the Masters lost in the Battle of Geonosis, the Council had to be desperate to send 3 unseasoned Jedi Knights so far away to do something so important without an experienced leader. Tuolon looked up from his datapad to Josk. "Well, General, we have the mission brief, but is there anything else we need to know?" Josk finished typing something and looked up. "Judging by the maps, we are going to want to land far away from the factory and hike in. The intel suggests it's controlled entirely by droids, but we don't want to be seen by any scouts. Everything depends on surprise." "Captain Spider, anything to add?" Captain Spider sat on a crate nearby, helmet at his feet. This was Iskat's first time seeing a clone's face, and there was a stern, serious, competent look about him. His hair was slightly longer on top, shaved beneath, a dark brown that matched his eyes. "My troops will offer some protection, but it's up to you 3 to sneak in and do the dirty work. I have 27 in my company. We've seen multiple battles thus far and shut down a smelting operation recently. You can count on us to back you up." Josk looked at Tuolon. "They tell me you're our best slicer. Can you get inside the factory and tap into their system?" Tuolon nodded. "That shouldn't be a problem. I brought my kit." "Good. We'll send some clones along to provide cover. Iskat, you'll be with me. We'll be in place at the power grid, and once Tuolon is clear of the factory, we'll overload the control circuits to shut down the entire system. The ship picks us up at the rendezvous point, and we disappear into hyperspace. If everything goes according to plan, I don't expect any issues." Captain Spider snorted. "General, if you don't mind my saying so, there are always issues." Iskat's fingers curled nervously around her seat. She hadn't realized it until Captain Spider said it, but if anything went wrong, Josk would be calling the shots. She definitely wasn't comfortable knowing that his decisions would determine if she lived through her first mission without an experienced master at the helm. Then again, the experienced masters had planned the Geonosis rescue, and look how that had turned out. Iskat read through her datapad again and again until they dropped out of hyperspace and a planet appeared, hanging against the black like a swirled grey marble. A little tremor of excitement skittered up her back, as it always did when she saw a place for the first time. Thule was where everything would change for her, she decided, a new beginning. She was part of a mission, a Jedi Knight, a general, and even if Josk was slightly senior, there were no masters here to watch and judge her. She would only be judged by the success of their mission, and Iskat intended to succeed. Perhaps she hadn't been an ideal initiate or Padawan, and maybe she would have been a terrible librarian, but she could still be a commendable Jedi Knight. Josk and Captain Spider conferred with the pilot and navigator to confirm the best approach, and soon they exploded through thick, smoky clouds into a sky of burning orange. Iskat couldn't see much of the planet below through the viewport, but everything seemed to be in shadowy shades of grey with blackened spires that reminded her all too much of the towers on Geonosis. The ship landed in a canyon so deep and wide it defied comprehension, and Iskat stood and accepted the pack one of Spider's men handed her. It was heavy, and around her, each of the clones was outfitted with something similar. She followed Josk and Tuolon out onto the gravel-strewn ground as the troopers outfitted 2 speeder bikes with the cargo crates they'd been using as seats. Thule was like nothing Iskat had ever seen, a dark and barren place of jagged stone with a sky headed from a fiery sunset to what seemed almost a perpetual twilight, dotted with swooping black bats, or perhaps they were birds. As she looked up past the high canyon walls to the stars overhead, a brilliant bolt of lightning lit the sky, starting pink and ending light green. Other than a strange, glowing moss, there were no plants that she could see, no cheerful cities or fluff-dollar beasts peacefully grazing. There was nothing to graze upon. The planet seemed, to the naked eye, entirely dead. And yet, there was something about it. Something beautiful and strange in the starkness. The moment her boots landed on the ground, she felt an instant connection to it, an affinity for Thule. This planet wasn't pastoral or welcoming, and yet she found it utterly bewitching. It was rough, sharp, shadowy, unapologetic in its desolation. It seemed to quietly exude a certain power, a certain dignity. Iskat didn't know which planet she had come from, but she felt a certain comfort here and wondered if her home world was perhaps quite similar. It was almost as if there were a gentle, purring hum just outside her hearing. She knelt and put a palm to the ground as if stroking a sleeping beast. There was nothing living nearby, and yet it felt alive. "This place is grim," Josk said. "Perfect place for the separatists to get cozy, actually. I can't believe we don't have more information on this system or sector." Tuolon swiped through his datapad. "I wish we'd known more about the planet before we arrived. Inhabitants? Natural predators? Dangerous plants? Maybe there are no predators. The separatists likely chose it because there was nothing and no one here." Iskat spoke softly, respectfully. "To shout here, at night, in the midst of the stark, black canyon. Somehow seemed like a bad idea." "Keep your weapons ready," Josk said, one hand brushing his lightsaber hilt. "We don't know what we might encounter." With one of the clones taking the lead to navigate, they set out through the canyon, headed toward the factory. Iskat had visited many planets, from Ilum, where she found her kyber crystal, to the various stops for Semba's artifact acquisition, to Geonosis. In the past years, she'd seen beautiful water worlds, verdant jungle moons, even planets that represented every biome imaginable, and yet she found she preferred this challenging, unfriendly environment. She wasn't worried about the separatists and the droids programmed to kill her on sight. She wanted more time to explore this place and uncover its secrets. As they marched, Iskat wrapped her fingers around her amulet and sought her center. Even on the ship, she had kept up with her meditations, ever hopeful that she would find the tranquility Semba had urged her to cultivate. It was so easy this time, dropping into the cool, blue flow of the Force, and she felt buoyed and supported and strengthened. She wasn't sure why, but it seemed easier for her to connect with the Force here. Maybe there was something about being somewhere new, on her own with a mission instead of in the temple under constant scrutiny. Or maybe something really had changed in her when she'd become a Jedi Knight. She felt different, freer and more naturally relaxed, and it was a welcome distinction. After several hours of hiking along the bottom of the canyon, Captain Spider stopped and pointed at a wide opening in the stone wall, the shadows within blacker than black. "This cavern would be an ideal place to set up camp, General. The overhang will keep us hidden from any scouts, and the factory is about 2 clicks away. There's enough room for everything inside." "Excellent," Josk said with a nod. "Tuolon, Iskat, let's make sure it's safe first. Lightsabers at the ready." He ignited his blue lightsaber and stalked toward the cave, but Tuolon gave Iskat a pointed look and took off his heavy rucksack first. She followed suit, grateful for the lightness in her shoulders. 3 glowing blades blazed in the lightless cavern. Nothing moved, and as Iskat threw out her senses in the Force, she found only a distinct lack of the life she would have expected. Not even the tiniest of mammals scurried along the ground or rustled in the corners of the ceiling. The moss seemed to only coat the rocks outside, as they were barren within. A flash of movement and the softest crunching sound alerted her to big, bumpy slugs. Clinging to the walls, blending in perfectly against the charcoal black stone as they ever so gently chewed the walls into sand that feathered down to the ground. They barely made any impression in the force at all. The cavern was large and seemed perfectly constructed for their needs. The ground was flat and devoid of debris, the walls solid dark grey stone. A single opening in the back of the rock wall, a deep and velvety void, drew Iskat's eye. It was clearly not a natural structure. "What's that?" she asked, walking cautiously toward it. She put a hand to the stone, stunned to find a narrow hallway with perfectly straight sides and a ceiling that met at a point, almost like some of the halls in the Jedi Temple. "I'll go first," Josk said, turning sideways to squeeze past her. Iskat followed him, but far enough back that she wouldn't be in danger if he spun around with his lightsaber. It was a tight fit for him, but Iskat moved more freely. Tuolon was behind her, and she realized with a little gasp that they hadn't really thought this out. "Perhaps all three of us shouldn't be in the tunnel," she said, less firmly than she would have preferred. "If it should collapse, it won't," Josk said, not slowing down. "It's solid stone. But you and Tuolon can turn around if you're worried." In that moment Iskat committed to following him to the center of the planet, if necessary, just so he wouldn't mistake her concern for cowardice again. She didn't particularly enjoy being in a narrow space underground, trapped between two lightsabers, but then again she was confident she could face anything other than a cave-in. And she didn't sense anything sinister in the area. This place, it seemed almost welcoming. Finally the hallway opened up into a wider space, and Iskat stepped within and to the side to make room for Tuolon. The chamber was perhaps 5 meters square with a high, domed ceiling. Every line was immaculate, with no visible masonry marks. "What's this?" Josk said. Iskat stepped over to the far wall, where Josk held out his lightsaber. There was a sculpture, no crystal, carefully set on a base carved from the rock itself. As Iskat gazed into the violet depths, she couldn't help reaching out a hand to touch it. "Stop!" Josk barked. She stepped back and withdrew her hand, barely hiding a snarl. "We don't know what it is, Iskat." "It's an altar," she said. "This temple must have been made by the planet's original inhabitants. I suppose it must have been nice here, once, with forests and creatures. I wish we knew more about it." She knelt down to inspect the altar's base and caught herself before she could gasp and betray her discovery. The repeating motif carved into the ebony stone was something she'd seen only once before, a circle surrounded by 4 flames. She recognized it from the Sith text Semba had asked her to inspect, which meant this, too, must be a Sith artifact. "See anything interesting?" Josk asked from over in the corner, where he was looking for more evidence of past use or present danger. Slowly, fingers shaking, she reached out to touch the carved symbol. "Nothing." Iskat wasn't exactly sure why she'd lied to Josk. Maybe it was because the cavern was perfect for their needs and she didn't want him to decide that it wasn't suitable and send them on another long hike into enemy territory. Or maybe it was because she didn't want him to focus less on the mission and more on the presence of what might be a dark side artifact. Semba had told Iskat that it was a Jedi's duty to return Sith antiquities to the High Council so that such dangerous objects could be contained somewhere safe instead of falling into the wrong hands. The thought of Josk and the clones hacking the beautiful and ancient altar out of the living rock made Iskat feel conflicted. But if she was truly honest with herself, the main reason she'd lied was because she was curious, and she was fairly certain she was the only one who was. She definitely wasn't sure why she'd touched it. It was almost as if her fingers had reached out before her brain could catch up. Did she imagine the stone had wanted, maybe even demanded, to be touched? She'd read the many warnings against the dark side back in the Jedi Temple, and Master V had warned her that giving into emotion and ignoring the Jedi tenets might lead her down that much maligned path. Iskat knew that hate led to the dark side. She knew that even great Jedi had fallen to the dark side, and that she wasn't supposed to touch Sith artifacts, and that the dark side was cloying and seductive. And yet something about the dark side felt like a tale told to scare children, like something that happened to other people long ago. She wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for it herself, but perhaps it was better to know more than less, to be fully informed regarding such dangers. Here, on Thule, after years of identifying ancient Force objects with her master, Iskat was filled with questions and had no one to answer them. If only there was some way to find out more about who had carved the altar from the rock and why the crystal was important. "We'll camp here," Josk said, his voice grating on Iskat's nerves. "Not in this chamber, though." Tuolon checked. "Of course not. In the big room." Josk looked around, frowning. "Wouldn't want to get cornered back here if something attacked." He returned to the hallway, and Tuolon followed him as they headed back toward the cave entrance where Captain Spider and the rest of the clones were waiting. Iskat, still by the altar, put a hand on the crystal. It was warm and flared with light at her touch, a low, brief glow like a greeting from an old friend. Fearing one of the other Jedi would return and notice, she pulled her hand away and hurried down the hallway in their wake. The clone troopers were eager to set up camp in the larger cavern. As soon as Josk gave Captain Spider the word, they began unpacking crates from their speeders. One side of the cavern was for bedrolls, the other for supplies and rations, with a string of lanterns placed around the perimeter for light. As they took off their helmets, she tried not to stare at the repeated faces with only the slightest variations in hair configuration. A clone handed Iskat a meal kit, and she thanked him and watched the others to see how to eat it. All around her, the troopers and Jedi dug into their self-heating meal packets. She considered how many rations it took for one meal, looked at the crates, and wondered where all these supplies had come from. The clones, their uniforms and weapons, the ships, the food and water. Was supplying the credits? How had they obtained the supplies so quickly and in such gargantuan amounts? She was beginning to see that this war was more than just Jedi being sent out on missions, it was an enormous undertaking requiring planning, money, and vast amounts of intel. She was struck by how quickly the Jedi had pivoted from peacekeeping to a war machine. When it was time to sleep, Iskat had reason to miss her spare chamber and simple bunk in the temple. For all that the floor looked flat, she felt every bump. The clones were laid out in neat rows, and it seemed they all knew exactly how to fall asleep the moment their heads hit their small, flat pillows. On one side of her, Josk snored and spluttered and murmured in his sleep. On her other side, Tuolon was doing the same thing she was, pretending to sleep while actually being on high alert. She was desperately aware of him. For all that it had been drilled into her that romance was forbidden among the Jedi, she had never been able to dull her admiration for him, never learned how to stop her hearts from fluttering when he was nearby. But they weren't in the temple now, they were on an uninhabited planet, and they were Jedi Knights, and there was no harm in talking. Iskat rolled over to face his back. Tuolon. He rolled over to face her, half a meter between them. His skin was so dark she could only see the glimmer of his orange eyes and white teeth. "Did you need something?" "No. Just having trouble getting to sleep." A sigh of relief, like he was glad he wasn't the only one. "It's been a surprising day. We woke up in our chambers, just like any other day of our lives, and now we're fighting a war. Master Ansho told me his first mission as a Jedi Knight was to take a group of Padawans foraging on Naboo, and even then, there was a Master along, just in case. It was different, when all the Masters were still with us. There are so few left. I'm sorry about Simba, by the way." Tuolon reached out like he was going to touch her arm, then pulled back. It's one thing going to funerals for elders you never knew, but to lose your closest friend. He trailed off. Something about the darkness, the privacy, the fact that they were probably the only sentient beings awake on the entire planet, made her bold. Semba wasn't really my friend, she said softly. My master. She never really liked me. She wasn't affable like Ansho. I sometimes wonder why she even selected me as her Padawan. If it was only because she took pity on me when no one else stepped forward. Surely you don't believe that, he said, genuinely surprised. Masters only take on Padawans if they feel a genuine call in the Force, a real connection. I heard her once tell Master Ansho that you were coming along well. Some masters are sterner than others. I guess they hope it will serve their Padawans better than coddling. Her hand went to her amulet, it felt cold now. There was definitely no coddling. I did exactly as she asked, did everything she ever asked of me, but I still feel out of balance. All these efforts to seek my center, and it's never become any easier. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. I want to be great, to live up to the Jedi's expectations, but I just feel mediocre. Iskat was shocked by her own honesty, but what was the use in lying or pretending? Semba was gone, and she and Tuolon were Jedi Knights now, equals. With no one else to confide in, why not him? He would never betray her trust, she knew that much. Mediocre? Iskat, come on. I was there, on Geonosis. I've known you all my life, and I've never seen you move like that. The Force was strong in you that day. It's strong in you now. That's why they chose you to be a Jedi Knight. We all saw it. You saved Zeeth and Master Kulfin. She looked down at her long fingers, nervously playing with her amulet. But, it wasn't honorable, was it? That wasn't peace or harmony or serenity. I took lives. I felt them leave the Force, like little flames, all snuffed out. This time Tuolon did reach over and place his hand over hers, calming her fivitching fingers. Perhaps in a time of peace, the Jedi would require you to be peaceful. But this is a time of war, and maybe what we need is someone like you. A defender of peace. Little flutters started up in Iskat's stomach, and something about the strange beauty of Tuli and the intimacy of the darkness in the cave made her feel open and perhaps a little wild. She was about to say something she might regret when Josk rolled over with a grunt on her other side, muttering, "Stop whispering and go to sleep." That's an order. Tuolon gave her hand a gentle squeeze before withdrawing. He rolled over, and Iskat turned her back to him and settled down on her side, playing with the shiny black pebbles that littered the hard ground. His words had given her hope that she really did have a newfound value, and that despite Semba's concerns and criticism, Iskat now had a chance at making the Jedi Order proud in her own unique way. Sleep still eluded her, but she felt much better, almost effervescent. Hat Tuolon had said about the Jedi Order needing her, it was the best compliment she'd ever received. Jedi were not supposed to crave praise, but there was no one around to see her indulge in a little well-deserved satisfaction. For perhaps the first time in her life, she went to sleep truly happy and filled with hope. In the darkest part of the night, Iskat dreamed of a girl with a face like hers, the same red skin and long, brown hair in braids. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, and she held a familiar, yellow-bladed lightsaber in her long-fingered hands. Her blue eyes squeezed shut, her face twisting with anger and pain, the girl threw the lightsaber away and ran off into the darkness. Iskat sat up, shivering, to find tears on her cheeks. "Ura," she whispered, touching her own face. That girl looking into her eyes, Iskat had felt more compassion and empathy, more understanding, more connection, than she'd ever felt for another being in her entire life. She plumbed her memory of the dream, hoping for context, but that one stark image was all that remained. But why had the dream come to her? Was it a message? A memory in the Force? Or perhaps nothing more than a dream, her sleeping mind making connections and telling stories, giving her the answer she'd been desperate to find, and if it was real, what had caused Fura to feel such intense pain? Why had she thrown down her lightsaber and run? The databanks said only that Fura had left the Jedi. They said nothing about why. Troubled, Iskat fell into a restless sleep. When she woke again just before dawn, she was inexplicably in the chamber beyond the hallway, curled up before the crystal altar. She dusted the gritty black sand from her cheek and hurried back into the larger cave, hearts beating fast at the thought of being discovered there. Even if Josk and Tualon didn't recognize the Sith altar, even if they couldn't feel it, they would have questioned she wasn't ready to answer. The morning was a bleak affair. When the entire cave and everything in it was a dull black that seemed to absorb all light, it was apparently quite hard to feel cheerful. Iskat liked the place for some reason, but that didn't make her body ache any less after a night of tossing and turning on the ground. She accepted a cup of very rough caf and joined Josk, Tualon, and Captain Spider where they stood at the mouth of the cavern, the sky outside lit in shades of bruised lavender and peach and the moss glowing in acidic chartreuse where it dotted the black stone. "Captain Spider, have your scouts found anything?" Josk asked. Canon Spider confirmed, holding out a datapad showing a map. 4 total, 2 on either side of the canyon, up at the rim overlooking the factory. They appear to be operational. We'll need to disarm them before we continue with the rest of the mission, as they can take out individuals on the ground as well as ships in the air. Josk sipped his caf and looked up at the rim of the canyon far, far overhead. Then that's our first objective. We can't fly up, as they'd see us. So we'll have to climb. Luckily, we have climbing gear on hand. Iskat, Tualon, are you ready? A grin played at Iskat's lips. She was good at climbing. It wasn't a skill that they practiced frequently at the temple, but she had no fear of high sound, found that her long fingers and sharp nails helped her cling tightly as she skittered upward. Definitely, she said, and Tualon nodded his agreement. Iskat, you'll climb with me on this side. Tualon, you'll go it alone on the far side. Captain Spider and his troops will be on the ground with blasters ready on the off chance that there's any interference. Any questions so far? Iskat and Tualon both shook their heads. Good. Just to make sure we're all on the same vector, once the cannons are climb, Tualon will infiltrate the factory with 3 troopers and copy plans from the nearest data console, and Iskat and I will take 14 troopers to the power grid. Captain Spider, we'll need the rest of your men packing up camp and backing us up. Once Tualon is out of the factory with the intel, that's when we overload the power grid and render the factory inoperable. The ship will pick us up at the rendezvous point. We get out before any separatists show up to investigate. Tualon, have you memorized the factory schematics? Tualon nodded. He was an excellent slicer and a good climber, too. Iskat wished she was paired with him instead of Josk, but she wasn't about to question the plan. Part of being a Jedi was knowing when to trust your superior. And maybe she didn't have great faith in Josk, but the Jedi Council did, and she had to abide their judgment. They finished their breakfast and suited up to climb. Bulky brown robes would only slow them down and stand out against the darkness of the rock, so they borrowed some of the black body gloves the troopers wore under their armor. Josk gave Iskat a set of climbing spikes, and she hooked her lightsaber on her utility belt and tightly braided her long brown hair as Semba had taught her and tucked it under the tightly fitting black fabric. Sitting on a crate, she scrolled through her datapad, going over the power grid plans one more time. Sure, Josk would be with her, but she wanted to be completely prepared and give him no reason to question her competence. "Ready?" he asked, tightening the climbing spikes on his boots. Josk and Iskat took the near side of the canyon while Tuolon jogged toward the far side. Iskat tore her attention away from him and watched Josk select the best route to the top, which was the same one Iskat would have chosen, a natural curve with shadows that would hide them from any droid scouts outside the factory proper. The clones took their places on the ground, blasters out as one trooper used binocs to watch the rim of the canyon. Josk hooked into the wall and began to climb, and Iskat waited a few moments, giving him plenty of space. She lodged a spike into the wall and reached for the first handhold. The stone was pleasantly dry and jagged, with plenty of nooks to grab or wedge in a foot. She didn't even need the spikes on her boots, really. As she powered upward, careful not to zip past Josk and leave him behind, she was filled with a sense of exhilaration. This was what she was meant to do, not meditate in the temple, not barter for scraps of a decomposing text, not file data tapes under the watchful eye of Joe Castan. She was meant to be out in the galaxy doing things, challenging physical things. Much like the fight on Geonosis, she found that when she was out of the temple and it was her against the galaxy, she had an inborn confidence and competence that shone through. All her life, she'd thought maybe she was a bad Jedi, but more and more she was learning that maybe she was just a bad student. She was meant to do, not to be judged. Act, not prepare. Fight, not meditate. Perhaps in times of peace, the galaxy needed ascetics and archivists, but Tuolon was right, this was a time of war. Do you know why I kept you with me? Josk asked. Iskat paused, nails digging into the wall. No. I wasn't there that day, when Tycho was injured. He grunted as he swung over to the next handhold. But I saw the column afterward, fallen and nearly shattered. There's no way a Padawan should have been able to do that, and there were many that questioned your future. You've done an excellent job, gained more control over the years, but I heard about what happened on Geonosis. It was brave but foolish, what you did, and some still debate your abilities. I asked the council if I might take you under my wing, especially considering your own master has become one with the Force. Iskat couldn't think of a single response that wasn't impudent or a lie, so she remained silent and continued climbing. Inside, she was fuming. She'd wanted a mentor, yes, but someone mature and talented who was worthy of her time. There was nothing Josk Nivar could teach her, no skill he possessed where she didn't already excel. He'd already lost one Padawan, Iskat would never be able to trust him. Plus, she had a feeling nothing she did would ever be good enough, that Josk was the kind of person who would always have some helpful little comment that felt like criticism. She wanted what Tuolon had with Master Ansho, a leader who would lift her spirits and inspire her instead of dragging her down. The Jedi Code emphasizes compassion and harmony, and I feel a particular calling to help you in the wake of your sudden promotion and the loss of Semba, he went on, oblivious to her disdain. I know how hard she worked to keep you on the right path, and I want you to know that I'm here to help guide you through the next stage of our training. Iskat drew a steadying breath. Her chest was tight, her face hot. She'd spent a long time tamping down her emotions, her rage, but it never got any easier. She knew the key was to let the emotion pass and move on once she'd achieved a state of balance and control, but this feeling, this anger, had settled in behind her heart like a salak, immense and burrowed deep. Josk was waiting for her to say something. He was entirely earnest and genuinely wanted to help her, she could feel his sincerity radiating in the Force. She gritted her teeth. There was only one thing she could say. Thank you, General. She couldn't dwell on her anger, couldn't let it run riot while she had to concentrate on her mission, hundreds of meters up a flat stone wall. She hadn't chosen her first mentor, and now she didn't get to choose her second one, not even a master yet, just a Jedi Knight who wanted to help her overcome her lifelong struggle. As if she weren't constantly trying. As if it were easy and natural. Her fingers curled into the dark stone, and she climbed faster, now just a little higher up than Josk. The sky glowed cerulean blue overhead in what passed for daytime on Thule but seemed like twilight on another planet. They were halfway up the wall now, and Iskat could see the barrel of the first cannon overhead, constantly rotating to scan the sky. Although she knew better than to look down, she did anyway. The troopers on the ground were scanning the skies, the cannons, the canyon, ready with their blasters for any enemy movement. She dared a glance across the canyon and saw Tuolon just a little bit lower down, almost completely camouflaged against the shadows of the wall and so far away that he was just a smudge. She wondered if he felt at home here, too. Something closer by caught her eye, some little flutter of movement, and she noticed a gnarled slug as long as her forearm, perfectly camouflaged against the cliff face. She'd seen the smaller version of these creatures in the cave last night, and they were even more interesting outside with better light. With long, questioning eye stalks and bumpy backs dappled with 100 shades of black and grey, they seemed like a species uniquely suited to this place. As the slug moved, its sides rippled, showing a flash of crimson that suggested its belly provided the only colour on the entire planet. In a silence punctuated only by Josk's grunts and the solid crunch of his spikes into the wall, Iskat could hear the slug's jaws quietly grinding away at the rock. Now that she'd seen one, she realized there were more and more the higher they climbed, hundreds of them grazing like sheep on a vertical hill. They nestled among the patches of moss and contorted their bodies around a series of perfectly round holes carved into the stone. "Watch out for the slugs," she told Josk, thinking he was exactly the kind of person who would focus so hard on his handholds that he might accidentally pierce one with a climbing spike. "Slugs?" he asked, and when he planted his next spike, it did indeed go right through one of the creatures. The big, heavy slug ashed madly, and Josk's spike pulled free from the stone. Panicking, he grabbed for one of the holes, digging his fingers in to keep from falling as the slug slipped off his spike and fell. Iskat gasped as a cloud of small black birds burst from the hole in the cliff, rising up in an angry, fluttering cloud, shrieking, beating their thick, dusty wings around Josk's head and pecking at his cheeks with their bright red beaks. He screamed, and Iskat watched bloody wounds open on his face. With her fingers jammed into crevices in the rock and her boot spikes sunk into the wall, surrounded by huge slugs and furious birds, she could only cling to the canyon as Josk let go of his handholds to protect his head. There was a moment, perhaps, when Iskat could have reached out with the force to hold him in place, to help him keep his balance. But instead, she froze and could only watch as he slowly fell backward and plummeted to the hard ground below. In the silence of the canyon, Iskat heard Josk's body land with a sick thump far below. He should have been able to right himself, should have fisted his body to land on his feet in the crouch Jedi naturally assumed while leaping and sparring. He should have been able to tap into the force and slow himself, just enough to save his bones from the impact. And yet, when she looked clown, he was in a heap of crooked limbs and didn't seem to be moving. The troopers ran over, and she saw one open a medkit. Iskat had to focus on her current predicament. She held very, very still. She didn't know if the birds would sense her as a threat and attack her. As she waited, they took turns diving into the holes in the rock until they had all but disappeared. She could hear them, deep within the cliff, screeching to one another as they settled down. A bird's face appeared in the nearest hole, its bright black eyes regarding her as it wiped its sharply pointed, red-stained beak on the stone. Silent, still, she considered her next move. She could hurry down to help, but applying first aid had never been her best skill, and it looked like Josk was beyond her meager attempts at calming pain. She wanted to use her comlink to ask if Josk had survived the fall, but she was clinging to a wall, hundreds of meters overhead, and didn't want to disturb the birds or the slugs or risk losing her own balance. She looked over to Tuolon, who was so focused on his climb that he hadn't noticed the accident. He was higher up than she was now and would soon be at the top of the canyon and working on dismantling his cannon. If Iskat didn't do the same, it was only a matter of time before someone, or, more likely, something noticed the interlopers and the barrels of those fully functional cannons swiveled downward toward their troops. If Josk was dead, there was nothing she could personally do for him, nothing anyone could do. If he was mortally wounded, she might be able to temporarily alleviate some pain, but it would soon come roaring back. In that case, the troopers would have medicines that would do far more for Josk than Iskat could. No, returning to the ground wouldn't do anyone any good, and someone would still have to climb back up and render the cannons on this side useless. She was so close, it wouldn't take her long at all to accomplish her part of this mission. With a deep breath, she looked up and made her decision. She had to keep climbing. She would use her comlink once she and Tuolon were both safely on the canyon's rim. She would tell him to watch out not only for the slugs, but also for the birds. Or perhaps, unlike Josk, he had already recognized the threat. She was careful, this time, not to touch the slugs and to avoid the easy handholds that the birds' nesting holes might have provided. The way they'd attacked Josk, it was almost predatory, or at least more strategic and defensive than she would have anticipated from a smallish bird. The rasp of the much larger slugs chewing on the stone dominated her hearing, and a thought settled soft as ash: had they helped make this canyon? Had they chewed away the stone for millennia, creating the sand below? Iskat knew nothing of Thule, but it was a place of constant fascination for her. Hand over hand, boot spikes carefully placed, she was soon at the top of the canyon, dragging herself up to standing. She edged away from the rim and pressed her comlink. "How is he?" she asked. "Not good," Captain Spider answered. "How is who?" Tuolon asked, a little breathless. A long moment of silence. "Worry about the cannons first, and then we'll talk," Spider said grimly. That was all the answer Iskat needed. She hurried to the first cannon, being sure to stay behind its barrel. Remembering how Master V had disarmed the cannons on Geonosis, Iskat ignited her lysaber and severed the visible wires, then sliced the narrowest juncture of the weapon. When the barrel of the cannon thunked to the ground, Iskat grinned and looked up. Across the canyon, Tuolon was but a tiny speck, waving at her. His cannon was likewise a broken hunk of metal. "What happened?" he asked on his comlink. "Josk fell. The troopers are tending to him. On the way back down, watch out for the slugs, and don't trust the nesting holes. They are full of killer birds." "I saw the slugs and heard the birds," Tuolon said. "But let's stay on mission. We still have 2 more cannons." "Okay." Tuolon peeked over the canyon rim. Iskat didn't want to look down again, so she hurried to the other cannon and repeated the process, destroying it. Across the canyon, Tuolon did the same. Now the cannons couldn't target them as they approached the factory, nor could they shoot down their ship as they left the planet. Part 1 of the mission was accomplished. From high up on the cliff, Iskat was now able to comfortably look down at the factory they were here to deactivate. It was built into the widest part of the canyon, only its roof open to the elements. Huge metal hatches suggested this was where deliveries were made. The shiny corrugated metal looked unnatural against the dull, dark stone, unwelcome as a knife blade sunk into the hilt. Iskat followed her boot prints in the sand back to the edge of the canyon. As she eased over the rim and sank her spikes into the wall, she had a giddy moment of, not fear. Not anxiety. A wild sort of excitement, maybe. What she was doing. When did normal people get to do this? What would it be like, to be born with no force affinity and grow up with a simple family focused on grinding a life out of the dust? To never know the ability to reach out with the force, to sense other creatures and moods and the shifts in the weather? She revelled in the ease with which she was able to navigate the steep climb, straight down, while avoiding the bigger patches of slugs, and areas concentrated with bird nests. She felt the strength in the ancient stone, raised millennia ago when plates crashed violently together and were then slowly ground away by water and wind and the seeking mouths of slugs. Most people who were born on Coruscant never saw another planet, but Iskat was only beginning her adventures. She would help people, help the galaxy, by pushing herself to her limits. By doing things other people could never even dream of doing. Now that she had left the confines of the Jedi Temple, she was beginning to see the possibilities of life as a Jedi Knight, and of the gifts she'd been born with. Maybe it wasn't that she was the worst of Padawans, maybe she had simply been in the wrong environment, doomed to fail. Maybe her place to shine was anywhere but the Jedi Temple, out among the galaxy. And not just hunting artifacts, climbing and fighting, actively changing the course of a war. All the way down the sheer cliff face, she was careful to edge around the slugs. Now that she knew what to look for, a subtle change in texture from the rock, she noticed that they seemed to congregate in patches, almost like lichen growing on trees. If she stuck to the smoother areas, she could easily avoid them. At the very least, she knew to use her climbing spikes and avoid what seemed like perfect handholds. Being ready for that sort of thing was the difference between making it to and alive and following Josk in a swift and disastrous fall. She couldn't think too hard about that. She had to shove it down and focus on the job at hand. She loved climbing, but she was well aware that there were 100 ways to die up here. That knowledge only sharpened her senses. When she was about 5 meters from the ground, she pushed away from the wall in a controlled fall and dropped into a crouch, hurrying to where the troopers had carried Josk just under a small overhang. He was laid out on his back, his arms limp at his sides and his legs flailed out. The skin on his cheeks and forehead was tinged greyish-blue around tiny, swollen, leaking wounds. As she got close enough to see the slack look on his face, the dry emptiness of his eyes, it finally hit her: Josk Nivar was dead. Unlike with Semba's death, Iskat wasn't running for her life, wasn't being urged away by a master's admonitions. She had nothing else to do but stand there and stare at what was left of her fellow Jedi Knight. She'd been so shocked, so busy staying alive, that she hadn't felt him become one with the Force. She'd never really focused on a dead body before, and for all that she understood that death was natural, it was soul-shaking to suddenly come face to face with it on a faraway planet. Iskat knelt at Josk's side and put her hands over his chest, but she couldn't sense even the tiniest spark there. It was too late for splints, too late for Bacta. The clone with the unopened medkit at his side looked up at her. "There was nothing we could do," he said. The impact was too much. Tuolon ran up beside her and knelt close enough that he jostled her. "What happened?" he asked, his fingers hovering over Josk's body as he, too, searched for some sign of life. "The birds." He put a hand into one of their nesting holes. "They rose up in a cloud and attacked him. And he just let go. Didn't even try to arrest his fall." The clone medic held up one of Josk's hands, which was unusually and the same bluish-grey as the skin near his facial wounds. "We think the birds have some kind of venom. It's likely he experienced paralysis, or even a shock to his heart. By the time we reached him, he wasn't breathing." Tuolon looked to Iskat. For all that he usually took care to conceal his emotions, she could feel him in the Force, sense his anguish. His head hung, his leku falling forward. He closed Josk's eyes. "May the Force be with you, Josk Nivar." "May the Force be with you," Iskat repeated. With a determined exhale, Tuolon stood, and Iskat followed suit. He turned to her: "All business now. We still have to take down that factory. Shall we share command equally?" Iskat nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. His Datapad might have more intel on the plans. "If you want to get your kit, I'll check to see if there's anything else we need to know." Tuolon went under the overhang to change into his robes and get his kit, and Iskat took a shuddering breath and knelt, carefully removing Josk's datapad from his pack. The most recent entry was a message in draft form, queued to send to Mace Windu titled Strategies, which she opened. As she scanned the message, she was shocked to see that it wasn't about how to destroy the factory. It was about managing her. Iskat continues to display potential, but I detect a certain willfulness and perhaps some secrecy in her manner. She doesn't demonstrate the control and maturity expected of most Jedi Knights, and I can sense her irritation and impatience, but I'm endeavoring to use her strengths on this mission and I'll try to take her under my wing, although I sense that she chafes at any hint of guidance. Tuolon remains a solid second in command and I appreciate his ability to maintain a calm environment in which she will thrive. She shows a marked preference for him, which I expect too. Iskat deleted the message and scrolled to one titled Schematics, quickly paging through until she reached a map of the power grid. Find anything? Tuolon called. Just the same schematics I have on my own datapad. She scanned the rest of the messages but didn't see anything else that looked like it might be about her. Do you have what you need? My part seems fairly simple, Tuolon said. Do you have what you need? Iskat glanced toward the overhang where Josk still lay, surrounded by troopers who didn't really seem to know what to do when a battle wasn't immediately raging. The faster we finish here, the faster we get back to Coruscant and give him the funeral he deserves. Tuolon's eyes met hers, and Iskat felt a flash of connection, of understanding. Josk was gone, but she and Tuolon were confident, competent Jedi Knights, and they would see this through to the end together. Captain Spider. Tuolon called. When the clone captain joined them, Tuolon confirmed the plans with him one more time while Iskat listened. He had suggested they would approach command equally, but she was glad to let him speak on her behalf, just now. She would be leading the troopers to the power station instead of Josk, after all, and that would be her first real test of leadership. No matter what Josk had told Mace, no matter that Mace was basically having her watched, she was ready. She wasn't that same scared little youngling who'd pulled down a column and run away crying. She had hard-won control. She had talents. And now she had confidence and the opportunity to show those talents. Soon she was marching toward the power field with 15 clone troopers as Tuolon and his 3 clones took the 2 speeder bikes to the factory and the rest of the clones waited in reserve or returned to the shuttle to prepare for pickup. Her troopers in their white armor stood out against the black stone of the planet, but it wasn't like anyone was there to see it. According to their intel, this operation was run by a skeleton crew of droids. The power grid was in an offshoot of the canyon. At each of the corners of its fenced rectangular perimeter, a small building housed one of the 4 command stations that controlled and monitored the system. If this factory was set up like other separatist installations, as their intel suggested, each command station would be operated by 2 droids, which were not fitted for battle and should be easily dispatched. All Iskat and her troopers had to do was get to each command station, destroy the droids, and turn several specific dials into the red. With all 4 stations overheating, the power grid would overload, and its components would melt, permanently destroying it and making it impossible to get the factory online. Iskat stalked along with her troopers in 2 neat lines behind her. Leading them, she felt a glow of pride. It was a tragedy that they'd lost Josk, but she could do this herself. She was a Jedi general. All she had to do was get to her assigned station, dispatch a few confused droids, follow a procedure she'd memorized perfectly, and get to the rendezvous point. She knew she could count on her troopers to do the same. The first power station came into view, and Iskat turned to the clones and nodded. They nodded back. 3 clones joined her, while the other 12 separated into 3 groups of 4. Each of the 4 teams headed to a different command station. They were all synced to the same timer and would turn their dials at the same moment. Iskat's team would take the closest station, that way, she'd be available as backup if the other teams had any issues, plus she could tell them what to expect via comlink, should anything differ from the schematics they'd been provided. Buoyed by the crisp response of the troopers, Iskat had her lysaber in hand as she approached the first control station, a spare and simple building of dull grey metal. Rickety stairs wound up to a second floor, where the two droids within would be focused on their screens. The most dangerous moment would come on the stairs, when the sounds of their boots would ring out against the metal steps, the only noise in the entire canyon, other than the whispering wind. But as Iskat and her troopers neared the stairs, a klaxon rang out, screaming through the canyon. Red lights flashed, and even over the screeching alarm, Iskat could hear the heavy thumps of droid feet, too many droid feet, coming down the stairs. Iskat counted at least a dozen B-1 battle droids armed with blaster rifles, followed by one of the larger B-2 droids she'd seen on the ground at Geonosis, the big, heavily armored kind with wrist blasters that had corralled the Jedi in the arena. "Open fire," a BL commander bleated. Blaster bolts filled the air, and Iskat's clones returned fire. Her heart's thrumming and her lysaber twirling, Iskat deflected several bolts with her blade, taking down two of the BL droids, but they didn't stop marching. One by one, her clones fell, their armor no match for the onslaught. The intel she'd been given said this factory was still under construction, that the power grid was just starting to come online. The intel said they would have no problem catching the unarmed droids within the command stations unaware. But the intel was humong. The power grid was active, and judging by the shriek of blaster bolts echoing across the canyon along with the klaxon, more droids were on the way. Iskat had to help her troopers. The ones who'd fallen were beyond help, but she had 3 more teams, 12 men, who might still have a chance. But first, she had to take down the droids in front of her. Opening herself to the Force, Iskat sought that same dancing flow she'd felt on Geonosis. Time seemed to slow as she focused on the battle at hand, whirling and slashing, deflecting blaster bolts back at the BL droids. She focused her fire on the command droid, knowing that once it was out of commission, the rest of the droids would be rudderless. It may have been more intelligent, but it was just as vulnerable. Soon all the BL droids were on the ground, struggling to stand, but the big B-2 droid simply absorbed the shots and kept coming. Iskat's comlink pinged. "General Icarus, the other control stations are..." There are battle droids. The shouts and screams of her troopers at the other stations were overlaid with the sound of the blaster fire that had erupted all around the canyon, the klaxon continually screaming in counterpoint. She couldn't answer her comlink, she was too busy fending off the B-2 droid. How would she tell them, anyway? It was too late. If they couldn't defend themselves, she couldn't get there in time. Her comm quickly went silent. She turned to face the B-2 droid. Deflecting its own shots did little good, she'd have to get in close with her lysaber and cut off some vital machinery. But before she had chosen her moment to attack, a grenade exploded against the B-2, knocking it over in a plume of smoke. She didn't hesitate. She ran and leapt, her blade swinging down to cut off both its arms before severing it at the waist. "Do we do, sir?" One of the clones, CT-0528, appeared, his white armor wearing the black scars of blaster bolts. "Is anyone from your team still standing?" she asked him. He shook his head. "It doesn't look good. We've got to get inside the command station." "Cover me." "Yes, sir." She had to silence the alarm and ensure that the droids inside the station could no longer communicate with the factory. Tuolon and his troopers were still inside, and they needed every chance they could get to succeed, even if Iskat's mission was a loss. She put on a burst of speed and vaulted upward to the landing, trusting that CT-0528 would follow on the stairs. Throwing open the station door, she leapt between the two droids monitoring the wide bank of instruments, beheading them both before they could even turn around. One droid still had a hand on the alarm, which she turned off, grateful for the silence. Finally, she took a breath and picked up her comlink. Captain Spider, come in. We were ambushed by droids. We need reinforcements at the power grid. Spider answered immediately. Yes, sir. 6 troopers are on their way to your position. Iskat calculated how long it might take them to reach her, too long, even if they didn't encounter any more droids. She changed channels. Tualon, you done in there? His voice was hushed and hurried. Almost. Might want to hurry. Our intel was wrong. The power grid is crawling with battle droids. We've lost most of our team. Has your team seen any security? No security. I managed to slice into a control panel just inside the door, so we're not that far in. Will you be able to take down the power grid? She stared at the control panel, hundreds of buttons and switches and blinking lights. She knew what to do, as long as she had 3 other people doing the same thing in the other control stations. I'll find a way. Then I guess we'll see you at the rendezvous point. She breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what happened here, as long as that intel reached the Council, at least they'd gain something for the Republic. Good. Be ready for us. She switched channels. Squad 1, come in. Squad 2, Squad 3. Anybody? Her blood ran cold as the only response was silence. Of her 15 clones, only 1 was alive. Her last trooper appeared in the doorway. I think it's just us, sir. Iskat looked out the viewport at the power grid. The machinery filled the space between the canyon walls, a rectangle far longer than it was wide. With 6 clones gone, there was no way for Iskat and CT-0528 to overload the system. Even if she turned the correct dial in this station, it would self-correct before she could run to the far stations. They all had to be synced up, overloading at the same time, or the system would self-regulate thanks to built-in safety protocols. Maybe if she and her remaining trooper each took a short side, but there was a chance that wouldn't work. There was a chance the blaster fire had alerted the factory droids to a problem. There was a chance someone had already found Tualon and his men. And there was a certainty that there were battle droids at the other stations on the lookout for more trouble. She'd survived this squad with no damage, and her clone had escaped his own skirmish, but that didn't mean they could face TLNEE more B2 droids and live. Captain Spider had sent 6 more troopers, but even if they arrived in time, they still had to get past those droids. Iskat's job was to shut down this factory, and she'd been given, Josk had been given, very explicit directions that would simply melt the guts of the power grid and render it useless. That didn't mean a new power grid wouldn't be built. That didn't mean they wouldn't find a new way to power the factory. No, she had to shut this operation down for good. The whole thing. An idea began to form. Tualon, are you out of the factory yet? Yes, we're headed back to the rendezvous point on the speeders. The shuttle is already in place. Let me know when you're there. A long pause. Iskat, what are you doing? Another long pause. What I have to do? And what is that? Her fingers played over the big dial that controlled the power grid output. It was set to low, perhaps because the factory wasn't fully on board yet. She clicked off her comlink. She'd run the numbers in her head, and there was no way Tualon and his troopers could get here on time, even on the speeders. And even if they could, they'd have 6 people spread out over 4 command stations facing multiple droid battalions. Even with Captain Spider's additional troopers, the numbers wouldn't add up. She would just have to get creative. Stay here, she told her trooper. I'll calm you when I get to the next station. You're going to turn this dial as far as it'll go, his helmet tilted in question. But don't we need to overload all 4 systems at once, sir? She thought of the schematics she'd studied, the manual on running each station. She whipped out her datapad, swiped through the diagrams, read the bright red type under the word warning. What she was doing, it should work. She just didn't know how fast it would work. The manual didn't say how quickly things would happen when disaster struck, but what was the real disaster, going back a failure, or dying here? No. She wasn't going to die. Not today. Not like the clone troopers outside. Not like Josk. She would accomplish her mission. And she was going to shut down this factory completely. We can do it with two, she told her trooper, only a little bit of a lie. As soon as you've turned the knob all the way up, run for the rendezvous point and let me know when you're there. The shuttle is waiting. Iskat could feel his eyes on her even through the helmet. Yes, sir, he said doubtfully, and she took off running. Once she was on the landing, she leapt over the railing and down to the ground, bypassing the stairs entirely. Turning on her comlink, she asked Chualon, "Where are you?" When he came in, he was breathing hard. "We're at the shuttle. It's fully packed." "Josk is, they have him on board." "I know that's important to you. Will you be able to shut down the power grid or not? Do you have a plan?" Even if she took a deep breath and switched her comm to the trooper's channel, cutting Chualon off. In the silence, the sound of marching droids echoed through the canyon. She waded into the toppled mess of destroyed battle droids, aiming for one she'd noticed in particular and snatching what she needed from his pack. "General Icarus." CT-0528 asked through the comm. "I'm almost there," she told him. With a deep, centering breath, she ran for the next nearest control station. A squad of droids spotted her, and blaster bolts zinged toward her as they approached. She didn't stop running, she reached within and, as if unlocking a door long kept bolted, unleashed all the control she'd been holding tightly for so long. With one swipe of her hand, a dozen droids slammed into the canyon wall and fell to the ground, broken and dented and useless and sparking, even the bigger B-2. It felt so good, so freeing, so utterly delicious not to hold back. Her stride opened up as she grinned, and she leapt, hurtling onto the landing of the next command station. She felt weightless, filled to the brim with energy. She beheaded the two droids within and went to the dial. "I'm here," she told her trooper. "Turn it all the way, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Her long, red fingers twisted her own dial up and up and up, past the red. A warning siren immediately went off, and a dozen lights began blinking frantically. She ignited her lightsaber and ran outside. The moment she saw more droids marching toward her, she reached out in the Force and swept them out of her path like a flood tossing trees. It felt so good, so right, so easy, without holding back, without fear that she might accidentally hurt someone. When these droids hit the canyon wall, they fell down in one big mass of metal, as if they'd been smelted together. She ran until she was past the power grid with a straight shot to the ship waiting at the rendezvous point. 528, are you at the rendezvous point? Almost, sir. He was out of breath. I just met the reinforcements. Do you want us to come back and cover you? She looked around the canyon, listening carefully for more droids. She didn't hear anything, but then again, the alarm was going off. This one had a different sort of urgency from the defense klaxon, which gave her hope. This alarm sounded desperate. It sounded scared. No. Get everyone on the shuttle. I'll join you shortly. Make sure the ship is ready to leave the second I hit the ramp. Yes, sir. She couldn't tell if her plan was working yet, or if perhaps there was some fail-safe built into the power grid. Maybe someone really did have to turn the dial at all 4 stations simultaneously, or maybe the droids at Theater 2 control stations were able to override the dials she and her trooper had turned. There was no way to know except to wait and see, and they weren't going to do that. They didn't have time. She needed some way to be sure. which was why she'd stopped to pull a thermal detonator from the pack of the grenade droid. She'd never actually held one before, but she knew how it worked, in theory. She also knew that she was far too close to the power field to use it. She adjusted the timer, took off running toward the ship, and right before the bend in the canyon, she paused, thumbed the detonator, and used the force to throw it as far as she could. It barely took any effort to guide it over the wall and far into the center of power grid. For a moment, she stood there, watching it soar. And then a blaster bolt nearly took off her left ear as droids poured out of canyon. She ran faster than she'd ever run in her life, boots pounding against the black sand as the droids marched behind her, sending blaster bolts hurtling past. She tapped into the force, ducking and weaving and leaping, occasionally turning around to send a bolt into their ranks, knocking one down and hopefully tripping his fellows. Only as the shuttle came into view did she remember that she'd left behind 6 troopers, without checking to see if they were alive and capable of being saved. Just because they hadn't answered their comms didn't mean they were dead. A flush of shame shimmied TLN off her, but she shook it off. They were soldiers who'd fallen in battle. Like Semba, the Jedi couldn't risk the entire operation to do their corpses justice. She told herself there was no way the troopers could have lived through that droid onslaught. If they had, they would have answered her comms. They were gone, and that was war, and she had to accept it. As if in punctuation, a line of fire burned the top of her arm, a blaster bolt finding home as she spent too much time thinking and too little time reacting. The pain galvanized her, infuriated her, and she stopped and spun, screaming her rage as she used the force to throw the droids backward in a spray of sand and smoke. With the threat neutralized, she kept running. The shuttle was ready for liftoff, and the moment Iskat hit the ramp, it rose into the sky, kicking up a fierce and glittering wind of black sand with a few chaotically twirling blackbirds caught in the storm. Tuolon met her on the ramp, helping her into the shuttle proper even though they both knew she didn't need any help. She glanced around and saw CT-0528 sitting nearby, almost indistinguishable from the other clones save for the black streaks of blaster fire on his armor and the fact that he was bent over, trying to catch his breath. Nearly half ship was empty. The remaining troopers were silent. Captain Spider strode back from the cockpit as Iskat and Tuolon found their seats. "General Icarus, can you tell me what happened to my men?" he asked tiredly. "Our intel said the power grid wasn't defended, that there were 2 unarmed droids at each control station. But there were dozens of battle droids with blasters. BLS, B2S, commanders, grenadiers. They surprised us. We'd already split up when they appeared. I took down as many as I could, but it was too late." "I'm so sorry." Captain Spider put up a hand. "Just a little advice, sir. Generals don't apologize. Not for decisions made in the heat of battle. Otherwise you'd do nothing else." Iskat bristled a bit. That felt like an insult added on to patronizing advice, but then again, he'd just lost 15 of his men. He was allowed to be upset with the situation. "How did you shut down the grid with only 2 people?" Tuolon asked. "I had to improvise. But I don't think the factory will be operational for much longer." He cocked his head. "I don't like the sound of that. Did you not follow orders? Our objective was to stop the factory from producing droids. They gave us bad intel, and then things went umung. We're Jedi. We have to be able to think on our feet. So if the factory gets shut down, then does it really matter?" "Of course it matters," he argued. "Because Jedi don't." Iskat didn't get to hear more on Tuolon's ideas regarding what Jedi didn't do, because the power grid exploded in a giant fireball burning bright against the twilight sky. The shuttle rocked sideways with the power of the explosion, and Iskat lurched against Tuolon, who moved away more quickly than she would have preferred. "Did you blow up the entire grid?" he asked, incredulous. "I told you I had to improvise." But a second explosion made the ship shake even harder, and Iskat stood and hurried to the cockpit, steadying herself as the shuttle climbed ever higher. Outside, there were two gigantic fireballs, two huge plumes of smoke. "Looks like the factory went up," the pilot said. She could just see it, the flat metal roof torn open and billowing foul black smoke. As she watched, a third, smaller explosion erupted from the canyon, leaving behind a jagged scar. "Mission accomplished," she said. "That factory won't be making any droids." Tuolon joined her at the viewport, looking down at the caimage. "We weren't supposed to blow it up. Master Gorlia said it was supposed to be subtle. Something that could be blamed on malfunctioning equipment. I think the moment armed battle droids arrived, our cover was blown," she argued. Tuolon scrolled through his datapad. 3 explosions? I don't know how the Council is going to take this. She shook her head. It was either this, or utter failure. She looked into Tuolon's eyes, the liquid orange of a sunset on water. "Would you want to return to the temple, just you and I and half our troopers and Josk's body, and tell Master Windu and the others that we had failed, that it was all for nothing?" He held up a data card. "Not for nothing. I got the plans they wanted. Then we both accomplished our missions." How she hated the look he gave her then, disappointed and almost pitying. For the entire journey back to Coruscant, Iskat and Tuolon kept their distance from each other. Iskat's triumph had been dampened by Tuolon's criticism, and the troopers were somber after the loss of their fellows. Iskat couldn't forget that the long, wrapped shape nestled near the ramp was once the earnest but arrogant Jedi Knight Josk Nivar, especially when a familiar voice began emitting from that particular spot in the ship as they neared Coruscant. "General Nivar, report. We see you entering Coruscant airspace. Report." Master Gorlia's voice was mummed by the fabric wrappings. Tuolon pulled out his Auncomlink. "We're here, Master Gorlia." Is Josk." Tuolon sighed. "That's a longer story." A pause. "We await your full account. We've heard some troubling reports out of Thule." Tuolon gave Iskat a pained look and said, "It's a tale better told in full, Master." As they descended through the atmosphere and neared the glittering heights of Coruscant and the 5 towers atop the Jedi Temple came into view, a familiar and unwelcome feeling settled over Iskat like a suffocating blanket. Worry. And shame. Like she'd done something wrong and would soon have to explain it to someone who'd already formed an opinion and was unlikely to change it no matter how well she argued her point of view. When they deboarded at the landing pad, Master Yoda and Master Gorlia were waiting. Master Gorlia looked disappointed, but Yoda looked contemplative. 3 Jedi travelled to Thule, but only 2 returned, he said. "We lost Josk Nivar during the mission," Tuolon began. "But we succeeded," Iskat interrupted. Master Yoda held up a hand. "Speak of it here we will not. To the chamber we will go." He began walking, and Master Gorlia fell in beside him. Iskat and Tuolon shared a look and followed. Iskat had grown up in the temple, but since Geonosis she had begun to see her home with new eyes. These halls she'd walked for so long now seemed somehow smaller, the haughty spires and soaring ceilings like a farce. What did such careful control and cold beauty matter when the galaxy's peacekeepers were failing to keep peace? The halls were more empty than usual, with almost no Jedi Masters or Knights in view. The initiates who passed by were quiet and in a perfect line, and a few of them stole worried glances at her. They were so young, so soft and tiny that it made her heart ache. What would happen when they ran out of Jedi to fight this war? Who would train these younglings when there were no Jedi left? And what sort of galaxy would they inherit? Instead of returning to Jelani Garden, they went directly to the council chamber, and Iskat's shame returned in full force. She had not seen the interior of the chamber before, and she regretted that it was under such inauspicious circumstances. Master Gorlia motioned for Iskat and Tuolon to sit, and Iskat settled into the indicated chair but found everything uncomfortable. The fine black grit of Thule had worked its way into her clothing and hair, the blaster burns on her ear and upper arm ached, and her hands were sore from climbing. So much had happened so quickly. Everything had changed in just a couple of days. She had no idea what to expect. Maybe they would tell Iskat she was a hero. Or maybe she would be punished. We haven't had any communication in a worrisome amount of time, and we've received word of massive amounts of damage. Master Gorlia began. She looked tired and sounded like this wasn't the first bad news she'd received today. Or when and how did we lose General Nevar? Iskat opened her mouth to speak, but Tuolon beat her to it. There were 4 cannons guarding the factory. We were climbing the canyon walls to disable them, and he fell. Fell and died, a Jedi Knight did? Yoda asked. Very unusual, that seems. There were birds, Iskat hurried to say. Creatures native to Thule. Josk disturbed a nest, and they attacked him. We think their bites are venomous, based on Josk's behavior and the color of his skin after he was bitten. There were large slugs as well, and I think perhaps that's how the birds came to have poison on their beaks. He appeared to have been unconscious even before he hit the ground, or paralyzed, or perhaps his heart was affected. Yoda nodded, but remained silent. Master Gorlia leaned forward. And what happened after Josk was lost? We decided to share command, Tuolon said, his face hard. He looked at Iskat, and she began. Tuolon and I were able to destroy the cannons with no issues. After that, we climbed back down and Tuolon prepared to infiltrate the factory as planned. She nodded at Tuolon to continue. I led my troopers to the factory, where I was able to download everything you requested. He handed over the data card. Then we headed back to the rendezvous point. A pause as Iskat chose her words carefully. With Josk gone, I focused on overloading the power grid. Our intel suggested the facility was still under construction and wouldn't be defended, but as soon as we approached, dozens of battle droids arrived. We lost all but one of my clones. With the element of surprise gone and too few people to perform the correct inputs at all 4 stations, I decided we would have to settle for overloading only 2 control stations. I wasn't sure if that would be enough to shut the system down, so I threw a thermal detonator into the grid. And then we left. Urhik caused 3 explosions on Thule, Master Gorlia continued, shaking her head. We made it clear this mission was to be subtle. A flare of anger made Iskat interrupt her. Our stated goal was to make sure that factory couldn't produce any more droids for the Separatists, and we accomplished that goal. You also sent shock waves through an occupied planet that will not look kindly upon our intrusion, Gorlia said sharply. In addition to the power grid and the factory, the effects of your thermal detonator took out a small underground settlement of engineers and laborers. We had hoped the information Tuolon gained from the factory databanks would give us a secret advantage over the Separatists, that we would know more about their production plans and how better to interrupt them. But now they'll be increasing the security at every factory from here on out. A historical site was damaged as well. The altar, Iskat said quietly. Altar. Gorlia pressed. We found an ancient stone altar in the cavern where we set up camp. It had a carved base with a large crystal. The motif in the carvings was interesting. Master Yoda's ears drooped as if he felt every one of his years. A Sith world Thule was long ago. He and Master Gorlia shared a look. But Iskat's mind was reeling. A Sith world? Did that mean the planet was steeped in the dark side? She'd felt so at home there, which made her uneasy. Perhaps it wasn't the way the planet and its bones sat in the Force, maybe her planet of birth had merely looked similar or shared the same mix of gases and gravity. She remembered the call of the Sith text Semba had found, and she couldn't help wondering if, in its own way, the planet had called to her, too. She remembered how her hand had moved to touch the Sith emblem, the brief flare of the crystal under her fingertips. And then there was the dream, and the way she'd woken up beside the altar. No, she couldn't tell anyone about that. Couldn't give anyone further reason to doubt her. Masters. Chuelon had his head in his hands, his leku hanging dejectedly. I feel as if I've let you down. After Josk fell, I should've, your fault it is, Yoda jabbed his cane at Chuelon. No. Messy, war is. Confusing. Even the Force cannot see where it might lead. We'll arrange for Josk's funeral, Master Gorlia said, her tone far softer than it had been the rest of the conversation. Remember, you're Jedi Knights now, but you're not alone. Even if you're beyond a Master's sole attention, there are always those willing to teach you or train with you. You'll also take turns instructing the younglings. With so few Masters available, they will need your guidance more than ever. She gestured, and Chuelon and Iskat stood and walked toward the door. Iskat, one more thing, Master Gorlia said. Chuelon gave Iskat a significant look and left the garden, the door closing softly behind him. Alone with the two Masters, Iskat had a sinking feeling in her chest. Before, she'd felt as if maybe she'd made a small error in judgment, but it had been acceptable and reasonable. Now, with Chuelon gone, she knew nothing good could happen behind that closed door. We know you're having a hard time, Master Gorlia began, with the loss of your master, with your first real mission without her guidance. Everyone is having a hard time, Iskat said stiffly, clutching her amulet. Losing a master is a pivotal moment for a Jedi, one Chuelon can't yet comprehend. But it is a natural and inevitable part of our journey in the Force. It can set your internal compass spinning. The knighting ceremony is meant to be a ritual timed appropriately to allow reflection and to celebrate your outgrowth from mentorship, but we realize that you were hurried through this process and that you might need some time to find your path. Iskat struggled not to raise her voice, to keep it careful and even. She had to center herself, had to show Masters Yoda and Gorlia that she was worthy of their trust and confident in her actions. She released her amulet and stood straighter. I don't need time. My actions on Thule are not related to the passing of my master. I would have made the same decision at the power grid whether Semba was alive or not. It was the right choice. We had to accomplish our goal. We didn't want to let you down. Civilian casualties there were, Yoda said softly. We were told the area was occupied only by droids, Iskat argued. There was no mention of civilians. We didn't see any evidence of living beings from the air or the ground. How were we to know? Josk knew. This information was among his schematics. Master Gorlia scrolled through her datapad and shook her head again. His file contained additional details of every aspect of the factory. Perhaps he decided that information wasn't relevant to your plans. It's true that there were fewer than a dozen casualties, mostly builders and administrators. But, again, it was meant to be a stealth mission with no loss of life, and here we are. Yoda put both his hands on his cane, and leaned forward. More careful you must be in the future, yes. More careful? More careful? In war? Her hands were in fists now. But weren't they separatists? Weren't they the enemy? Like the Geonosians we fought on the way to the arena. The Geonosians were armed and attacking. The people below the factory were just working to feed their families. Someone hired to build a factory would be considered largely innocent at this juncture. Master Gorlia's eyes were tired. Many of your fellow Jedi are learning how to be leaders during a war after a lifetime of peace, and you are likewise learning to be a Jedi Knight and a general. Mistakes will be made. Your job is to meditate on your reasoning and impulsiveness and learn to do better. Your current disrespect and aggression are unbecoming in a Jedi. The word unbecoming hit Iskat like a punch to the gut, and the words came out before she could stop them. Is that why Josk was reporting on me to Mace Windu? Master Gorlia quickly hid her brief flash of surprise. Master Windu has expressed concerns about your fitness to lead, then why did he make me a Jedi Knight? Many Padawans were left out of that ceremony. Valuable strength and power you have, Yoda said firmly. Control and maturity. He shook his head. Uncertain are we at this time? Am I in trouble? Iskat asked, breathless. Trouble, no, Yoda said. But careful you must be, Iskat Icarus. Anger. Fear. He shook his head, white hairs wagging. In times of war, easier it is to move down a dark path. Devote yourself to finding peace in the Force you should. Master Kulfin and Master Uame will be in the temple and available to you. Let them help you process what happened on Geonosis and Thule. Continue to focus on your control and discipline. Your team did accomplish the overall goal, but there is always room for improvement. Master Gorlia gave a weary smile, as if even this conversation was not the worst one she'd had that day. Why don't you go wash off the travel dust and get a meal? Iskat knew a dismissal when she heard one, and she was more than happy to be out from under their scrutiny. How quickly she'd gone from pride and triumph to shame and, well, not anger. Not just anger. Resentment. She simply didn't agree with Yoda and Gorlia, and Mace Windu. She was barely allowed to defend her actions, and the way they'd patronized her, rebuking her like a child after she'd managed to turn a loss into a win. Who could accept that without argument? And now they were foisting her off onto Masters Kulfin and Uame, ensuring there would continue to be eyes always upon her. Jedi Knights were supposed to be beyond such overbearing management. Hiding her resentment, a practice she had long since perfected, she bathed, dressed in her robes, ate, and went to meditate beside her favorite pool, where the flickering of orange fish always soothed her. Tuolon was there, sitting cross-legged on a smooth stone. The moment she entered, he looked up. His forehead wrinkled with worry, and he stood. You don't have to leave because of me, Iskat said. He wouldn't quite meet her eyes. I guess I just wanted to be alone. The Masters said we should seek solace in our fellow Jedi during difficult times. She smiled softly up at him. He stepped back. Iskat, I don't understand you. You argued with Master Yoda and Master Gorlia in there. You questioned their wisdom. You still can't see that what you did on Thule was wrong. Maybe I don't think it was wrong. And how can we learn if we never question anything? You question too much. You're impudent. You think you're hiding your anger, but the Masters can sense it. We all can. You've been here all your life, just like the rest of us, and it's like you just don't get it. You're so close, but then you do something that the rest of us can see is foolish. I just, don't want to be around that kind of energy. We're Jedi Knights now, generals. His eyes pled with her. We have to act like it. He left quickly, and Iskat looked down into the crystal blue water. She'd never felt so far from scented. Tuolon had practically run away from her. She hadn't done anything wrong on Thule, she was certain of it. She'd made the right choice in the moment with the information and resources she had been given. Josk could have told her about the civilians, and that choice had had consequences. This was a war, and if she was to be a soldier, then she would do her part. And yet the Masters had reprimanded her, Mace was watching her, and now Tuolon didn't he want to be near her. Iskat wanted to be a good Jedi. She wanted to be the best. She wanted the Council to be pleased with her, and her fellow Jedi Knights to welcome her company. She wanted to be an asset, an example. She wanted the Padawans to look up to her. She wanted to make a difference in the galaxy. And she had. The droid factory on Thule would never be operational, and after what had happened to the power grid, it was unlikely they would attempt to rebuild there. She'd succeeded. It would have been so much worse to come home with Josk's body and a failed mission. They'd called her conduct unbecoming. Tulon had implied she was impudent and smug. How did none of them see her potential? What Iskat wanted more than anything was to be back out in the galaxy, away from the temple and putting her skills to good use. She wanted to fight and climb and let the force flow fiercely through her as it had when she'd thrown the battle droids and slaughtered the Geonosians. That meant that she had to convince Masters Yoda and Gorlia and Windu that she was trying, that she could be trusted, and that they should send her back out into the field. Her only choice going forward was to become exactly what they wanted her to be. Calm, pliant, unfeeling, willing to follow orders perfectly without question, and without getting too creative or ambitious. Maybe in another life, she would have told Josk about the slugs earlier, or caught him before he fell, and the whole mission's failure would have been on his shoulders. He would have made the call at the power grid, and Iskat would have done her best not to die. Maybe in another life, she would have just been a good Jedi who followed orders and returned to the temple with a data card full of factory intel and tales of barely escaping unexpected battle droids. Maybe in another life, things would have been different, but in this one, Iskat Icarus had been the one to make the call, and despite the discomfort of her recent dressing down by Yoda and Gorlia, if she was honest with herself, she did not regret it. The consequence of her success was that she now had to swallow down her true thoughts and feelings and shove herself into a mold if she wanted to continue to advance as a Jedi. And if she couldn't find that balance, if she couldn't be who they wanted her to be, then maybe, like Fura, she'd throw Duan her lightsaber and walk away. The next morning, Iskat received a summons to teach the younglings, guiding them in memorizing the Jedi code that would steer their lives. The creche felt confining, and it was a beautiful day, so she brought her 12 little students out into the garden and arranged them to sit in a circle. It was easy enough, leading their breathing until they were all in tune, at least those with lungs that worked that way. The younglings were well behaved and didn't so much as dare to open an eye. Iskat, however, had a wandering mind. Certain memories kept bubbling up as she sat among them, little moments from her own time in the creche that she'd tried to forget. Reprimands for not focusing, for asking too many questions, for pushing Shalin in anger after she said that Iskat was distracting her by fidgeting too much. She could see in hindsight that even if Jedi younglings were supposed to be peaceful and have self-control from a young age, they were still children who made mistakes, and Iskat had made more than most. It was as if the other children had known some secret she didn't, and Iskat had worked twice as hard just to keep up. And then she'd accidentally pulled the column down on Tyka, and she'd lost her closest friend and the trust of her clan, all in one fell swoop. "Master Icarus, you're not breathing with us," the youngling nearest her whispered, a shy little Sulustan girl. "You're right," Iskat whispered back, enjoying the sound of master before her name even if it was an honorific instead of a title. Then she raised her voice slightly so all the younglings could hear her. "This is an important lesson for all of us. No matter how old you are, there'll always be moments when you need to stop and look inside to find your center. There will always be opportunities to improve ourselves, to strengthen our focus and connection to the world around us, and thus to the Force." She paused, then turned back to the Sulustan and whispered again, "I should do better to focus, shouldn't I?" The girl giggled politely and nodded. Iskat closed her eyes and joined the younglings, lengthening her breaths and doing her best to clear her mind. Despite the fact that she'd practiced this exercise every day that she could remember, her internal landscape remained stubbornly busy. It was harder than ever to prevent her emotions from dominating her thoughts. The anger and resentment over Thule was not lessening, as it should have been. It was growing. The dream from Thule replayed in her mind, over and over again, the pain and rage visible on a face so like her own, then the arc of a lightsaber tossed away. In the dream, she didn't see the girl's face after she turned to run, but did she imagine a wave of relief? It didn't matter. She shoved the thought aside. She was doing the opposite of what she'd instructed the younglings to do. She'd lost her center. Together, breathing with the little ones, she would find it. There is no emotion, there is peace, she said softly. There is no emotion, there is peace, the children repeated. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no serenity, there is passion. The children did not repeat after her, and she opened her eyes to find them all staring at her. Had's wrong?" she asked. "You said it backward," the Sulustan told her. Iskat suddenly felt as if she'd committed some horrible transgression she couldn't remember. Her fingers tingled where they rested on her knees, her feet gone numb. She felt as if everyone in the temple could see her now, could feel her wrongness. "You said, there is no serenity, there is passion, but it's the other way around," a human boy added. Her throat gone dry, Iskat forced on a bland smile and nodded. "Very good. That was a test to see if you know your Jedi code. And you all passed. Let's keep going." She took a deep breath, centering herself again, grasping for the familiar words she'd long ago committed to memory. "There is no passion, there is serenity." With a barely perceptible sigh of relief, the children intoned, "There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. There is no death, there is the Force." In the silence after the last line, Iskat tasted bile rising in her throat. It wasn't true, was it? There was death. There was lots of death. Master V had died, and the Geonosians had died, and Josk had died, and the clone troopers had died, and whoever had been near the factory had died. As the war went on, more and more beings would die, Jedi and clone troopers and separatists and civilians. Thousands, maybe millions of beings. Maybe even children like these innocent younglings. The thought made her shiver. "Master, are you cold?" The little Sulustan was annoyingly astute and empathetic. "A little. My biology is different, I suppose," she said. The girl cocked her head. "What species are you?" A familiar sadness tugged at Iskat's hearts. "I don't know. No one I've ever met knows the name of my species or my planet." "Maybe you're the only one left," the human boy said in awe. "In the whole galaxy. The only person like you." It took everything Iskat had for her to raise her head with a kind smile. "I'm not the only person like me. I'm a Jedi, like you. The Jedi are my family, and now I get to serve the galaxy and help people. Who could ask for anything more?" Iskat could. Iskat could ask for a lot more. Understanding. Acceptance. Respect. Praise. Real empathy from her masters and fellow Jedi Knights, a master who would truly ui to understand her, to meet her where she was, and to see her powers as gifts instead of problems. A clean slate in which Shalin and O'Neill and the others didn't seem always on edge around her, in which Tycho hadn't chosen to leave the Jedi Order because of her, in which Julian didn't see her as a bad influence, in which Josk was still alive because her instinct had been to save him instead of watch, fascinated, as he fell. Yes, there were a lot of things Iskat Icarus wanted with all her hearts, but she would never tell another living soul that. The only thing worse than feeling those horrible, forbidden feelings and not being able to banish them was imagining what it would be like if anyone else knew her secrets. Once her time with the younglings was over, Iskat made a beeline for a certain courtyard outside the archives that provided a solace she'd never found anywhere else in the Jedi Temple. She'd been eager to sojourn there since returning from Thule. Other than some weeding among the herb beds, nothing had changed since her last visit, and yet. Everything had. She felt a heaviness now, a responsibility. Before, failing her master meant disappointing an older woman who didn't really like her. Now failure meant people were dead and the remaining masters trusted her even less. She was happy to see Hizo there, sleeping under the tree with his cap pulled down over his eyes and another mouse droid in his lap. The moment she settled on the bench, he startled awake guiltily and then grinned at her, showing his pointy little teeth. "How'd the mission go?" he asked. "Other than the fact that we accomplished our goal, it was a total failure." She leaned back and tipped her face up to the sky. "I was supposed to zap a power grid, but instead I blew it up. And a factory, too. And a Jedi, our leader, died. All because of me." Hizo gave the soft growl that she'd come to recognize as a tired sigh. "Hey, that's not the worst thing I've heard. Another recent mission got 2 Jedi Knights and a Padawan killed chasing a bounty hunter, and they didn't even meet their objective. Another mission lost a master and a couple of dozen clone troopers during a shootout in a busy market that left the locals wailing in the streets." He shrugged and opened up the mouse droid. "War is messy. But they are trying to pretend that it's not. As if our affinity for the Force means we can accomplish any mission without collateral damage. We have special skills, sure, but blasters can still kill us, falls can still kill us. We're not invincible." Iskat watched the traffic lanes, thinking about how each set of lights represented someone living an entirely different life, going from one place to another by choice. "It's almost like I spent so much time meditating that I didn't really live life, and now it's caught up to me. So many of my skills are useless now. There's so much I don't know. I can haggle with a shopkeeper for a cracked old kyber crystal, but I don't know how to forage in the wilderness and can barely tend to a wound. I can kill, but they frown on that. Killing seems like a valuable skill during a war." Iskat sat up suddenly. "You'd think so, but I was trained for peace, not strategy. They call me a general, but I didn't even earn that title. They just gave it to me." Hizo blew some dust out of the mouse droid and sneezed. "Just because you're born into a society doesn't mean you're fit for it. I came here to escape my fate. But being here is your fate, or so you've been told. And now suddenly they are saying your fate might be to die on some lonely planet, frying to protect people who resent you so that the senators can give each other standing ovations. I'd be mad, too." "I'm not mad," she said, too quickly. "No Jedi was ever supposed to be mad, or at least they weren't supposed to be mad for long or admit to it. Just feel like my abilities are wasted." She looked around. Even though they were alone in the courtyard, protected by high walls and the constant drone of traffic overhead, she was still a little paranoid about speaking so freely. If Mace Windu had asked one Jedi to report on her, he might ask another, and the gardens were open to it all. "You don't report to Mace Windu, do you?" she asked him. Hizo's eyes met hers, his nose wrinkled up. "No, I report to Joe Partandil in tech management. Mace Windu is a little bit terrifying. Like he sees right through you, you know." He wasn't lying, at least, she could feel it in the Force. "It's just, Mace Windu and the other masters, they are making me hold myself back. I have talents that could save lives, if they sent me to the right place. I could have helped in the arena on Geonosis, and then maybe we wouldn't have lost so many of our most well-trained Jedi." "Well, did you tell them that?" Iskat snorted. "Of course not. They treat me like a blaster without a safety. I can't be my true self. They won't teach me how to tap into the part of the Force that could really help the war effort. I'm just supposed to squash my abilities down and hide them. There are probably more Jedi like me, afraid to show their true talents. Why does the Council get to decide which abilities are good and bad? Shouldn't we use everything we have to end this war before more people die?" Hizo carefully put down the mouse droid and looked up at her, light flashing in his eyes. "I've been in this temple for 40 years. Most people assume I don't speak basic, so I hear a lot of things. I've heard tales that in the past, other Force users had unusual abilities, too, skills the Masters didn't approve of, or urged them to ignore. Iskat's breath caught in her throat. What happened to them? They argued with the Council and were urged to seek balance in the Force. But a few refused and sought greater power, and so they had to. His lips pulled back, showing his teeth. Leave the Jedi. It felt like there were black slugs crawling up and down Iskat's arms, soft and clawing but deadly, making goosebumps rise. But what would someone even do, if they left the Jedi? A shrug. What does anyone do? Pursue a different life, I suppose. Maybe explore those abilities that the Jedi reject. It's all whispers and rumors, really. Anything that has to do with leaving, anything that has to do with the dark side, they don't talk about it. They bury it so deep no one can ever find it. They consider that sort of knowledge to be dangerous. But it's out there, somewhere. The Jedi don't like destroying knowledge, even if it has to be locked away. Why have knowledge that people can't use? Why keep us in the dark about our own abilities? A chuckle. You're asking the wrong guy. I just fix droids, and sometimes, when I'm near the right pipes, I hear people talk. All I can tell you is that the Jedi have lots of secrets, and that people who want to know more about that sort of thing never get the answers they want here. They just quietly choose to disappear. A sudden thought sprang to Iskat's mind. Wait. You said you've been here for 40 years. I had a vision of a girl who looked a lot like me dropping her lightsaber and running away. Do you know anything about that? Or maybe her name was Ura. At that, Hizo picked up the droid again and gave her a sad smile. There was a girl who looked like you, maybe 20 years ago. Red skin stands out, even among the Jedi. Never saw anyone else that looked like that, until you showed up. I've been wondering if maybe she was related to me. Her heart sped up as she spoke the words aloud for the first time. Possibly even my mother. A long, significant pause. Iskat could barely breathe as he considered it. Jedi don't have mothers, is what I've always heard, Hizo said breezily. Iskat looked at the door, feeling guilty. She wasn't supposed to care about her mother, it was Hugh. But why would Master V keep Fura's lightsaber when attachment was forbidden? And why were her final words an apology to Fura? What did Semba think she'd done wrong? And why had Iskat had that dream on Thule, so exact in its detail, so significant? I don't know why I need to know so badly, but I do. I need to know how we're related, and I need to know why she left. Did she have abilities like mine? Did she have unanswered questions? Was she one of the ones who left to pursue the dark side? Hizo shook his head. I can't tell you that. All I know is that she looked like you, and one day, she was gone. I never saw her again. A few days later, Iskat was again called to the council chambers. All the way up the lift she was smiling, wondering where she might be sent next. She was well aware that she would be reporting to a more senior Jedi, an experienced Jedi Knight or Master, or possibly even Tualon, which she wouldn't mind at all, really. She'd been rebuked, but every Jedi was needed for the war effort. Maybe she wouldn't be in charge, but at least she would be out in the galaxy, on the front lines, seeing exciting new planets and using her skills instead of merely practicing them. In the stately chambers high in a spire, she found Master Gorlia joined by not Yoda, but Mace Windu. His sharp eyes fell heavily on Iskat, and she met his gaze bravely, chin up. Iskat Icarus, Master Windu said, fingers steepled. Have you given thought to what happened on Thule? I have, Master Windu. And what are your conclusions? She slipped her hands into the sleeves of her robes to hide their shaking. At the time, I thought I was making the right call, but I realize now that there were other options. I could have retreated and worked out a new solution with Tuolon after reviewing the intel he downloaded in the factory. I could have asked Captain Spider his thoughts and decided on a new strategy or waited for reinforcements. I took a risk, and although it paid off, it also caused harm. In the future, I will seek input from my mission partners and won't act rashly alone. Mace blinked once, slowly. A well-spoken answer, and the right one, but is it what you feel in your hearts? Iskat faltered for a moment, wondering exactly how well she was hiding her thoughts from the canny master. I know that it's the right answer, and that is more important than what I feel. The Jedi Order and its service to the Republic are more important than the individual. I'm glad to hear you say that. Mace sat back. We have your next assignment. Iskat stood taller. Yes, Master. Mace gestured to Master Gorlia, who sat up with a pleased sort of energy. You've done an excellent job working with the younglings, and it has not gone unnoticed. Since Geonosis, they've had rotating instructors, which has made it difficult for them to truly find healing and move forward with their studies. We feel that having one fully committed instructor would benefit them most. She leaned forward and held out a hand. And we think you're the ideal choice for this position. For a long moment, Iskat said nothing. She'd come here excited about her next mission off-planet, but they were effectively grounding her. All of Mace's careful compliments didn't change the fact that this wasn't just a disappointment, it was a demotion. It was a punishment. Master, this is a great honor, but... Mace's eyebrows rose. But I feel that the Force calls me to serve the Jedi and the Republic through service in the field. I know you think I've suffered a lapse in judgment, or that I'm not ready to lead, but I'm ready to follow. Iskat's hearts were thumping, and she struggled to maintain her composure. She had to convince Mace that this was the Tong decision. But Mace didn't even appear to consider it. Iskat, the Council is in agreement. For now, this is how you can best serve the Jedi Order. It is a post of the utmost importance. These children represent our future, and there is no greater calling than to provide the routine and support they require to thrive. Master Gorlia added, we feel that this arrangement will be mutually beneficial. But I'm a Jedi Knight, Iskat began. And this is a post generally occupied by a Jedi Master, so perhaps that will bring you some comfort. Mace finished. Iskat looked down and unclasped her hands, which tightened into fists. Master Windu, I know that you asked Josk to keep an eye on me on Thule. I know that you don't trust me. But I'll do anything to prove to you that I'm fit for duty and that I have truly learned from my errors. If you truly want to prove that you're fit for duty, Mace said, then you'll take this assignment with grace and humility and dedicate yourself to teaching the younglings and further developing your control within the Force. I'll be watching you here, too, along with Masters Kulfin and Uame. We will determine when you're ready for a different post. Until then, you have some work to do. Understood? Iskat actively fought her body's desire to slump over in defeat. Yes, Master. I'll do my best. I trust that you will. Mace's day tap had beeped, and he frowned at it. But first, would you please meet Chancellor Palpatine at landing pad 7 and escort him here? He looked to Master Gorlia. He's early. That, at least, gave Iskat a jolt of excitement. She had seen hollows of the Chancellor, of course, but she'd never been in his presence. He was the most powerful politician in the Republic, and even if Mace didn't trust her on the battlefield, at least he trusted her enough to extend the hospitality of the Jedi Temple to someone so important. Of course, Master. She inclined her head, then forced herself to exit the chamber calmly. In the lift, she shook out her body and took a few deep, cleansing breaths. She smoothed back the little hairs that always escaped from her long braid and arranged her sleeves. Once the lift opened, she swiftly walked out to the landing pad, slowing her pace and smiling warmly as she approached the sleek chrome yacht. Much to her surprise, instead of travelling with a retinue or even a secretary, the Chancellor was alone. He was an older man with grey hair brushed back, and he wore long, formal burgundy robes with puffed sleeves. He gave off an air of benevolent kindness, and Iskat immediately liked him. "Chancellor Palpatine, welcome. I'm Iskat Icarus. Master Mace Windu has asked me to conduct you to the council chambers for your meeting." Palpatine's answering smile was wan and genuine, and he inclined his head. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Iskat. Your name seems familiar. Do I remember correctly that you were among those recently promoted to Jedi Knight?" Iskat's heart stuttered, to think he might know anything about her. As she led him to the lift, she said, "You're correct, Chancellor. It's only been a few weeks. And what have you done since then? I know we depend on our Jedi Knights as part of the war effort, and the people of the galaxy are grateful for your service." The slow, formal speech was like a dance, and Iskat felt alive, speaking to someone so important as if they were equals. "I was sent to Thule, where we disarmed a separatist droid factory." The lift opened, and Iskat gestured for Palpatine to proceed inside and then followed, standing by his side at a respectful distance. "Ah, Thule." Palpatine gave a small sigh and clasped his hands. "The Jedi Council was disappointed in the outcome there, but after some thought, I personally take a somewhat more optimistic view. That's one less factory, and perhaps it will give pause to the separatists and those who would serve them. This is a war, after all, and I for one am pleased to know that another manufactory of weapons against our Republic will never be brought online." Relief spread through Iskat's chest, to hear that he wasn't disappointed. "I'm afraid the Council disagrees with that opinion, Chancellor, but it's just. The Jedi could do so much more." She trailed off. "Go on," Palpatine urged. "I am not your counsel, and I am curious what you would do differently. New perspectives are always welcome." Iskat realized she only had a few brief moments to speak candidly before the lift doors opened on the High Council and the sharp ears of her masters. "We are peacekeepers, but peace cannot be earned solely through defense. The Jedi, some of the Jedi, have untapped abilities that could be honed to serve the Republic. We could take a more assertive role. Diplomacy is well and good, but the High Council insists that we remain passive when we can do more." "When I can do more," she wanted to say. The lift doors opened, and Palpatine stepped out. "I enjoyed our talk, Iskat Icarus, and I will take your thoughts into consideration. I feel certain you have a bright future ahead of you. I've been told I'm to teach the children now, rather than go on another mission," she said, unable to hide her frustration. He put a hand to the lift door, holding it open. "How fortunate for the children. They are our future, after all, and they can only benefit from your knowledge. I'm sure we'll see you in the field again soon. The Republic needs more Jedi like you." His eyes twinkled as he inclined his head in farewell and allowed the lift doors to close, leaving her alone. As the lift descended, Iskat felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe Mace Windu didn't have faith in her, but in one brief meeting, Chancellor Palpatine had suggested he did. She'd felt it in the Force, felt the Chancellor's goodwill and approval. He'd said they needed more Jedi like her. It felt good, and she hoped she would encounter him again soon. For now, however, she had her orders. Whether or not she liked them, she would follow them. Until something changed, it was her duty to attend to the younglings, and if she toed the line, then perhaps Master Windu would see her dedication and tenacity and consider sending her back into the field. Judging by the rate at which they were losing Jedi with their current strategies, there would come a day when Iskat might be their best option. Days became weeks, became months. Iskat's time with the younglings fell into a comfortable pattern, and as much as she hated to admit it, Mace had been correct. Working patiently with the children helped Iskat find her own center. Helping them understand death better helped her process her own losses. There was a peace among the small, bright souls in the creche, and although Iskat felt a stab of jealousy every time she watched a shuttle depart for some faraway place, she told herself again and again that her work was valuable, too. She was starting to believe it. She visited with Hizo in the little courtyard from time to time, but her days were busy and uncomplicated, so she didn't have much to talk about. He often brought her news of the war, which made her feel both informed and, well, jealous. No matter how hard she worked, how tenaciously she sought serenity, the anger and resentment were still there, simmering deep down in her hearts. She'd just gotten better at ignoring them, better at rationalizing why her current path was as the Force willed it. She told herself that it was foolish to argue with reality, her duty was with the children, and railing against that truth wouldn't get her anywhere. The quickest path to her Hugh goals was following her orders with a serene attitude. Outside of the children, her life became a little lonely. She'd grown accustomed to Semba's ways, to the simple comfort of living in someone else's firm orbit and always being on the move to some interesting new place. The temple was nearly empty, and there were days when the training rooms were silent and there was no one with whom to spar. The oldest of the Jedi was still around, of course, including Joe Castanew, who gave Iskat an inscrutable look every time she set foot in the archives, something between disappointment and suspicion. The search for Fura had gone cold, and no new dreams troubled her sleep. Iskat often took the mysterious lightsaber out of her drawer and held it, marveling at its yellow blade, so strange and beautiful, and wishing she knew more about the hands that had crafted it. The few familiar Jedi she did see were constantly busy, dedicated to the war effort. Most of her fellow Jedi Knights were either on missions or recovering from the wounds they'd incurred. As it turned out, the Jedi she spent the most time with was Master Uame Hawlatha, an ancient beam with soft black fur speckled with grey and long, floppy ears. It seemed as if the diminutive Jedi hadn't really noticed that he'd been left behind and that almost all his fellows were elsewhere. Iskat spent an hour with him at dawn every morning by her favourite pool, practicing the same meditations Semba had spent years teaching her. The only difference now was that while Semba had stressed pure uninterrupted silence, Master Uame sang a soft, sweet song in Bimini that reminded her of birds in trees, and he never offered any sort of criticism. One morning, however, Iskat woke up peevish from poor sleep and bad dreams she couldn't remember, and on the way to meditate she ran into Tualon. He was in high spirits and told her that he, Ansho, and Charlene were being sent on an important mission to Kamino. "Are you joining us?" he asked, friendlier than she'd seen him in months. "Unfortunately, no. I'll be teaching the younglings, just like every other day." She was too tired to hide her annoyance, and Tualon faltered for a moment. "It's important work," he finally said. "You must be doing a really good job. Don't patronize me, Tualon. We both know why I'm here. Now go. Hurry, before the masters find a reason to be displeased with you, too." The pity in his orange eyes made her feel even worse. "If you could just see it from a different perspective," he started. "It doesn't matter. This is my life. Good luck on your mission." She crossed her arms and waited, and he took another confused look at her before turning tail and heading off to the landing pads. She was sick with herself for allowing her frustration to surface so clearly. Even to her own ears, it had been petulant, and Jedi were never petulant. Every time she thought she'd reached a place of calm, every time she felt pleased with her progress, something seemingly insignificant happened and she lost her composure. It was as if she couldn't make any real gains, everything was washed away again like waves destroying castles made of sand. After she'd sat on her stone by the pool, meditating for some time, she looked to the old Bim on his favourite cushion. He always seemed perfectly happy and at ease with exactly where he was and exactly what he was doing. Their time together was mostly silent, but Iskat needed more than a song to help guide her through her current troubles. "Master Uame, how can I reach serenity, as you have?" He opened one sleepy eye and closed it again, shaking out his ears. Live in the now, he intoned. The past and the future are illusions. There is only the current moment. If you can find peace here, you will always know peace. Iskat held in an annoyed sigh. Cryptic, circular answers did her no good. But what if I want something different than what's happening in the now? What if the Force wants me to do something different? I feel like it wants me out in the galaxy, helping people. I felt it so keenly when I was on Thule. I want to serve the Jedi and the Republic. Uame opened both his bright eyes and looked more closely at her, as if seeing her for the first time. We serve as we are needed. The Force gives us a path to become our best selves and do the most good, and we must walk that path without looking for other, brighter paths. Do you not find value in developing young minds and shepherding forth the next generation of Jedi? After we are gone, these younglings will carry our teachings in their hearts and minds. We are part of a long chain of knowledge and compassion stretching back through the eons. We are all connected. It is a gift, to mold young souls. But perhaps it isn't my gift, she argued. When I was fighting on Geonosis and climbing on Thule, I felt the most peace I've ever felt within the Force. I finally felt the serenity everyone expects me to find by meditating. The Force calls me to action. My hearts tell me this is right. Uame cocked his head. It can be hard to tell the difference between the Force's will and your own will, especially for the young. That's why you must be patient. Now release these feelings into the Force, and let them flow away like blossoms on the breeze. He closed his eyes and went back to his song, but Iskat was unable to get her head in the right space to meditate. All she could think about was Chulon and Shalin on a ship together, hurtling through hyperspace toward the kind of mission Iskat dreamed of every night as she tried to fall asleep. Settle, settle, Master Uame sang. Settle down on your branch, little Tang Tang bird. The sun will go on shining, with or without you. But Iskat couldn't settle. No matter what the Master said, she knew that she was meant for more. She left the garden, holding in her annoyance until she reached the courtyard, where Hezo was working on an LEP droid. You seem upset, the Solonian observed. Iskat paced the small garden, barely noting the rich fragrance of a recently bloomed patch of flowers among the herbs. Her thoughts ran riot, and she didn't know where to begin. Everything inside me tells me I'm meant to be out there, doing something great. I feel it in the Force, but they are keeping me here on purpose. They are holding me back. She sat on the bench, her head in her hands. For Thule. For being unpredictable. For being defiant. A shuttle took off, and she watched it disappear against the lavender sky. If you had a weapon, wouldn't you use it? Instead of using me, the Jedi send me to meditate, to recite the tenets again and again with the younglings, as if that will make me finally, truly believe them. Her fingers clenched around the stone bench so hard she felt a nail snap. They don't trust me. They've always been scared of what I could do, and their only answer is to tighten their hold on me. Hezo looked up from the droid, one lip lifted in something like a snarl. So what will you do? I don't know. The words burst out of her, nearly a shout, and a bird exploded out of a nearby tree. Iskat had to get herself under control. Jedi did not shout like that in the temple. Even the youngest younglings didn't raise their voices in anger. She stood and paced, flexing her fingers into fists and back. Master Uame told me I had to be patient. So be patient. She leaned back against the wall and crossed her arms as she stared at him. What? Hezo cocked his head and looked up into the skylands like he might find answers there. So do as they ask. Be patient. Play their game. Wait until they trust you again. Her head fell. Do you know how hard it is to pretend to be something you're not, day in and day out? To smile and nod and contort your soul into a tight little knot. A soft growl. I know something about that, yes. But you didn't let me finish. Play their game and regain their trust. But while you do that, maybe you can find ways to secretly nurture what's inside of you. That's what I do. Hone your skills. Find new ways to use them. Explore what they tell you to repress. Didn't you say you'd found another Lyciber? I know it belonged to my mother. He grinned. So learn how to fight with 2 Lycibers. Plenty of Jedi do that. I've seen Jedi Skywalker's new Padawan in the training rooms. Leave the temple and go out into Coruscant and practice whatever it is they won't let you do here. You still have freedom, don't you? Use it. It was as if a door opened in that moment. Iskat had felt so small, so trapped, so stuck. And yet, Hizo was right. There were other places to practice, other skills to learn. Why hadn't she thought of it sooner? She'd been so wrapped up in what she'd been told to do that she'd forgotten she could do other things, too. She would meditate and teach the younglings, and then she would follow her hearts. She didn't have to be on a mission to do that. She could do whatever she wanted to, just not here, in the temple./20. Iskat immersed herself in a new kind of training. She sought texts in the library about unusual Lyciber techniques, mastering telekinesis, and using unconventional ways to channel the Force in battle. She read up on strange species of animals, as well as the plants in the little courtyard. She continued to meditate with Master Uame at dawn and teach the younglings until the evening, but her nights were her own, and she took full advantage of that time. Thanks to her busy daytime schedule, she didn't see Hizo very often, but she was glad for the way their time together felt. Easy. With everyone else in her life, she was always on edge, watching every word and controlling her facial expressions, but with Hizo, she could simply relax and be herself. He had no expectation of her, nor she of him. Sometimes they spoke, and sometimes he muttered to his droids in his language of clicks and whistles, and she dozed, staring up at the leaves of the Hosafia tree as they changed from green to yellow to brown and back again as time truly began to pass. And then, at night, it was as if the real Iskat Icarus came alive. Finally, she'd found something that calmed her mind, training according to her own interests, honing the weapon of her body while everyone else was asleep. She ran and climbed all over Coruscant, getting to know more of the planet she'd lived on most of her life but had only seen from behind the windows of the Jedi Temple. On one of her nightly runs, she discovered an abandoned construction site in the planet's lowest levels, far away from any homes or businesses, even farther away from the glamour of the highest spires. There, alone, unseen, she began practicing her telekinesis without worrying that anyone might be harmed. After she pulled the column down on top of Tyka, she'd grown reticent and delicate whenever using the Force to move things, but Geonosis and Thule had allowed her to really unleash her full strength. Throwing the droids had filled her with satisfaction. Now she could revel in her full power, learning the limits of how she could manipulate the Force and gaining the subtlety Semba had hoped she'd learn TLN off less direct means in the temple. She sparred with every training droid she could find, and even had Hizo add some additional programming to further challenge her skills fighting with 2 blades. Anakin's Padawan, Azakatano, gave her a few pointers and suggested some texts to read on the art of dual Lycibers, but she was generally too busy to spar. Iskat sought to train with Master Ponkrul, who was extremely skilled, but he was rarely in the temple and suggested she speak with Master Kelrenbik. Kelren was a thoughtful and detailed instructor, but he was committed to training the younglings with a dedication and energy that Iskat herself had never felt, so he rarely had time to spare. Instead, Master Kulfin would occasionally take up 2 training blades and lead Iskat through new forms that she could later practice on her own, and she would seek out Kelren if she had specific questions. She built a second green Lyciber to fit her hand, a simple thing that she could use when sparring or working with Kulfin. The mysterious yellow blade she'd found in Semba's chest had to remain a secret. Whether it had belonged to Fura, who might have been Iskat's mother or some other relation, or whether it had been built by some random stranger who just so happened to need a wide hilt, it felt right in Iskat's hand, as if it had been made to fit her. Whoever had built it, now it was hers, and she worried that if anyone else found out about it, she'd be admonished for cleaving to a possession. Or worse, they'd whisk it away like all the other relics Semba had collected. Only at the forgotten construction site in the lower levels of Coruscant could she practice her newfound skills with one yellow blade and one green flashing in the shadows, unafraid of discovery. As for the mystery of Fura, the trail remained cold. There were no more dreams, no more databank searches, no more trusted people she felt safe asking. Perhaps one day she would learn the truth, but until then, she had the Lyciver, and it would have to be enough. If anyone noticed her new focus, they didn't mention it. At their morning meditations, Master Uame remained his same sleepy and enigmatic self, the children continued to be children, and the remaining masters were too busy to worry about the strange habits of a single Jedi Knight. No one noticed her slip away after dark, and if anyone saw her when she returned at dawn, they assumed she'd just awakened. She learned to live on less sleep, learned to thrive on it. The nights were her only taste of freedom, and she guarded them jealously, even from oblivion. The war kept the Jedi busy, and people came and went, mostly went. It seemed like Iskat heard about some faraway death every day, names she'd never even heard before on planets she hadn't known existed, as well as people she'd grown up with on planets she'd heard far too much about. When bodies were returned to the temple, there were funerals, but as time went on it seemed there were fewer Jedi left to observe the remembrances. Iskat attended every funeral. And at every ceremony, she heard the same calls to rejoice as another Jedi became one with the Force. But it felt like the same speech repeated again and again, the same mourners with heads held low who would swiftly return to business after the bodies were lowered beneath the floor. Every Jedi was a hero of the Republic. Every fallen soldier was a vibrant light in the galaxy, a luminous being whose body was only a temporary vessel. But their funerals were all the same. To Iskat, it began to feel uncaring. She was told, again and again, that the fallen Jedi would live on forever through her and in the Force, but all she saw were corpses. She thought about what it must be like, being sent out into a galaxy at war, as untrained and unprepared as she'd been, and dying there, far from the only place that felt like home, the only home a Jedi would ever know. As they lay on the ground, staring up at an unfamiliar sky, did her fellow Jedi think about the Force and the peace they might find once they joined it, or did they think of happy moments in the creche, when their lives had spread out before them, full of promise? Did they leave this life filled with fury and regret at what they might have otherwise become? Did they die, as she suspected, frightened and alone? Iskat had watched death happen, had witnessed the moment a soul crossed over in the Force, and she had not seen the peace and serenity Master Uame and all of her studies had promised. She'd sensed pain and confusion and fear in Semba, her usually placid master. Perhaps Jedi were special, connected to the Force, but that didn't mean they faced dying with any more dignity than any other creature. In that final moment, a Jedi could be just as lost and abandoned as anyone else. Iskat certainly understood loneliness. As fulfilling as it was to follow her own passions while learning and training, she still felt adrift as she moved through the quiet halls of the temple. It especially stung that Tuolon seemed determined to continue avoiding her, even after so much time had passed. That brief flare of friendliness, she'd killed it with her candor. His eyes looked straight off her, and he walked with a hurried purpose that suggested he was always on his way somewhere important. When she approached him at Master Ansho's funeral to offer her condolences, Tuolon just stared straight ahead and mumbled his thanks before disappearing. Feeling disconnected, Iskat kept up with the war, any way she could. The news feeds told one story, but people told another. She heard details from Hezo that never made the news. Masters whispered at the funerals. Vendors complained in the streets in the lower levels. No one really felt safe anymore. The few times she was again asked to escort Chancellor Palpatine to the council chambers, she could feel an uncertainty in him, a growing tension, and although he was polite and always remembered her, he seemed more and more distracted. The Republic was in trouble. There were so many battles she couldn't keep track of them all, but every time she heard about some daring rescue by the Jedi or a dastardly political plot by the Separatists that had almost succeeded, she secretly fumed. Maybe if she'd been there, the tides would have turned. Maybe if the Jedi used her like the weapon she'd become, she could actually do some good. The war, it seemed, would go on for a long, long time. Although she had done everything the Council had asked of her, Iskat began to lose faith that she would ever be allowed to take part in it again. The training schedule she'd created for herself was so physically grueling that she fell into bed exhausted on the nights when she made it to bed at all. She'd planned it that way, because it was the only way to keep from staring at the ceiling in the dark and seething that she was playing games with children instead of making a difference. And then one day, she was summoned to the chambers of Jedi High Council. There were only 2 members of the council present, Yoda and Mace Windu. Masters Kulfin and Uame stood off to their side, and she couldn't tell from their expressions why she'd been called here. Iskat had been building up her confidence through her self-led training, but standing before 2 of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy was daunting to say the least. She set her shoulders back and her chin up, her braided hair sweeping down her back, and was glad that she always kept her robes neat even if there was no one in the temple who would notice. Jedi Knight Iskat Icarus, Master Windu said, leaning forward. It's been over 2 years since Thule. What have you learned since then? Iskat's fingers twitched but did not make fists. She'd thought about this a lot. She clasped her hands. Masters, I have dedicated my days to teaching the younglings at the Council's request, and that has taught me patience and enabled me to find my center. Explaining the Jedi Code to the children has deepened my understanding of our tenets, and helping the children process the uncertainty and loss the war has brought to the galaxy has helped me process my I've spent my personal time seeking to better myself through my studies and training. I meditate with Master Uame every morning and have greatly improved my lightsaber skills with Master Kulfin. Mace nodded slowly but silently, his intense eyes boring into her. Joe Castanew tells us you're a frequent visitor to the library. A small smile hid her flash of concern. Yes, I'm sure she's sick of me pestering her for new texts, but there's so much Master V never got to teach me. I never took full advantage of our archives before, and now, even if it's not my calling to work there, I'm anxious to catch up. Jocasta had not extended the offer to work in the archives again, and Iskat now worried that she might be sent from teaching in the creche directly back to the library. Neither future appealed, but she understood that she was at the mercy of the Force, and these Jedi Masters. Master Uame, has Iskat made good progress with you? Mace asked. The old Bim blinked sleepily and nodded. Yes, she's an exemplary student. The little Tang bird has finally learned to settle. If only all the young Jedi Knights would spend as much time meditating. Crowded the meditation gardens would be, Yoda said with a chuckle that Uame shared. Mace turned to Kulfin Opus. Master Kulfin, you were Semba's master, and you were with Iskat on Geonosis. Some would say you know her best. What's your opinion? Master Kulfin turned his attention to Iskat. His epidermal sacs were full of water, lending him an air of thoughtful gravity. You could hardly find a Jedi more proficient with 2 lightsabers, and she proved on Geonosis that she was quite skilled with one. I was there when she saved another Padawan's life under great duress, as well as my Of course, Semba came to me occasionally to share her concerns, but I have witnessed Iskat humbly applying herself to her studies in the Force, and I am satisfied with her work. She can be impertinent and a little too curious, but that is hardly unique among the Jedi, is it not? I feel she will do honor to the Order when representing us and the Republic on the battlefield. Iskat nearly shivered with joy to hear him praise her skills and suggest she finally be released from her duties at the temple. She didn't like learning that Semba had gone to Kulfin with concerns, but when she thought about Semba's final words, it was clear her master felt that she had somehow failed her Padawan, that she hadn't done enough. Perhaps, then, Iskat hadn't been the problem. Perhaps the problem had been her master. Mace and Yoda shared a look, and Mace stood. Iskat, do you feel that you're ready to be back in the field? Physically and emotionally. Her heart's jacked up as hope bloomed. I do, Master. As Kulfin said, Semba used to call you hot-headed and rebellious. She had concerns that you might not thrive in situations of intense stress. She even expressed doubts that you would ever rise to the rank of Jedi Knight. How would you respond to that? Iskat swallowed down her anger at Semba. My master was determined, I think, to see the worst in me so that she might help me better succeed. A child's job is to make mistakes and learn from them. I made plenty of mistakes, perhaps more than many of my fellow Jedi, but that means I learned more from those missteps. Semba was dedicated to her work and often left me to practice on my own when I would have preferred personal instruction, but I appreciate the energy and time she put into shaping me and hope to make her memory proud. For a long moment, Mace and Yoda stared at her as if the truth might be written on her face. She made her breathing even and calm, hid her emotions, locked her mouth in a close-lipped smile, and kept her hands clasped in the sleeves of her robes so the masters would not see their nervous twitching. Great faith in you these masters have, Yoda finally said. Ready they believe you are. Chancellor Palpatine, too. Uncertain am I, but... He sighed. Great, our need is. No more accidents. No more explosions, Mace said firmly. Iskat's head fell forward, just a little bit. No explosions, Master. Mace gave her one decisive nod and crossed to the door. Collect your kit, then report to landing pad 5. Your team will be waiting for you. They've been fully briefed, and I'll have the mission details transmitted to your datapad shortly. You are third in command. You will do exactly as your leaders instruct. They've been given explicit orders to keep in touch with us regarding your performance. I don't think you need me to tell you that the success of this mission will determine your role in the Jedi Order going forward. A strange and sudden fear made Iskat catch her breath. For all that she'd told Hezo that she yearned for freedom, she wanted it on her own terms. Being thrown out of the Order, it was unthinkable. Master, the Jedi Order is my home, fear not, Iskat, Yoda said kindly. Always a place for you there is in the temple. So you're saying this is a test? Master Windu opened the door. We're at war. Everything is a test. Good luck, Jedi Icarus. Thank you, Masters. Uame, Kulfin. I won't let you down. With a respectful bow, Iskat walked sedately out of the room and waited until she was alone on the lift to jump up and down and screech. Finally. A mission. Her patience and silence for the last 2 years had paid off. Tomorrow morning, she wouldn't wake up to meditation with Master Uame and another day of recitations with the children, she would be on a new and exciting planet. So what if this was a test? She'd passed every test she'd been given. Well, except for Tuli. In the minds of the Masters, at least. She had to stop herself from skipping to her chambers, where she put on her best travelling robes and cloak and happily buckled on her utility belt. She considered the yellow lightsaber before carefully stowing it deep in her wardrobe drawer, as Semba once had. Iskat would be watched carefully on this mission and needed to be the perfect Jedi Knight. She would prove that she could be trusted. She took both of her green blade lightsabers instead. At landing pad 5, she found clone troopers loading crates onto a shuttle as two familiar figures watched her approach. Her immediate response was excitement, followed by a sinking feeling that suggested things were going to be more complicated than originally anticipated. "Hello, Tuolon," she said cheerfully. "Captain Spider." "General, it's been a long time," the clone captain greeted her with a brief salute. "Jedi Icarus," Tuolon said before turning away and boarding the ship without another word. /21 Things were tense as the ship took off. Much to her dismay, Tuolon still wasn't back to his old, friendly self. He'd told her that he needed to keep his distance, and he had. He was still doing so. She hadn't spoken to him since that moment in the hallway. She'd stopped trying, as it just made her feel even more miserable, and he was out on missions most of the time, anyway. He seemed more somber now that Master Ansho was gone, and Iskat's heart ached to reach out to him. She knew better than anyone what it was like to lose a master. But the way he'd been avoiding her made it clear that this wasn't a conversation he wanted to share with her, that he had no desire for her commiseration or her pity. As for Captain Spider, he'd greeted her and then joined his crew in outfitting the ship for their voyage. It was hard to tell someone's mood through a helmet, but Iskat could feel his unease in the Force. He didn't trust her. And why should he? He'd lost 14 men on her watch after successfully bringing them all home from Geonosis. In his eyes, she was a liability. Considering the uncomfortable silence, Iskat used her time to scroll through her tablet and read the entire mission brief. They were on their way to an unpopulated moon in the Outer Rim to rescue a slicer known only as Jintho, whom the Separatist army was attempting to forcibly recruit. The brief didn't say whether this slicer was on the side of the Republic or not, only that they had worked for Count Dooku and had once been a xenoanthropologist. Iskat was annoyed to see that the amount of information she'd been given yet again seemed dangerously minimal. She had the name of the moon, at least, Olgot Hun 3. She searched for more detail, but there wasn't much available. From what she could tell, this moon was the sort of place that no one cared about. "There's not much here," she said. "That's our plan." The ship was larger than the one they'd taken to Thule, with a communal area behind the cockpit that featured tables and chairs and a few couches. Several clones were relaxing around the room, playing Djurik, reading, or napping, but they didn't seem to be paying attention to either of the Jedi in their midst. Tuolon was sitting on the other side of the chamber, as far from Iskat as he could get. When he didn't respond, she stood and walked toward him, standing over him where he sat on the couch. Perhaps in their personal lives, he could ignore her, but this mission was her chance to prove herself, and she wasn't going to be shy about asking for what she needed to succeed. When she didn't budge, Tuolon sighed as if he had gone as long as he could without giving her attention and had reached the end of his rope. Not that he looked up at her. "We land, gather intel, approach the slicer, and extricate them." "Yes, I read the brief," she said, unable to hide her frustration. "I was hoping for more details." "How do we gather intel?" "Approaches the slicer?" "What if they don't want to be extricated?" "Did you learn nothing last time, Iskat?" "I learned that I need more information going into a mission where someone could die." He rubbed his temples like she was already giving him a headache. "This is how it works. You go into battle with whatever information they give you, and it's never perfect, and it's often flawed, and you trust in the Force and your training to bring you out the other side. I don't have some secret knowledge that's been purposefully hidden from you. We'll approach the locals, identify the slicer, and select the best way to approach them. Do we even know what they look like?" He held up his datapad. "Again, you know everything I know. Several of my missions have run successfully on less intel. All we can do is keep in close communication and be subtle. Don't let anyone know you're a Jedi. Don't make a scene. Captain Spider will be out of uniform and helping us look while his men monitor the ship and comms. So we know pretty much nothing and are just scrambling in the dark. A snort. You see pretty well in the dark, from what I remember. It was the first friendly word she'd heard out of him in years, and something in her chest loosened up for the first time in forever. I do see well in the dark, sir. When he finally turned around to face her, she gave him a small and cheeky salute. Chulon met her gaze briefly and looked away. She'd missed looking into his ember-colored eyes. Yeah, don't call me that. It's odd, being told I'm in charge of you, that I'm to report on your actions. We grew up as equals. And then things changed. You don't have to worry about me. I've been working with Master Uame, I've kept up my athletic conditioning, and I've spent so much time with small children that I'm completely immune to annoyance. Chulon didn't laugh at the joke. Instead, he stood, looking into her eyes. Iskat, I have to know. Her breath caught. Know what? Josk. There was nothing between us, I swear. I could barely tolerate him. He wanted to step in as my mentor, if you can believe it. He leaned away from her, almost grimacing. She'd guessed very, very wrong. No, I wanted to know if there was any way he could have been saved. What really happened up there? I was so busy climbing I wasn't paying any attention to you two, but something about it seemed off. I just need to know. It's been bothering me all this time. In that moment, Iskat was very, very happy that she had put a great deal of energy and study into shielding her emotions. She swallowed hard and looked clown, careful not to let him see her eyes as she spoke. We were climbing the canyon wall, the same as you, and I had just noticed the slugs. I don't think Josk sensed them. I tried to warn him, but it was too late. He put his spike through one of them, and then lost a handhold and reached for what seemed to be a regular hole in the rock. A flock of birds flew out and attacked him. They were biting him, and he let go to protect his face. But from where I was, since we were both climbing and I was higher up, there was nothing I could do. He pushed away from the wall and just fell. I thought he would catch himself like we were trained to do, or at least slow his downfall, but I guess the venom works fast. The troopers said he was dead before he landed. All I could do was watch. But if you'd used the force, to what, slam him into the cliff face? The bird venom either paralyzed him or killed him. I had to concentrate on not falling myself, or there would have been 2 dead Jedi. Then she looked up, let him see the pain written in her features. I think about that moment constantly. All the meditation in the world can't erase that image from my memory. You want to know if I could have saved him? Well, I've asked myself that question every day for 2 years and come up with the same answer, no. And I feel like a failure because of it. He reached over and put his hand on her arm. Every nerve in her body came alive at his touch, the first time he'd touched her since the cave on Thule. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. She snorted softly, almost a sob. So when you asked about that time our friend died in front of me, you were looking for fun stories, or? I was looking for answers. He withdrew and cocked his head at her. You're hard to read, you know that. I do that on purpose, she thought to herself, but didn't say. You've avoided me for 2 years, Chulon. I'm an open book. All you have to do to read me is pay attention. Iskat had spent those 2 years at the temple pretending to fit into a very specific box, and she'd meant to keep up that facade with Chulon, and yet he, out of all the people she'd ever met, shook the box until her brains were scrambled. She couldn't help but be herself around him, which was probably why he was so confused. Against her better judgment, she had a foolish, rebellious urge to show him her true nature in the hope that he would understand her, even though she knew full well that he wouldn't approve of the way she allowed her emotions to move through her. How she was beginning to believe that using them might be a way to enhance her relationship with the Force. He just knew that something about her was wrong. It was like a prey animal's danger sense going off even when it couldn't see the predator hiding in the shadows. Not that Iskat was a predator. Just that she was definitely hiding big, possibly dangerous parts of herself from everyone in her life. Well, except Hizo. She hated the irony of it. She couldn't be honest with the one person she truly cared about because it might make him go back to ignoring her. She had to put herself back in that little box. Not be caustic in response to sympathy, not be flirty in response to misunderstanding. Maybe if she pretended long enough, she'd become what Chulon wanted her to be, not that it had worked with Semba. Or maybe, if he let her in instead of always pushing her away, she'd learn that inside, away from the temple, he was a different sort of Jedi, too. So she went for honest, an acceptable version of it. I'm just saying. It's been hard, feeling like the only one constantly left behind at the temple. The only Jedi who didn't get sent on missions. I feel like I haven't spoken to anyone our age in 1,000 years. So I guess if I'm strange, it's because I've spent all my time with children and an ancient bim who calls me a tang-tang bird. But if you ever want to know what I'm thinking, all you have to do is ask. Okay, then. Chulon cleared his throat. What are you thinking? It came out friendly but guarded, but it was a start. I'm thinking I wish we had more information on this mission. On Olgot Hun 3, and on Jin though. Especially since a lack of intel made our last mission together go awry. His smile was sad, like she was a child who didn't quite understand. Imagine what it's like right now, being one of the few Jedi Masters left in the whole galaxy and being given 2 sentences from someone in the Senate, handed down TLN of 3 intermediaries because it's a secret, with instructions on a mission that's highly important to the war effort. And you can't ask questions or dig deeper, you can only look around and choose from who's available, from who's still alive, and send them out with less intel than you both know they need. That's what keeps happening, that's what Ansho told me before he died. They are doing their best, but this is war, not a Jedi trial they can control. The longer the war goes on, the more Jedi die, and they have fewer and fewer options. Iskat swallowed down her thoughts on the war and how, if the people in charge had been willing to do something decisive, they might have already won. Little missions here and there were never going to turn the tide, they would only bleed the Jedi dry. This one slicer wasn't going to change everything. I can understand your point, she said instead, bland and careful. But with all the information in the Jedi archives, you'd think there would be more details about a moon than unpopulated. Is it an aquatic place? Is it cold? Is it a desert? Was it once occupied, and then something horrible happened? How are we supposed to find one person, who uses a code name and is clearly trying to hide, on an entire moon? Chulon stood and walked to the viewport, looking out past the pilot and navigator and into the blazing glory of hyperspace. His gleaming black skin reflected the bluish swirls. We'll get there, and we'll figure it out. That's our job. It might take a day, or it might take a year. All we know is that it's important enough that they are willing to send Jedi they dearly need elsewhere. Then he gave her a smile, a real smile, showing, to her surprise, that his stark white teeth had been sharpened to points. And don't worry. I've done this a couple of times. Ansho taught me everything he knew. It's not as hard as it sounds. We get into orbit, we listen in on some frequencies, we identify big cities and small outposts and unsavory backwater bars. We find a likely place and put out word that we need a very special sort of slicer. Suggest that we have the credits to pay them. Throw out the bait, Wait for the glabos to bite. Had's a glabos. Tuolon sat down at the nearest table and poked at his datapad, turning it toward her to show a slime-covered fish shaped like a ribbon with whiskers and bulging eyes. She could feel him warming up to her. It's a kind of eel that lives in the cave systems on Rylith. I had a brief mission there and had to learn how to fish. It was a good way to pass the time while waiting for my target to surface. That had Iskat's attention. She sat down across from him. Wait. So you've been to your home world? Is that where you changed your teeth? He briefly touched his thumb to one of their points like he wasn't quite used to it yet. Most beings can't fit in undercover on Rylith, so I was the logical choice. After Ansho died, I was in a dark place, and it helped, having something else to focus on. It was interesting, being immersed in my home world's culture. I was the odd one out, most males of my age filed their teeth long ago. It's a rite of passage. Did you choose it, or did you have to do it to fit in correctly? She asked. It felt less like a choice and more like the chance to become myself, if that makes any sense. Like it was meant to be. He got a far-off look in his eyes. I'm definitely not a child anymore. Iskat was brimming with curiosity. As someone who had no information on her planet or her species, she was fascinated by the concept of Tuolon's return to the place of his birth. Did you like it your home world? He shrugged. It didn't feel like home. Everyone looked like me, but I almost felt like a fraud as I walked among them, like I would never be able to fit in. My commitment is to the Force, not to a job or a family or local politics, and it was hard to connect with the daily rituals of that kind of life. With every sip of Chilek liquor, I knew war was ravaging the galaxy beyond. And besides, I prefer the temple to the way my people live in underground caves on Rylith. He grinned, showing off his teeth. I had to pretend to like glabos, but it was slimy and salty. Even our camp rations are better. Sony, sir, but I just checked the crate, one of the clones said, thumping the box he was sitting on. Nothing but glabos stew for this mission. And Gungan shrimp paste, another added. Buckets of it. Tuolon chuckled. Then it's all for you, NIC. I'd rather have ration bars. The other clones laughed along with him, and Iskat began to see what she'd been missing all this time. Not only the excitement of missions and the chance to prove herself and help the galaxy, but camaraderie. Just laughing with someone. Sure, she laughed with Hizo every now and then, and the children made her laugh with their antics, but this was different. This made her feel like she belonged. She soon learned that the trip was going to be much longer than she'd expected, several days through hyperspace. Their ship had been chosen to accommodate such a journey, and it was a new curiosity, climbing into one of the bunks fit into the wall and sliding her door shut to create a little cocoon. She slept well enough, the ship purring along around her. Tuolon was just beneath her, she knew, and that gave the situation a strange intimacy. This boy, well, now man, that she'd admired ardently since their earliest days together, was finally talking to her, and he was just a meter away, maybe. If she moved, could he hear it? Likely not. She couldn't hear the clones moving in their own bunks all around. Whoever had built this ship had taken care to offer some privacy, thanks to soundproof materials. She woke in the darkness that first night cycle and slid her door open to look out into the cabin. There was a slight whirring sound, and she found an A3 astromech droid painted in green and indigo swiveling to focus on her. It beeped softly, and low lights glowed along the floor, showing her where the bathroom was. Thanks, but I'm good, she whispered. Just checking the time. In response, the droid played a whisper-soft melody, and she chuckled and slid her door shut again. Time to sleep, apparently. She soon grew accustomed to the rhythm of life on the ship. The ration bars, she leaned, were pretty bland, and the protein paste was barely edible. There was a didgeridoo board in a corner, and the clones often played sabak. The astromech was called Jats because it seemed to like music more than most of its kind and would play songs that suited the present mood, or just pleasant background music as everyone relaxed. One of the clones, it turned out, loved novels, and he told Iskat she was free to borrow any of his holobooks, as long as he'd read them first. As time passed and everyone loosened up, she started to learn the names of the clones who had earned them Spider and Nic she knew, but there were Rocco, Neku, Doc, Storm, Blue 22, and Whirl. The bibliophile was called Flip, thanks to the electronic sound of him advancing the pages of his holobooks. They'd given CT-0528 the nickname Last Man because he was the only one of her 15 clones who had survived Thule, which chafed at her pride. The missing clones had been replaced, and it troubled Iskat that she had no way to know who among their current company was original. She was starting to see the subtle differences in their voices and facial hair and mannerisms. She had thought the clones were all the same, but there were surprising differences. After breakfast the next morning, Tuolon asked Iskat if she wanted to spar, and even though there was nothing she wanted more in the entire galaxy, she was able to contain her excitement and act normal. They had to use tactical batons, since there wasn't enough room for lightsabers, not if the clones wanted to keep their extremities intact. Iskat quickly learned that her 2 years of intense study at the Jedi Temple had eclipsed whatever Tuolon had learned on his missions. The difference in their skill level was shocking, and she wasn't even trying her hardest. "You've been practicing," Tuolon said, a little out of breath and rubbing a bruise on his arm. "I've had a lot of spare time," she responded with a smile. Once he'd thawed a little, she and Tuolon fell into a routine of training together each day cycle. They began with meditation and calisthenics, then moved to sparring, where Iskat was now the one giving Tuolon pointers. Their conversations grew easier, and Iskat felt as if perhaps she couldn't be her whole self around Tuolon, but she could be a version of herself. It wasn't exactly dishonest, she was just omitting certain things, and in return, she got to talk with him, smile with him, laugh with him. He genuinely liked her, or at least, this part of her. Iskat marveled that she'd gone from the echoing chambers of the nearly empty Jedi Temple to a cramped ship with 30 other people and yet felt like she had more freedom here and more room to grow. She began to wish the journey would never end. The excitement of a mission made her feel more alive than instructing the younglings back at the temple. Teaching was a valuable and necessary task, but Iskat knew that this was what she was meant to be doing, what the Force demanded of her. Her newfound sense of balance and peace was proof of it. She was meditating at Tuolon's side, timing her hearts to beat with his, when Jats played a merry song of beeps and the ship finally dropped out of hyperspace. Iskat's body felt the change, and she opened her eyes and stood to go look out the viewport for her first glance at Olgot Hun 3. It was a small, dark sphere, swirled with emerald green and purple. She was very aware of Tuolon following her and standing behind her, much closer than he might have just a few days ago. "There it is," Flip said from the pilot's chair. "Wait, we are getting a..." He pressed a button, and the whole ship crackled. "Hose there," a deep, masculine voice rumbled. "This is the chalice out of Chandrila," Flip said. "State your business." Flip looked back to Captain Spider, then Tuolon. Tuolon stepped forward. "We're just here to fuel up," he said. Iskat had never realized before what a bad liar he was. Wrong answer. The ship's systems exploded with blinking lights and alarms, and Jats's music switched off as he zoomed to the wall and plugged in, immediately.